Welcome to the ultimate Airbnb masterclass. Completely free, no strings attached. If you've ever dreamed about launching your own Airbnb business, then you're in the right place. This is probably the most important Airbnb video you'll ever watch. I poured years of hosting experience and lessons learned into this free course, and we're going to cover everything from researching profitable locations, creating irresistible listings, mastering pricing and automation, all the way to avoiding costly mistakes and rocketing those profits sky high. Seriously, this is a mountain of free value that's designed to help you succeed from day one. So grab a notebook, a coffee, or three, and buckle up because your Airbnb hosting journey starts now. Now, there is so much to get through here, but all incredible journeys start with a single step. And the first step here is to learn the foundations of everything else that we're going to cover in this course. So in this next video, I'm going to give you a short introduction of the fundamentals that are required to run a successful Airbnb business. I've hosted over 100,000 guests in more than 100 properties over 15 plus years. And I'm here to tell you that Airbnb is not that hard. Not really.
You got this. You got this!
Yes, you can tie yourself up in all sorts of knots, watching hours of YouTube videos, going down all sorts of rabbit holes. But in reality, there are 5 fundamentals you need to get right to avoid most of the costly mistakes and to make most of the money. These 5 things do the majority of the heavy lifting and mean you can get going much faster than if you overwhelm yourself thinking about all the little details. Now, I developed this framework for my book, which you can get via the link below, along with all sorts of other awesomeness. Guides, templates, and cheat sheets, which are going to help you get started and also give you the whole 100% of what you need to know. Okay, so what are the 5 things that are going to teach you 80% of what you need to know? Well, I call them
Is he okay?
or the 5 P's. Let's call them. First P is property. Told you this would be straightforward. Now, within each of these P's, I'm going to give you the biggest thing that's going to impact your profitability. And the number 1 determinant of success here is the location of the property. You absolutely need to make sure that your property is in an area of high demand. And to put it plainly, you can't manufacture that demand unless in absolutely exceptional circumstances, which I'm going to touch on in a minute. 80% of people want to stay in 20% of the places. And remember that people know where they want to go when they start looking. They type in the destination and then just choose from the search results. Take Northern Ireland, for example, our wee country. Everyone wants to stay in Belfast. Of course they do. But absolutely no one wants to stay in a little town called Larne. Now, if I put a property online in Larne, it doesn't matter how nice it is or how cheap my rates are, no one's going to book it because there's no demand. Now, the only exception is if you do something exceptional. Now, I'm not talking about a hot tub or a PS5 here. Anyone can do that. I'm talking about something really different. Something like a tree house. The property is a tree house. Or a UFO or something insane. It has to be something that gives you a complete unfair advantage, generates demand, and just cuts through the noise. But still, even in Larne, that would be a struggle.
Don't underestimate me.
But why is it then that places still struggle even within those areas that are in high demand? Well, the same thing applies. Within the 80% of people who want to stay in Belfast, 80% of them will want to stay in 20% of it. Look, here's a map of Belfast and here's a heat map showing where the demand is. Everyone wants to stay here in the city centre and no one really wants to stay on the outside here. So even though you can still say that your place is in Belfast, you're kind of cheating a wee bit, and it's simple supply and demand about whether you're going to get bookings over someone in the city centre. So if you're acquiring a place for Airbnb, make sure you pick the 20% of streets that 80% of guests want to stay in. The next P is promotion. Now, as you would expect, there are a ton of things that we could focus on here, but I'm going to focus on the few that are going to deliver 80% of the results. The first is that 80% of your bookings are going to come from 20% of your booking sites. And you see the theme here? Look up Pareto principle after you've watched this video, of course. But to be clear, relying solely on Airbnb is not going to cut it. Pick at least one, and in my opinion, that one should be Booking.com. It's a completely different beast that serves millions of people all around the world who would never even think about using Airbnb. It's got much better functionality than Airbnb, and it's gonna give you the kick up the arse that you need to turn on instant book on Airbnb, which is actually also gonna give you more bookings. And if you want to stop there, cool, go ahead. You might not even need a PMS or a channel manager. Now, obviously, I go into this in much more detail in the book, and honestly, using a good PMS like Guesty is not only gonna save you tons of time, but it's gonna get you on every single booking site, which is gonna result in more bookings. Now, the second decision in promotion that's gonna give you the best results and deliver you the highest nightly rates is to use a pricing software like Price Labs. We never used Price Labs for years, and honestly, I thought I was doing okay. I used to talk in old videos about how we were doing 30k a year from a 2-bedroom property, but now with Price Labs, that same property is doing over 50k, and that's even with 1,000 more short-term rentals competing with us.
This guy's good.
You can only see the true power of this thing once it's up and running and you see bookings coming in at nightly rates you would never have went up to. There's a link below where you can get a 30-day free trial and you can just see for yourself. What have you got to lose? The next P is people. Now the thing that's going to give you the biggest lift here is getting your hospitality hat on and realizing that these bookings that you're wanting to fill your calendar are actual real people who have worked hard, who have saved up, who have eventually found your place and booked it. Now think about if you went out for a meal or a big family occasion, say a fancy birthday. You're all excited in the run-up. The big day comes and it's completely underwhelming. The staff ignore you when you're trying to get their attention. The food takes ages to come out, and then when it does, it's cold. You'd feel really disappointed and a bit pissed off. Now imagine as you're leaving, the person who actually booked the restaurant, who now feels like an idiot, gets a message saying, how would you like to rate this place? Leave a review. What do you think they're gonna write? And that's how guests can feel when you just treat them like a booking. And to be honest, this analogy falls down because a restaurant who treated people like that would have such shocking reviews that no one would ever be stupid enough to book there for a special occasion. And this is the same for your Airbnb. The key takeaway here is revenue follows reviews. If you develop rapport with your guests, show genuine interest in making their stay special without being a creep, then you'll get rewarded with amazing reviews that tell everyone else who is looking at your place that booking it is definitely worth it, even though your prices are super high. The next P is processes. Now again, in the book, I show you all the tasks that you need to outsource and automate, as well as how to do it. But the biggest drain on your time, by far, the very first things you need to get off your plate if you want to have a life as well as an Airbnb business. The 20% of weekly tasks that are going to take up 80% of your time are the changeovers. Cleaning the property, washing the linen, meeting and greeting the guests. These things take up so much time. Now, cleaning and the linen are super important tasks, but they can be outsourced. They're functional tasks that almost anyone, or at least lots of people, can do. Now, freeing this time up not only allows you to have a life, I don't know, go on holiday yourself, but it also gives you more time back to focus on the vital tasks that only you can do. Business strategy, building rapport with those guests, counting all the money the Price Labs is making you. The next P is protection. And the biggest learning in this P is that not everyone who books your place will be nice. You're gonna get some weird guests, some demanding guests, some horrible guests, some dangerous guests. This business will honestly give you a sneak peek into the full spectrum of human nature. You will get your eyes opened into some of the strangeness that's out there. Maybe you're strange too, you big freak. Now, I'm not trying to scare you, but you definitely should be a bit scared about who could potentially be coming through your doors. And that's why having some strict, appropriate vetting procedures are gonna weed out the vast majority of these bad guests. And you'll be glad to know that it's way more than 80%. If you follow the steps in my book, along with the accompanying vetting procedure, you're gonna be absolutely fine. But at the very least, you should have strict rules around noise, parties, smoking, pets, but please make sure that they're appropriate and in place to actually stop antisocial behavior. You do not want to be one of those hosts that have rules for absolutely everything, so your guests are actually too scared to enjoy their stay. So now you know the basics, I want to give you some practical steps that you can take once you finish this course. This is not just about acquiring knowledge and say, yeah, I'll start that tomorrow. You need to go out and make things happen. So watch this video and the rest of the course, but when you're done, come back here, because when you watch this for the second time with the knowledge from the course, it's just gonna hit different. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to build a 6-figure Airbnb empire within a year and with no money. Now, I've been at this a while.
For quite a while, Mr. Thal.
And I figured some stuff out. It took me a minute, but I got there in the end. I work a few hours per week. I'm a present dad for my kids. I get to make content for you guys. But if I could go back and start again, this is how I would do it. So the first thing I would do, if I woke up with none of the knowledge, but I'd written myself a treasure map of how to get to where I am now, is learn the ins and outs of this actual business. Now, I'm sure you've heard about how lucrative Airbnb can be, which is why you're probably watching this video, but it's not as straightforward as you might think. There's a lot of competition out there. The people who come and stay in these are not just bookings, they're real people with real desires, real expectations, and it can be really difficult to do. But that's why this channel exists, and that's why this book exists. So I will be spending every minute that I'm awake delving in, trying to get those 10,000 hours of knowledge, become an expert in the topic before I've even got started. But at the same time, I'm not gonna get stuck just trying to find out whenever I read all this, whenever I watch all these videos, then I'll get started. You have to be biased towards action, because none of this good stuff is just gonna fall in your lap. You've gotta go out and get it. So at the same time, while I'm honing my skills and my experience and my knowledge, knowledge with how to run an Airbnb business. I'm going to be getting myself out there, networking, going to property or real estate networking events, building a network of people who have properties. Maybe they have property, but no time to run them. Maybe they want to make money from Airbnb, but they haven't spent all that time that you have learning how to actually do it. Once you start building a network and building relationships with people, now these are real relationships. You're not like trying to hoodwink people here. You're genuinely expressing a desire. You're talking to people. You say, look, I'm really keen to get started in this Airbnb thing. I know a lot about it. I know all I need is one property and I'm going to be able to get this to work.
It's going to work.
You're going to find someone who's similar values to you, who likes you, who trusts you, and is going to say, you know what, why don't we give it a go? You can manage my property for me, you can take a commission, and they will take the rest. That is the number one free way to start growing your Airbnb portfolio. Now, I've got a video on the ins and outs of this, if you can click it later on in the channel, but this is a great way to start your Airbnb empire. So if you keep networking, keep documenting your journey, talking about what you want to do, sooner or later, you're going to find a property owner who is willing to take a punt on you. It could take a few weeks, it could take a few months, but you will get options of properties. And what's so important in these early stages, particularly with this first property, is that you become very selective about which one you take on. I wouldn't just take any old crap. You need to be sure the property you take on first is going to be an absolute banger, because this one, these results from this property is what's going to determine how many more you can get in the future. If you've got a few quid, you can use a website like AirDNA to research the area in which this property's in, or you can just delve in deep because you've got all this time, you're in research mode, and you can look on the Airbnb platform yourself. You can find comparable properties, you can see how busy they are, you can see how in demand and how happy the guests are with them, and you'll know very well, very quickly, whether this property's a goer. Now, a standard commission for you as a host is probably around 20%. We charge 23%, but if this is your first property, you're going on a new venture with someone who doesn't really know you, thinks it's a good idea to trust you, it's probably a good idea to offer them a discount, maybe for the first 6 months, maybe 10% or even 15%. You just need that property so that you can show them what you can do. Now, once you've got that property secured, you've got the contract signed, it's gonna need to be improved before it's Airbnb ready. Now, the beauty of this management model is that running costs and refurb costs are the clients to bear, but it's gonna be up to you to look at the competition in the area and push that client, make sure they spend the money that they need to make their property way better. And there you have it. Within 3 months, you could have a property live on Airbnb, making you and your client money. But now the real work begins. All that research that you did, all my videos that you watched, now you've got to actually implement it. And of course, reading the book and then dealing with a guest that's standing right in front of you are very different things. There's going to be a lot of experiential learning. You're going to have to learn on the job, and you're going to have to learn very, very quickly. But thanks to me and all my videos, you'll be very prepared to what to expect.
I believe in you.
But your number one job with this property is to keep those guests happy, which in turn is going to keep your client and your bank account very happy, because that money is just going to come rolling in. Now, if I was starting again with one property, I would start with a channel manager from day one. Now, I know a lot of people out there are saying it's an added cost that you don't need, especially when you only got one property, it's manageable, but no. If I was starting again, it would be channel manager from day one. I want to be on every property site that's going. I want my business systemized and have the capacity to grow straight away. Being on a channel manager is going to give you access to a direct booking engine, so you're going to be able to cut those booking sites out straight away from day one, and you're going to be able to add instantly a rate pricing software like Price Labs. Now, by adding something like this is just a massive learning curve that you've just bypassed immediately. I've been at this 17 years, I think it is, and I only started using the rate pricing software about 4 years ago. So like, if I had have known, if I had have seen the possibilities of that on day one, I would have used it. Although in fairness, it probably didn't exist back then. But by getting this on board straight away, your property is reaching its full financial potential immediately. Tinkering around with rates, $1 up here, $2 down here, is a waste of time. You're never gonna do it as well as an algorithm, so just don't even bother. Take my advice, put that time into better things. Straight away, once I got started, I'd be optimizing my listing and optimizing my rates for longer stays. These are far more profitable than shorter stays. Even though shorter stays can have a higher nightly rate, longer ones are far more profitable, far less work. From running the business, I'd be saving every penny I could. Apart from the systems that you're putting in place and the tech, I'd be saving everything. You gotta save up to start buying your own properties. I'd be setting up business accounts for the current account and the client account to just generate interest and just grow that revenue even further. I'd be using business cards like Capital on Tap to pay for all the expenses, which is gonna give you either money off or rewards back. I'll be linking up with local restaurants, bars, tours and experiences to get commissions for all the guests that we're going to send to them. There are so many ways to make free money from this business. Now, controversially for this channel, I would recommend doing all the cleaning yourself when you can. If you're trying to juggle this around a job, any day you have free that there's a changeover, do it yourself. And I would make it an absolute priority to meet and greet every guest that you can. This is how you learn. This is how you learn the ins and outs of that property. You learn how long it takes. You learn what products work well. And by meeting the guests, this is the best way to guarantee those 5-star reviews, especially at the start. I did this for the first, I think, 5 years of my journey, and like just the expertise you gain, the developing the rapport, the knowing what guests need, the knowing what cleaning, you get so good at everything. It's a massive learning curve. But I'd say probably about after 3 months or so, you're gonna have learned how to clean a property. So I then get some cleaners in, outsource the cleaning, and move to self-check-in for the guests. Now what you're gonna do is use the results that you've generated from that first property to get your second. Even if you haven't been going a full year, if you've just been going a quarter or 6 months, those are real numbers that you're gonna be able to show to a new client. It's evidence that you know what you're doing and things are going well. And you can even get a testimonial from that first client to help you secure the next ones. You're giving them a massive discount at the least they could do. I would document everything. I'd be on social media shouting about the returns that I'm delivering for this client. And the word's gonna get out that there's a new kid on the block. Things are gonna start growing very, very quickly. Now, if I was in the UK, I would be very mindful of the VAT threshold. I don't know if that's the same in other countries, but in the UK, the VAT threshold is £90,000. Below that, you don't pay any VAT, but over that, you pay 20%. And that's a right boot in the balls because there's not much in this industry that you can claim the VAT back on. Now, as the word's got out and people have been bringing properties to you, some might have wanted the management model, some might have wanted you to just rent it from them, like rent to SA or Airbnb arbitrage. But it's really important that you keep that income separate because when you rent the property, all of the income counts towards VAT. So you could maybe only get 2 or even 2.5 before you hit that VAT threshold. Whereas when you're co-hosting or managing the property for the property owner, the bulk, the total revenue is theirs and your margin is just the 20 or 10 or whatever percent you're charging. So if I was starting again and we were getting a bog standard 1 or 2 bedroom property that's going to generate about 30k per year and we're charging 20%, that's about £6,000 per year. So if you divide £90,000 by 6,000, you come up with 15. So you've got an absolute maximum of 15 before you're hitting the VAT threshold. Although in reality, it's probably going to be a lot less properties than that because the rate pricing software and you're being so picky at the properties you bring on, they're going to generate far more income. And honestly, within 6 months, you could have 6 or 7 properties this way. Now, the other thing I would do right from day one is prioritize my time. This is a business we're running. This is not a job. It's not all about money. I don't care about this whole hustle culture where you've just got to work 26 hours a day. That's not what life is about. You're building this business so that you can do whatever you want. There's no point having tons of money in the bank if you've no time to spend it. So once I got to about 3 properties, I would start to leverage out the guest communication. I would find a VA on a site like People Per Hour or Upwork, and being forced to document everything so that you can train this VA is going to be really useful for you to systemize and make efficiencies. And it's going to highlight any issues or any gaps in your current ad hoc procedures. Because when you're paying someone per hour, you're going to get damn good at stopping wastage. And by freeing up your time of working in the business with all these manual medial tasks, functional tasks that other people could do, it frees you up to work on the business, to grow it, to strategize, and really to just work on the things that only you can do as the business owner. Now, it's not only about 5-star reviews on Airbnb or 10 out of 10s on booking.com. I'll be pushing Google reviews hard, TripAdvisor reviews hard. I want to be number 1 in my area.
Number one, number one, number one, number one.
I want to get a TripAdvisor Traveler's Choice Award. I want to enter and win industry awards to grow credibility and make it easier for us to bring on clients and to charge even higher rates. I would be single-minded and the goal is to be the best, not the cheapest. So I get especially picky with the properties I bring on. It's better to have 10 amazing properties than 30 average ones. We turn away probably about 99% of the properties that clients bring us. There's no point just taking any old crap. It's not going to work. Guests are going to be unhappy. In 6 months' time, you're going to have an awkward conversation with an unhappy client. It's much better to take on a property that you know is going to absolutely smash it, and then you actually over-deliver what the client was expecting. It's an easier business to run, it's a more profitable business to run, and it's more fun. Now is the time to work smart, not hard. So go for bigger and better properties, meaning you and your clients are earning more money. I'd be learning what exactly it is that clients value, and I'd be building systems around that to address those needs. And I'd make a point of doing things that other companies in the industry either can't do or won't do. We would build a company so damn good that any client would feel like an idiot not giving their property to us. And as I grew, I'd keep leveraging out and replacing tasks that I had to do, and instead spending all my time on the things that I actually want to do. Now, this is not being lazy. This is massively increasing your capacity to grow by multiplying the time that you have available, by outsourcing to other people, the systems, the technology. Now, if I did all that, within a year, I'd have a 6-figure, multi-award winning business that almost runs itself, and I'd have the cash flow to be able to start buying properties for myself. But let's be be clear here. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is not passive income, but the rewards and the life you can build are incredible. Okay, so now we know the fundamentals and the action that we need to take after the course. Now it's time to start researching and planning. Now, it is really important that you watch this section because it's going to have such a big impact on the ability for everything else to work after this. In this section, we're going to find out just how much money you can actually make from Airbnb. Because remember, not every property and not every area is going to work. Now, we all like talking about the nightly rates, but what costs are involved in running an Airbnb? Let's find out. I'm going to show you some real numbers from one of my properties, and I'm going to show you some tips and tricks to maximize that bottom line. Okay, so first up, initial investment, getting started and getting a property. Now, surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
This stuff changes from city to city and property to property. I can talk you through some Belfast numbers and you can substitute mine with ones that are more relevant to where you are. Now, because there are just so many different sizes of property and types of property, we're gonna have to streamline this and talk about one type. So going forward in this video, I'm gonna be talking about a 2-bedroom apartment. But even then, as I say, the price of these things is gonna change, even in my city of Belfast, depending on the location. And why is that? Well, it's because you can get better ones or worse ones. Apartments in better locations or bad locations. Now, for the purpose of Airbnb, you're going to need to get the best apartment in the best location. And that comes at a price. In Belfast, you can be talking about anything from 150k up to 200k. Where you are, that might be more or less. But the key here is to really think about the quality, the size, and most importantly, the location of the apartment. This is an investment that you're putting money into because you know it's going to return in nightly rates and demand for the property. There's no point getting a tiny 2-bedroom apartment in the shitty area of town because no one's going to want to book it. But likewise, there's no point in getting a really amazing apartment in the suburbs where all the rich people live, but it's actually tucked away from the city centre. That's not going to work either. Buying a property is obviously going to be the most expensive. You're going to have a deposit down there. You're going to have to pay for legal fees, maybe stamp duty, whatever it is in your area or your country. There are other ways to secure properties to use as Airbnb. One way is that you can rent someone else's. Now, this is a much cheaper way because you obviously don't need the deposit or to buy it outright, but you are going to have fixed liability of that rent to the owner every month, even before you've got started. And that's going to be much higher than a mortgage cost if you were to just buy it. Third way to secure a property, which is basically free, is you can take on the management of someone else's. So that's slightly different in that you're not paying a guaranteed rent, but you're promising that owner that you're going to only take a commission of the income once you've got it all set up and running. You can read more about these in my book, Short-Term Rental Revolution. I don't really want to go too much into this now, but you know you need a property. I don't know how much it costs in your city. Just get the best one you can. But the next thing that you definitely need to do, no matter how you get that property, is kit it out. You're going to need to fully furnish and decorate that property to make it Airbnb ready. And that costs money. This is not getting it set up for tenants which are willing to accept a lower standard of accommodation. These are paying guests expecting a lot if you're going to be wanting to charge high nightly rates. And you need to have absolutely everything in there so when they arrive, they can just live in this property as if it's their house. And this is also going to be the case if you're renting a property from that other person. They are probably going to have it set up to a fine, average 5 or 6 out of 10 standard. You're going to have to spend some money, and that's going to be your money spent on someone else's property that if and when you leave, that stays in there. So you're talking flooring, painting, curtains, dishwasher, sofas, beds, towels, knives, forks, coffee machine, Netflix, broadband, absolutely everything in that property. You're probably going to inherit either when you've bought it or when you're taking on a rent of an empty shell, and you have to put absolutely everything in there. And again, I don't mean this to be a running theme, but it's going to depend on how much you put into it. If you go really cheap and nasty, you can probably do it for maybe 5 or 10 grand. But what's going to happen then is that it's going to look cheap and nasty in your photos. You're going to get cheap and nasty guests, and it's not going to be a very good business to run. Likewise, you can go to the other end of the spectrum and put only the finest antiques in that property. That's not going to work either because it's going to leave you really out of pocket. Guests are going to come, stuff's going to get broken, it's going to be a nightmare to replace. Don't do that either. Go for middle ground, higher end, not luxury, but higher end stuff that's durable but also replaceable. Now, I think you could probably get an entire apartment done, including all furniture, all fixtures and fittings, all cutlery, absolutely everything in there, for between 20 and 30k. I know that's a range, but you can get a plate that costs 50p or you can get a plate that costs £5. just depends on what you buy. Now, once you've invested in the property and you've invested in all the furniture and the paint and everything to do it up all nice, the next biggest and probably cheapest investment that you can do is invest in high quality professional photos. This is probably going to cost between 100, maybe 200 at the most pounds, but it is one of the best investments that you'll ever make in this property. This is how you're going to show off the property and get bookings in. These people who are going to spend serious money in there, you need to have good photos to convince them to come and stay in your place. In terms of other setup fees, there aren't really that many there. The booking sites let you list on their sites for free. In terms of your own website, yes, that will be great to have, but if we're talking about just getting started, that's something we can talk about down the line. But if you want to go down a little rabbit hole, click this video and see the top ways that you can turbocharge this business. We're going to talk about a few of them later, but this is like the higher end stuff. Okay, so next up, we're talking nightly rates, monthly revenue, and how much money you're going to make. So for this, you're going to want to use a website like Airbnb. Now, this is a platform that you do pay for, but it's a really worthwhile investment because it gives you really good information about your area, your street, what the average occupancy is, what average nightly rates you can expect to charge. It really is worth investing in this. And again, I can't tell you how much your property is going to make in whatever city you're in. So, I mean, here are some examples. I can show you Belfast, I can show you Glasgow, I can show you Manchester, but it really is important to drill down, to do that research, because I talked about that location, and check this out. This is Belfast city centre in terms of occupancy and average daily rate and annual revenue, and this is Greater Belfast. Look at the difference there. And this works just the same in Glasgow city centre to Greater Glasgow, and again in Manchester city centre to Greater Manchester. Think of your town or city like a heat map. Wherever the word is on Google, that is where people want to stay, right in the middle of your word, of whatever your city's called. That's where the hottest rates are going to be. And the further out you get from those, the cooler those rates are going to get. Airbnb is also really good at showing you how seasonal a destination is. I'm talking about cities here, Glasgow, Belfast, Manchester. You might live or have a property or want to set up a property in a rural location or a seaside location. I know cities, and cities are seasonal, and I'm sure this area is going to be seasonal too. So do your research, delve in there, see what it looks like. It could be the case that demand is so high in the summer and so low in the winter that it actually evens itself out to be the same as Belfast, which goes slightly up in the summer and slightly down in the winter. But do your research, because every place is different. And you're going to have peak times as well. Is there a big carnival that happens every year? Do you have huge conference venues in your area as well? There's going to be things that are going to spike demand that you need to be prepared for and to be aware for as well, because these are good things. And another benefit of using Airbnb is you can toggle through and tick or untick what type of property it is. And so therefore it's going to show you the difference between a house and an apartment, between a studio and a house. All these different things, you can go deep in there and find out just exactly the property you have in mind, how much it's going to earn. And there are other ways of researching this as well. If you want to see a freeway video that I did a long time ago, you can click this video here. But in terms of real numbers from one of my properties, check this out. So this is a breakdown of one of my apartments. This is actually a couple of years old because I haven't been bothered to do it for last year. But this is 2022, and you can see here that the total income over the year was just shy of 50 grand. And you can see that seasonality that I was talking about. Really quiet in the winter months, get a little bump around Halloween, but super busy in the summer and up to Christmas. Now we're going to keep coming back to that spreadsheet because those are real numbers, and I think it's valuable for you to see a real life example of a real property that's doing pretty well. And to give you an idea, I bought that property back in 2015 for £110,000. Now I think it's probably worth about 170. I spent 20 grand at the time doing it up. It used to look like this. It now looks like this. And it's a pretty kick-ass apartment. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a sofa bed, secure underground car parking. Look at where it is on the map. Killer location. So this is how I'm able to do these numbers. Okay, so now we're on to operating expenses. So you've bought the property, you're making killer money. How much does it actually cost you to run it? So the big operating expenses, whenever you're on Airbnb or Booking.com, are commissions to those OTAs, which are absolute scandalous, and also cleaning fees. So the booking sites work hard to get you bookings in, and for that they charge quite a lot as well. Booking.com is 15%. Airbnb, if you set up as a
professional host,
is 15% as well. But if you're not using a channel manager, it's it's only 3% to you. So cleaning fees and maintenance costs. So to clean my apartment that I've shown you the numbers for, you can see here that it costs £30 to clean. Now that's not for linen, that's for taking 2.5 to 3 hours in the property scrubbing. Now you might think 3 hours is a lot to clean a 2-bedroom apartment, but you've got to make this place absolutely spotless, because if a guest comes and finds one short and curly
little black curly hair
or a bit of dust anywhere, that's a negative review. And you'll see from that spreadsheet that the overall cleaning cost per month varies depending on how many bookings you've got, of course. So in February with 10 cleans, it cost me 300 quid, but in November I only had 3, so it cost me 120 quid. And this is what I keep coming back to. The costs are going to depend on how it's run. Now, if you're a clever clogs, I'm sure you've worked out that it's probably a good idea to not take shorter stays and to encourage longer stays. And then when we're talking maintenance as well, it goes back to what I said. If you're putting in super fancy glasses, then whenever one of them gets broken, I say whenever, not if, they will be broken at some stage. It's going to be really expensive. You have to keep maintaining that stock of expensive glasses. Over the year of 2022, this property incurred just over 1,400 quid of repairs. Now, I can't remember exactly what all of those were, but it's things like touch up of paint, replacing glasses, the odd time we needed to get a new mattress, there's plumbers in there. There's just stuff goes wrong in these properties that needs fixed. And the easier and cheaper it is to fix, the better. Next up, utilities. Now, as an Airbnb host, you're going to have to pay for all the broadband, all the gas, all the electricity, and that can be a tough one to take, because if it's anything like in Belfast, we get guests that come from hot countries. Belfast, I don't know if you know, is not a hot country, and what they need to do then is turn the heating up full whack. When it ultimately gets too warm, they do not turn the heating down, they open windows. When guests leave, they don't care about turning lights off, so electricity bills go up. So there are ways that you can try and put a cap on things, try and restrict how much energy a guest uses, but again, if you put restrictions on things, guests are going to get frustrated. Next up is linen. Now, if you're starting out, you might be wanting to just buy maybe 3 sets of linen, have one on the beds, one in the cupboard, and one being cleaned at the same time. There's obviously an outlay for that, but it's pretty cheap to get all that stuff. And you've got a constant cycle of linen being stored on the beds and being cleaned. But you're going to need to keep track of that and make sure none gets lost, none gets ripped, none gets super threadbare from 1,000 washes, and then replace it when it's needed. There's also the cost of having it laundered or dry cleaned every time, maybe ironed as well, and someone's going to have to drop that off to the laundrette. Once you get to a certain size, like us, we actually hire our linen from providers that provide linen to the hotels and stuff like that. And for a 2-bedroom apartment, so we're talking 2 king-size beds, 1 single bed, a sofa bed, towels for everyone, bath mats, it comes in around 25 quid. Now that's per changeover, but what you're getting for that is white starched linen. It looks hotel quality. They do the quality control to dump it whenever it's getting too threadbare. We don't need to worry about replacing it. We don't need to worry about washing it. They come pick it up and deliver as new stuff. But that might be a bit down the line and something to just consider for later. Next, we're on the toiletries. Now, if you're providing these for guests, it is going to add up. So the most expensive thing you can do is buy lots of the little bottles or sachets. The cheaper option that you can do is go to a wholesaler and buy stuff that has like a pump on the wall, so you can just top that up at the end of every stay. Welcome pack items, again, it depends on what you're trying to leave for these guests. As a basic, you're going to have to leave tea, coffee, and some milk. And then it's how high end do you want to leave the rest of your stuff. Personally, for us, we find one of the best ways to get 5-star reviews is to leave free booze. Booze follows reviews. Reviews follow booze. And of course, another thing you're really going to need to pin down is where does the cheapest toilet roll, but not just the cheapest, where does the best toilet roll, the best value toilet roll in your area. And be prepared to leave some for the guests and lock the rest away, because then
those guests are going to steal it.
Now, you see in my spreadsheet, there is a blank cell there for property management fees. Now, we are the property management, or my company is, Centre Belfast Apartments. But if you're starting an Airbnb and you don't want to do all the work yourself, you can't outsource a lot of this work to someone else. They're going to have a fee depending on how much work they're doing and how good they are. So look out for co-hosts and other property management companies in your area. So you'll see with an income of just under 50k, when you take away all those expenses that have been added up over the year, these are real numbers from my real property, the net income is just over £36,000. So you're going to need to take off your mortgage, your utilities, and then your tax that you're going to pay. But you can see that this is far better than I would have ever achieved from a rental property on this. This property on the rental market in Belfast would have achieved about £1,200 a month, bringing in a grand total before expenses of £1,400 and £400. So it's 50% less than the income that I got after all operating expenses using it as Airbnb. But I have to stress here, this is not a like for like. First of all, In a standard tenancy, there's not much work. On Airbnb, there is quite a lot of work. Second of all, there was an extensive amount of investment put into this property to make sure that it could earn that amount. Thirdly, it's in an unbelievable location in Belfast. If this property was done on the cheap, didn't have the amenities that this one does, and was in a poor location, it would not have earned that income. It's so important that you really focus and remember that if you're buying your own property. All right, next up, some tips to absolutely maximize the income that you're gonna make from it. The first thing is having effective pricing strategies and rate pricing software. This is gonna ensure that your property is priced as high as it can to generate the highest earning revenue. Now thinking back, I don't even think I was using rate pricing software back in 2022. The income from that property today will be much higher than it was back then. These algorithms do this magic. They scrape the data from the market, they know where the demand is, and they adjust those rates far quicker and far better than any human can. Number two, like I'm always saying, this is a hospitality business. If you want to earn the highest rates, you got to be delivering the best customer service so you can get the best reviews. Say it with me, revenue follows reviews. Next up is effective marketing and leveraging social media. So you saw the commissions that were payable to Booking.com, Expedia, all the other booking sites. They're not cheap. Yes, they work hard for it. 15%, really? 15%? The best thing you can do is if you're running an Airbnb is to try and focus on getting direct bookings. That way you cut out those booking sites altogether. It's more control and it's more money in your pocket. And last up, we touched on it earlier, do not take one night stays. You saw the changeover costs for cleaning and linen. If you have 7 of them in 1 week, that's crazy expensive compared to if you had 1 7-night stay. Now I'm gonna show you exactly how to research a street or an area so that you can be completely confident that you're gonna be making all that money before you even start. And this next video is really important, even if you already have a property or if you're still looking to acquire one. It's gonna arm you with knowledge and clarity, and with that comes confidence and action. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to research your area to see if it's gonna work for Airbnb, and I'm going to use a platform called Airbnb, which is by far the best thing you can do.
It's true.
So the first place we're going to look at is sent in by Jasmine Dare, and it's Upper Bugle Street, Southampton in the UK. Okay, so we're going to just dive straight into Southampton, and then we'll be able to narrow it down based on the submarkets. So quite a lot of Airbnbs in Southampton already. This is what Airbnb looks like whenever you start to dive into a specific location. It gives you submarket score. So this one is 55. It is out of 100, and that's based off rental demand, revenue growth, seasonality, and regulation. Straight away, we can see here the average annual revenue is about £18,000. An occupancy rate of 57%. These aren't great numbers so far. Average daily rate of £106. Again, not amazing, but let's see what we've got here. I can see, let me just find out, where is Upper Bugle Street? This is it. This is now showing us a breakdown of the sub-market performance. Now this is showing all of Southampton. There's 934 active listings in this place. Vast majority are on Airbnb, a lot are on both, Verbo as well. It doesn't show data from Booking.com or Expedia. And we can look at the breakdown of the types of properties that are available in Southampton. Now as I say, I haven't looked at any of this before. This is brand new information to me, so I'm going to be reacting to this in real time. But straight away, 55% of all properties in Southampton are 1 bedroom. Like that stands out to me. Why is that the case? And what then stands out to me straight away is interesting is almost a third of 2 bedroom, but only less than 10% are 3 bedroom. That to me screams like an opportunity, that if you can bring a 3 bedroom property to the market in Southampton, that you're going to have far fewer competition. We can see the growth in the last 3 years, so it went pretty high, and then all of a sudden something happened at the end of the summer or the middle of the summer in 2022, again grown again, and then dipped down again. Maybe this is like student accommodation that's coming online for Airbnbs or whatever, and then it goes back offline and goes back to student accommodation. Vast majority, almost 2/3, over 2/3 is the entire place. Some people are doing private rooms, and we can see different types of cancellation policies that people offer here. I'm not thrilled by this occupancy rate of 57%. The length of stay average, 3 days, is great, and the booking lead time, 41 days. So that's how far in advance that people book before they come and stay. And this is actually really interesting because it shows, yes, there is a bit of seasonality, but it's quite flat. I think we'll look in some other places. Certainly I know in Belfast that demand peaks in the summer and dips very quite low in the winter. There's a bit of this here, but you know, in the lowest portion, it's down to 44% occupancy in January, and at the height in August, it's up to 69.7. So sort of of level, which is actually a really good sign for this area. This shows the breakdown of how many different property sizes are available throughout the year, the demand that's changed over time, and this shows the revenue and the breakdown of it. So the average revenue is almost 18k, which, as I say, is disappointing for somewhere. It may be because the vast majority of places in Southampton that we've seen are one bedrooms, and that's why it's lower. A house is on average even less, 16.5k, whereas an apartment is almost the 19k there. So it's the houses that are actually dragging this down. And then the revenue breakdown over the year. So in the quietest months, 1k, not anything exciting whatsoever. Whereas in the peak, 1.9, again, still not fantastic, not setting the world on fire. This is interesting now. Look at this. This is the breakdown against the type of property, how many rooms it offers. So we know that the most populated type of property is a one bedroom, then two. But if we take the twos and we compare the smallest place to the biggest place, look at the difference in the revenue that can be got. The one bed all the way through is at 1, 1.3, 1.2 the whole way through. But if you have a 6 bed plus, which I know you're not going to have, you could be charging up to 10k in 1 month in in June. Like, insane numbers. Now, that's obviously unrealistic, but if we were to compare that with a 3 bedroom property, which is potentially more realistic, there are more of them, nowhere near as many as the 1 beds, and probably more than there are 6 beds. It's something that you could aspire to get. Look at the difference, the gulf in the revenue from these two types of properties. Even if we take that off and go from 1 to a 2, look at the difference there. Now, if we go from a 2 to a 3, you can see why I'm always saying the bigger the property, the better. The more people that you can squeeze in, the higher the returns you're going to get. Yes, these properties are going to cost more, but the return on that investment is going to be huge. Now, I want to actually look at some properties. So this, I believe, is Upper Bugle Street. Now let's look at some of the properties that are around here. So we can see here, Stazo Castle Point. Let's just open this up a bit. So this is probably Upper Bugle Street, somewhere around here. Let's look and see what sort of revenues can be achieved. So the beauty of AirDNA is it shows you the actual real listings on Airbnb. It shows you their revenue, their occupancy, their average daily rate. You know, it's really good of spying almost on competition, on places that are already operating, so you can see what's possible for your place before you even buy it or bring it to the market. Now, at 31% occupancy and 53% occupancy, I would not be thrilled with these numbers. 10 reviews, average score 4.2. This one has 17, average score 4.4. They look like they're relatively new to the market. Maybe have only just come on in this last year. They still have available of 167 days. It does seem like this place is relatively new, and that's why they have lower occupancy and lower nightly rates and lower revenue in total. And this is a 2 bedroom property, which is done significantly more than the 1 bedroom, as you would expect, because there's so many other 1 bedroom properties out there. But this one is going to struggle to get ahead of those. Now, it does look nice, but as soon as you start sleeping 6 people in a 2 bedroom property, you're automatically head and shoulders above all those other 1 beds that are in the area. Again, this is a place that 100% occupancy, but £984, average daily rate of £89 for a 2 bedroom property. Not a good sign. So I'm yet to see anything that's really blowing my socks off here. These are generally 1 bedroom properties. They generally have low occupancy, low revenues. I'm not sure, like, this looks like a new property, 7 reviews, 4.4. I'm not sure what the competition is like in these places, what the rent is like in these places. Are these places going to actually be doing better for Airbnb compared to long-term rents or the student accommodation? I don't know. I don't know enough about Southampton to know. This place is interesting. So a 4 bedroom property, 108 reviews, 5 stars, 70k, 85% occupancy, average daily rate of 227. Now we're talking 3 bedroom property, 62k revenue, another 4 bedroom, 13. This looks like it's brand new because there's no reviews, but you can see straight away these bigger places attract bigger groups and can charge much higher nightly rates. Don't know what it is about Southampton. There seems to be, according to the data, tons of 1 bedroom properties. If you are looking to set up in this city, in this street, don't get a 1 bed. Go for as big as you can get. Okay, now we're finished in Upper Bugle Street. Next we go from Let's Adventure Together to La Preneuse in Black River, Mauritius. Yeah, I think it's this one. Oh wow. So in this one we've got a market score of 84 out of 100. So straight away this is looking great. Average revenue €19,000, occupancy rate 59%, average daily rate €125. Not amazing. Now, I've never been to Mauritius, but I've heard it's beautiful. I would have expected that the nightly rates would have been higher, that the annual revenues would have been higher, but let's delve into the data and we'll have a look and see what's under the hood. So 1,490 active listings, so there is a lot of competition here, as you may expect. If we look here, the size of the properties are much more spread compared to Southampton. Roughly exactly a quarter are 1 bedroom, slightly over a quarter are 2 bedroom, and then we get up into the 35%. That's really interesting. The most common property size is 3 bedroom. That's strange. I wouldn't have expected that anywhere really, and I wonder why that is. The growth has been pretty steady, a few bumps along the road, and the vast majority, 92%, is the entire place. Not many people are renting out their room in Mauritius. Big property managers here: luxury villas, location, Villa Maurice, 26 listings, 20. So there are pretty big established players in this area. My average length of stay is 5 days. That's a solid chunky length of stay. Obviously people are coming here for a prolonged period of time. It's not just like a weekend destination or somewhere people are just flying in and out of, which is good because longer stays means lower changeover costs, and a booking lead time of 57 days, almost 2 months, which is great. It means you've got a big run up calendar that's hopefully got bookings in it way into the future. Occupancy rate of 59%. It is disappointing. I always think an optimal occupancy rate is around 85%, and you want to adjust your rates up and down to try and keep that stable at 85%. Again, interestingly, it's not massively seasonal. It does dip. Interestingly, June, summer, is the lowest occupancy, 45%, and November is the highest at 75.6%. Now, I don't actually know where Mauritius is, but maybe it gets just too hot in the summer and it's not good to go to, or maybe it's on the southern hemisphere and it's actually summer and winter. I don't know. Now, I want to delve down to see the revenue per bedroom over the last 12 months. So the biggest, most common one was 3 bedrooms, and these two were very small. Hardly anyone was doing these. I think a quarter and a quarter. Once you get up into this, interestingly, this 6 bedroom actually doesn't do very well at all. So the demand is not really there for 6+ bedrooms. We'll take that one out. 5 bedrooms seems to be the massive one of where you can charge the absolute highest. There's a marginal increase from a 4 bedroom to a 3, but in the 1 and 2 there really isn't that much, and actually they're very low. I would just cut those out straight away and not even look at them and go as a minimum from a 3 bedroom. But if you can get a 4 bedroom, even better. That is where the real money is. I don't know how many of these 5 bedrooms exist, but they can charge almost whatever they want. Like in the highest nightly rate, or the highest revenue for a 5 bedroom is over 7,000 euros in 1 month. And this is the average daily rate per bedroom type. So again, the 1 bedrooms, we can cut across here. So in the busiest time, which is December, the 6 bedroom is charging over 360 euros per night. The 5 bedroom is 630 euros per night. The 1 bedroom is a measly 69 euros a night. Not really worth it at all. Now, I want to get in and have a look. La Prunus. Oh, here it is. I can see it. So here is La Prunus. I hope I'm saying that right. Now, I don't know if it's just this area or this entire area, but we're going to look at some that are closest to the word. This place looks relatively new. 7 reviews, 4.8. It's a 1 bedroom, sleeps 2. It's ticking along. It looks like it's got sea views, but it's nothing that's gonna set the world on fire. Now we're talking a 6 bedroom manor villa. Again, looks brand new because there's no reviews. Only 23% occupant. It's fine, it's just getting started. I would discount this as well. All these algorithms, they all go a bit weird and a bit unreliable whenever a place is just new. But to sleep 12 people in a 6 bedroom villa, this place is gonna be going places. Again, this place looks great. So 3 bedroom, sleep 6 people. It's relatively established, 12 reviews, 5 stars, average daily rate 583 euros. That is doing well. 54% occupancy. Let's dive into it a bit more. It looks great. So on AirDNA, you can go right into the calendar, see the bookings, see when is available. This place looks good. So I hope if you are Let's Adventure Together that you are able to get a place that looks as good as that in that area. Next up, we have L. Davidson, who is saying Toledo, Ohio. So we're in the Ohio area. It's not recognizing Toledo straight away. I'm going to go into the submarkets and see if I can find it. Again, I do not know this area. This is the first time I've looked at it. There are some absolute killer listings here, or submarkets. 99, 100, Springfield, Ohio, but we're looking for Toledo. There it is. So 87, submarket score of 87, high investability in here. This looks nice. Average revenue $18,000, occupancy rate 50%. Again, it's not great. This is a very wide area. It's going to cover a lot of properties and it lumps them all in to get these averages. So all is not lost. This shows me that there is massive potential here. Average daily rate $131. Now let's delve into it a bit more. Again, 40% 1 bedroom properties. The next, nearly 30% 2 bedroom properties. 3 bedroom properties, only 21%. But look, this looks like it's got real potential. There's only 65 properties in this entire area that are 4 bedroom or more. And let's delve in, we'll look at the data and we'll see potentially is that going to have the highest nightly rates. Average length of stay 3 days, not great. Booking lead time 36 days, which is good. The demand over time, so no demand almost at all in January and huge demand up in the summer. So looks like this is a very sort of seasonal place. And yeah, you can really see that huge changes throughout the year. Now, let's see how the revenue differs per amount of bedrooms in the property. Now, these are quite tight, these numbers. The one bedroom is very flat along the bottom there, as you would expect. But once you get up into the bigger ones, there's not a huge amount of difference. Certainly in January, in that quieter month, it looks like everyone's struggling. The big gains are made once you come into March, and there's 2 Marches for some reason, and into April and into those summer months. The 6-bedroom property, you can see, really stands out. It starts kicking on from February onwards. It is making serious moves, and in June is doing over $5,000 in 1 month, compared to the 1-bedroom, which is just over $1,000 a month. You can see here that the vast majority of the revenue of the type of property is a house. I don't know why that is. Again, I don't know Toledo, but maybe there are just lots of houses here that lend themselves to doing Airbnb. Tiny amounts of apartments, almost no B&Bs, and almost nothing unique there. Could be an opportunity if you're bringing something like a treehouse or something to the market to stand out, because there's not much competition in that category type. And again, you can see the split of the average daily rate over the year. Not too bad around the autumn time, or fall as you're going to call it in America, but it absolutely nosedives in winter. In January and February, no one is coming to Toledo, Ohio. In fairness, this is just for 3 months, and then it's a massive pickup again back in April in spring, and remains pretty steady the whole way through the summer. Average daily rate by bedroom. So again, real chunky differences here for the 6-bedroom property. I would imagine that because there are so few of those, the results that it's given AirDNA is massively just jumping about their graph here. That does not seem like there are enough data points in there to have a nice, smooth, reliable line. It certainly seems like the most consistent is the 5-bedroom. You can see that it's consistently flat, straight, reliable, and higher than almost every other property type. It's even higher than the 6-bedroom. This breaks it down into price tiers, so budget, economy, mid-scale, upscale, and luxury. Luxury is smashing it and having the highest nightly rates, but I always say, if you're saying that a place is luxury, it absolutely has to be luxury. I think it's almost better to go for this upscale, which you still get the much higher nightly rates, but you don't get the most demanding guest that you're going to experience in this business. Now, let's just look into some of these, because I really want to see what a property looks like in Toledo, Ohio, and I would especially like to see some of these 4-bedroom houses. Now, as I always say, if you're trying to get a place in an area, try and get it as close to where the word is on Google Maps as possible. So here we can see Toledo. Let's see what is near here and how they are doing, and hopefully they are doing the best. Not a good start, although it's brand new. 1 review, 5 out of 5, 3K list revenue. This one looks new as well. There are a lot of brand new listings in here. So these are showing in downtown Toledo. These aren't amazing numbers, to be honest. This is a 1-bedroom, this is a 0-bedroom, but these numbers aren't massive. They're not blowing my socks off. Again, a 1-bedroom, relatively established, 12K revenue, not amazing. This is a 3-bedroom house. This place has been going for a long time, 429 reviews. It's only charging $89 a night though. And this looks like an amazing location, right on a river, beside a park. I'm struggling to see why this place isn't doing better, or certainly higher nightly rates and higher revenue. It certainly seems like if you've got a 1-bedroom property, even if it's in downtown, even if it's on a great location looking over a river, it's not going to pull in the numbers that the 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, and 6-bedroom properties, maybe slightly out of town, are going to achieve. Yeah, I'm struggling to find anywhere that's surprising me in downtown Toledo. I'm disappointed with that, but there we go. It is what it is. And last up, we go to Dalen the Angry Sauerkraut, to Pinneberg, Schleswig Holstein in Germany. I hope I pronounced that right. Okay, so for the last of our locations, we're in Kreis Pinneberg, I'm hoping that is, in Germany, near Hamburg. We've got a score of 73, average revenue of $25,000. Why is that showing in dollars and not euros? Occupancy rate of 61%, average daily rate of $148. This looks good, this looks fine. This looks like a very sort of rural part of Germany. We can see, again, almost 2/3 of all properties on Airbnb are 1-bedroom. Only 10% are 3-bedroom, and even less are 4 or 5. Only 393 listings, which is very small. It must be a small area in a part of Germany. And again, it's a relatively short length of stay. So 3 days, goes up to 4 days in February for some reason. Booking lead time 72 days. That's insane. Like, people are really planning ahead here to go visit this place. Now, this is interesting. Again, very flat occupancy throughout the year. Dips down in January. Must get cold in Germany, but very, very flat the rest of the year, which is interesting. Average length of stay, it's the highest in February, which actually is probably one of the lowest occupancy months. And then coming into spring, that dips down. Now these aren't massive changes, it dips down to like 3.2 compared to 3.8. Not a huge difference there. And again, we can see the 6-bedroom properties. This is a very chunky and all over the place line. So I would say because there are so few of those, we can almost discount them because they're not showing true figures that can be compared against the others because there's so many more of the others. And even this 5-bedroom, it's very chunky, I would say, because there's so few data points there. It's not really that reliable to be looking at. So then we get down to the 1, 2, 3s and 4s, and then there is quite big differences, namely between the 4, which you can see really jumps up, starts making moves in March and really stays strong through spring and into the summer, compared to the 1-bedroom, who does move up gradually but is much more shallow increase. And then again, we can see the average daily rates compared from all these different property types or property sizes. So when is the busiest time? So it seems like December is quite a busy time. The 6-bed is doing $600 per night, whereas the 1-bed is just over $100 per night. Massive differences there. And now let's spend a bit of time having a wee look here at the properties in this area to see. So this is Pinneberg, and let's just see what properties are available, what they look like. So again, I'm looking through these and I can see that so many of these are like relatively new. This one's only got 9 reviews. It's hard to get reliable data from this to show what's possible. This one only has 4 reviews and $2.6 thousand of revenue. Again, not reliable. 17 reviews, a bit more reliable. 2 bedrooms, 7K, 20% occupancy. It's not filling me with confidence. I want to see somewhere that has been operating for months or years, that has like at least over 50 reviews. This one only has 2. It's hard to get a proper idea of what's possible in an area when you're looking at places that are still new to the market, because they aren't. This is brand new. It doesn't even have any bookings, like no revenue. So this is the only place that I can find that's been operating the longest. It's got 30 reviews, all 5 stars. It's doing well. It's only a 1-bedroom property that sleeps 3 people. Its occupancy rate is 76%. It's not amazing. The daily rate is $107. It's not amazing. The average revenue over the year is 10.7. It's not amazing. But this seems like an area where there are just not enough data points for me to reliably say whether a place works or not. And like, I've looked in so many of these and I just can't find anything that is showing me an established property that has been going for a long time that I can look at and say, I've got confidence in this market, which is difficult, but that's why we use this thing. Now, if I was using AirDNA to research my area before I got started, I've done a quick run through of all of these areas. I will be going deep in, spending a lot of time looking at exactly what size of property works the best, when is the peak times and low times, if there are any, and what my average nightly rates can be. There is a cost for this service, but it is an investment because the data that it provides, I hope I've been able to show you, is invaluable. There is no way you would be able to find all this information out if you were just snooping around in Airbnb yourself. You would be able to see those listings, but you wouldn't be able to see how booked they were and what nightly rates that they were actually achieving and what revenue they've already got. So if you're at the start of your journey, use AirDNA. So once you've done your research and you've made the leap, now it's time to get that property ready. But it's not just about getting the property ready for guests, it's about getting your own mindset ready for this as well. You're opening up a hospitality business and these guests are real people. Watch this video because the reputation of the entire Airbnb industry is now in your hands. In this video, we're going to talk about things like this.
Okay, the key to the place is in a lockbox that's virtually impossible to reach. Are you ready for the instructions?
Okay.
Things like this.
Do not pull, open, or push to close. Please do not clean marble countertops or appliances with any abrasives. Please only use soap and water spray bottle provided below sink.
And things like this.
On her extra rules, it was $50 a minute for late checkout.
That's right, I'm going to be talking about 11 things that Airbnb guests absolutely hate. And I do too, and so does he. Now I promise this video is for guests and hosts. We're going to build some bridges and empathize with each other. It's going to be beautiful.
Wow.
Now if you're watching this and you're a guest user of Airbnb and you've experienced any of these things, well then first of all, please accept my apology on behalf of the entire industry. Secondly, hold my beer because I'm on a mission to stop all of this bad practice. Now let's get into it. The first thing I need to say is the vast majority of us hosts are doing our best to run a business the right way to deliver a good service to the guests. But often, because of multiple reasons, we end up making poor choices that lead us down an avenue where we get into trouble with guests. The trouble with these guests is not only do they let you know in reviews, but with social media, you just can't get away with these things for long. So kicking off with complaint number 1, and it's a convoluted, really difficult, confusing check-in process. Now who recognizes like this? this.
When you approach the building, there'll be a hedge to your right.
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to climb over the hedge and then scale the wall.
Scale the wall?
Now, if you're a guest, I can imagine that you are tearing your hair out trying to follow this treasure map about where your key is. As I say, there is a reason why us hosts have to do this. So often if your apartment that you're coming to stay in is in an apartment building, hosts aren't able to just go and attach key safes to the main building. They own the apartment, but they don't have any right to start drilling holes outside of the property. So they've got to get creative and think of places to put it that you'll be able to find it, but that the building isn't gonna come and shout at them for. And if it's a house you're coming to, having a key safe right near the front door in full view of anyone isn't very secure. You know, this is the host's property. Anyone could come along, smash that key safe with a hammer and gain access to the property. So it does have to sort of be hidden a bit. Yes, I get that it's super frustrating. So for hosts, here's the solution. Instead of speaking to someone on the phone and giving them all these directions, which are gonna be easily misinterpreted, or if people don't understand the language, it's gonna be real trouble. We're sending a massive long email of all the instructions. Just do this. Take a short video, show exactly where the key safe is from the entrance, show exactly how to open the key safe, because that's another thing that whilst we think we're so straightforward that we can open our key safe, there's so many different key safes out there. Guests get confused. Show them how to open it. Job done. Number 2, this.
A huge information guide on what to do. Next is the amount of information that's given just every moment after that. In every way possible. In every part of the room.
There must be nothing more peculiar for a guest to walk into a property and just see signs everywhere. Now guests, if you're wondering why hosts do this, let me tell you why. This might be the first time you're visiting this property, but this host has had probably dozens or hundreds of previous guests staying there before you. And you know what? They've got fed up answering the same question about this thing, and this thing.
How do you work the oven? What's the Wi-Fi code? How do you turn your shower on? How do you adjust the heating? How do you lock the door?
As hosts, these do great on us. We think again that they're straightforward, but we acknowledge and realize that you as guests coming to stay in this property in a different country potentially don't know how everything works. So we're just trying to help you out. We're trying to show you how it works because we know that if we don't, you're gonna come and ask us a million questions. Yes, this is our business, but we've got other stuff going on. If you contact us while we're trying to put our kids to bed or cook dinner or we're out with our wife or husband, we might not be able to get back to you straight away, and that's going to annoy you. So the signs are just trying to clear everything up so everything's straightforward. But host, let me fire this back to you now. Stop putting really confusing stuff in your properties. If you're buying a microwave, make it the most simple, straightforward microwave ever. Just one dial to turn on and off. Yes, a very fancy coffee machine is going to deliver amazing coffee, but it's going to be too complicated for guests to figure it out. Just keep things simple. And regarding signs on don't use this or be careful with this, stop putting antique or very expensive stuff in your properties. Furniture should be durable and also replaceable. Now for the signs, here's the solution. Have one guest book with everything in it. And a pro tip for something that's really hard to describe in words, get a QR code that when someone scans it, it links to a video showing them how to use the thing. We're visual creatures and watching someone do it is going to be much more easy to follow than a big long list of instructions. Number 3 has 2 parts to it. The first part, cleaning fees. The second part, which makes it even worse, is also then asking the guest to clean the property before they leave. I think this is one thing that pisses guests off more than anything. You're being charged a cleaning fee, sometimes very high, but then the host is also asking you to clean the property. That doesn't really make sense to guests, and I get it. So either charge the cleaning fee and don't ask them to do anything, or just include the cleaning fee in the nightly rate, then ask them to tidy up after themselves. But even then, you've got to be reasonable here. You're not asking for a full clean. Load the dishwasher and maybe take out your rubbish. And guess this is why it's reasonable. Whenever the cleaners arrive to clean after you've stayed, if they have to put the dishwasher on, that's going to take a long time. Or if you can just put the stuff on and turn it on before you leave, by the time the clean's finished, they'll just be able to empty the dishwasher and everything will be fine. And for hosts, you've got to really think about these cleaning fees. Like, we are like a small hotel, and can you imagine checking out at a hotel and being charged a cleaning fee and also being asked to clean the hotel room before you left? You just wouldn't stand for it. And the last point that bugs me whenever I'm trying to book an Airbnb to stay in is that it's just another added cost. When you do a search, I like to see the full price of what I'm going to be paying. I don't want to see lots of little add-ons. It's like a budget airline. You pay for your seat, then you got to pay for your luggage, then you got to pay for check-in, all this. It's a horrible part of our society these days. All right, number 4, having crazy, unreasonable rules or restrictions for guests while they're staying in the property. Now guests, you might be thinking, how dare you say all this stuff? I'm not allowed anyone here. I'm not allowed to wear shoes. I'm not allowed all this stuff. This is so oppressive. But guess what? There's a reason why. Because us hosts have to cater for the 1%, well maybe 10% of guests that are absolute crazy. If you stay in a property that has some crazy rules in it, guess why? It's because all those rules were at one time, broken. The host is just trying to cover themselves to make sure that the property is going to be looked after and that you're not going to come and just have a crazy party and wreck the place. Now, as hosts, yes, it's reasonable to have rules to stop antisocial behavior or illegal activity, but be reasonable, don't be a dick. The vast majority of your house rules should never be even a chance of being broken by most of your guests. All right, number 5, an inaccurate Airbnb listing or description. So we're talking like Airbnb versus reality here. We're talking a fisheye lens to make a very small space seem massive, or creative photos to not show the bad stuff in the property, but just show the good stuff. Now guests, why do you think this host is doing this? This is a business they're running. They want to earn from this property. They're trying to showcase the best stuff. But hosts that do this are like those insecure men who run around with Lambos and Rolexes to try and show that they're better than they are. Although I actually really would love a Lambo. Now, for hosts, yes, your property isn't perfect. Yes, it might be small. But remember, guests are actually going to come and stay here, so you can only trick them for so long. They're going to leave reviews and everyone else is going to find out about your dirty little secret. If the place is small, that's fine. Call it a snug, call it a loft, a studio. If there's something weird or awkward about the area, about the building, just be open and honest. The guests are going to find out anyway. You're going to save yourself a lot of hassle and a lot of disappointed guests, disappointed messages back and forth about people feeling cheated. Number 6 is poor communication from the hosts. Either too little or too much. Now there's two extremes here. There's some hosts that from the minute the booking is made, you're getting constant emails, massive amounts of information about everything to expect, everything you need to do. It's overwhelming. And then you get other hosts who send you nothing, to the point where on the day of arrival you're wondering, is this booking even real? Does this place exist? So why do hosts send so much information? Well, previous guests like you have asked millions of questions in the past. Now us hosts know that if one person's asking that, it's probably useful information for a lot of other people. So we're trying to be helpful. We're trying to cram as much useful information into those emails as possible so you're fully informed about what to expect. But yes, that results in absolute thousands and thousands of words before you've even arrived. Now for hosts, I know the position you're in. Again, like the other points, you've been tortured by guests. You're trying to get ahead of this and provide all the information. One thing that I found really useful is to provide a very short confirmation welcome email and then have small links that say, this is how you check in, and it's a link to somewhere else. You know, this is our house rules. It's a link to somewhere else. So guests aren't bombarded with information, but they can see the key points and they can click and find out the information that they need. Number 7 is some crazy location issues. You can have the nicest property in the world, but if it's in a really bad location, you're gonna be in trouble. And guests hate this. Guests are booking a place in a town or city or area they've potentially never been to. They don't know where the good areas or bad areas are. They're putting trust in you as a host that you're only gonna provide a property that's in a good, welcoming location. And hosts, yes, you can pick up properties pretty cheap in some dodgy areas, but they're cheap for a reason. I've seen reviews from Airbnbs here in Belfast where guests have reported, taxi drivers told us we were not safe here. If you get one review like that on your listing, it's done for. All right, number 8 of the things that really annoy guests is not leaving essential amenities. Now I'm not talking fancy stuff like a hot tub or an Xbox. I'm talking basics like tea, coffee, dishwasher tablets, and my personal favorite, toilet roll. You don't have to leave hundreds of stuff, but guests expect that if you're providing a dishwasher, you're gonna have a few dishwasher tablets. It's frustrating for them to have to go out and spend 8-10 quid on a full box of dishwasher tablets. You're the host, you provide it. And from the host's perspective, guests, we know you steal our stuff. We try to be nice hosts and leave enough for everyone throughout their stay, but you either take too much or you use it all and keep asking for more and more and more. Number 9 is guests walking into an unclean apartment. Now who can argue with that? What guest is going to come into an unclean apartment and feel happy? No one. And I'm not here to justify unclean apartments, but guests, from a host's perspective, housekeepers and cleaners can let us down. We put our trust in other people to clean our properties so they're spick and span for you arriving, and sometimes it doesn't work. Yes, we can clean our properties ourselves sometimes, but there are a lot of moving parts in this business, and our time is often better spent dealing with you as the lovely guest and answering all your questions. Finding cleaners that are reliable and trustworthy and good at their job is the hardest part of this business. We hate it too whenever a guest arrives and the place isn't clean. So hosts, for you, my tip would be, do not scrimp on housekeepers. Pay above market rate to get someone that you can trust and is going to be reliable. Number 10 is unresolved maintenance issues. So you check into an apartment, you find the bed's broken or the washing machine's flooded or something's wrong in there. It's so frustrating. and you say to the host, you're like, this is not suitable, this is not acceptable for us to be checking in like this. Let me tell you from the host perspective, guaranteed that on the morning that you have arrived, someone has left and the housekeeper has gone in and has found the bed broken or the curtains hanging off the wall or something like that, and they've reported it to the host. Now what does the host do? He or she can try and fix it before you arrive. They can cancel your booking and tell you to move somewhere else. No, they're trying to get it fixed as quickly as possible, but you've got to bear with us. The frustrating thing is often the guests that break these things don't tell the host, so all the time that we could have used to get it fixed is wasted, and we only find out once those guests leave. Talking to the host now, speed is of the essence, you know this, but it's also important that you don't just do a patch job just to fix something a bit with gaffer tape all around it that you know is going to break again. And the last thing guests hate about Airbnbs is when we get into these arguments about refunds and disputes and charges. I guess, as I say, this is our business, this is our livelihood. If you broke something in a hotel, the chances are they're going to charge you for it. We have a tight turnaround between you leaving and the next set of guests arriving. We don't always have time to go to the shop and buy more wine glasses if you happen to break them, or new bed sheets if you happen to spill something on them. It's super frustrating whenever everything that we put into this property gets broken or damaged by people who just seem to be a bit careless. Now to hosts, I say, accidents happen. People are staying in these properties on their holidays, they're on a vacation, they're relaxed, they're not taking care as much as they would at home. And that comes with the territory. This is a hospitality business. If someone breaks a glass in a restaurant, they're not gonna get it added to the bill. Don't charge for everything. Take a balanced approach. You know, one way we like to do it is say, look, don't worry about it, these things happen. However, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave us a 5-star review instead. The guests are going to appreciate it. You've just let it slide. They're going to like you and hopefully leave you that review. So by now you're going to have the right mindset, and the next thing to do is get this property live and start taking bookings. This is exciting, right? But the way you get those bookings is by having awesome photos. They are your adverts in the Airbnb brochure, and they need to be scroll stoppers. So let's see how we do it. In this video, I'm going to show you how to get amazing professional photos of your Airbnb using only your smartphone. Here's a few photos of some of our 75 properties that we manage, which I'm sure you'll agree look banging. And I'm going to show you how you can get results just like this in 3 simple steps. Step 1, and the first thing you're going to want to do, get your smartphone, open up the camera settings, and you're going to want to scroll through those camera settings until you find Airbnb mode. Now, the chances are you probably won't find this on your phone because actually it doesn't exist. So straight away, I want you to come out of your camera settings and open up Google. Next, you're going to type in best property photographers near me. Step 2 is, now bear with me here, phone the best one you can find and get him or her to come and take your photos for you. Now before you stop watching, I'm sorry for the bait and switch, but I'm doing this for your own good, and this is something that you need to hear. Step 3 is to give me just a few minutes of your time to watch the rest of this video, and I'm going to convince you why step 1 and 2 are the best you'll ever take. You see, the thing is, if you're thinking about professional photos as a cost, then you're thinking about this all wrong. The reality is, it's actually costing you thousands of monies not to get these taken. First up, no matter how many videos you watch of how to take great photos of your property, you will never be able to match a professional who has years of experience, all the right gear, lighting, the setup. You're just never going to beat it. It's a reason why they're called professionals. One thing you really need to remember is that when someone is searching for a property in your area, it's your photos that are going to get the click from the search results. They are your shop window, and they are the only thing that you can do to intrigue someone who's scrolling through search results to want to know more about your property. You need to stop the scroll and get the click on Airbnb, because if no one clicks, no one's going to book. It's exactly the same on YouTube, and you're watching this video now, so packaging does matter. Again, I'm sorry for tricking you. Now look at these search results and just notice which ones stand out to you. And by the very definition, by standing out, they're drawing attention away from the crap photos that were taken on people's phones. These ones just get instantly and subconsciously overlooked, and we just scroll on by. Now next, I want you to think, how much money have you already spent in your property to get it ready for Airbnb? It's probably thousands, because you know you want your property to be the best, and when guests arrive, you want them to be wowed. But imagine how much of a waste of money that's going to be if no one ever clicks into your listing and makes the booking. These photos are going to be an investment, just like that comfy bed or the comfy sofa or the hot tub you put in. All these things are going to make your business easier and more profitable. If you want some hard numbers or some proof, then strap in. So listings with professional photos get on average a 20% bump in revenue. Now let's do some sums. If professional photos are taken on average 500 quid, but they get you an extra 20% revenue of say £8,000, then that's an average return on investment of 1,500%. And that's just in year one. Now here's some more sums for you. So let's say your professional photos on your listing generate you 500 views per month. That's 500 people clicking in because they are intrigued by your photos in your listings. That's 6,000 per year and about 30,000 over a 5-year period, which is probably how long those photos are going to last before you need new ones. Now that cost per view is just over 1p. That is ridiculously low for any advertising. In online marketing, in different industries, a good cost per view is anything from 3p to 30p. And we're not even talking about all the bloody bookings you would have got in because of these photos. At the end of the day, if you don't get professional photos, you're going to be blaming your lack of bookings on everything else. The algorithm, Airbnb bust, market saturation, or just no demand in your area. But in reality, it's because all those eyeballs who wanted to stay in a place just like yours couldn't see through your crap photos that your place was good enough for them to book, so they just went and booked somewhere else. Having professional photos is going to put you ahead of so many of your competitors. But of course, it's not just about having an awesome property and awesome photos. You need to be offering it at the right price, not only to get bookings, but to maximize your profit. And there's nothing wrong with maximizing profit. This is a business and businesses exist to make money. So in this section, we're going deep on pricing and revenue strategies. And this next video could earn you thousands if you put it into practice. Mastering the art of pricing is crucial, both for maximizing your earnings and keeping your calendar full. So the first thing that you absolutely need to do, step one, is to get a firm idea of what your base price should be. This is the rate that everything else that we talk about in this video is going to be based off. So it's so important not to skip this step. If you do, you're just going to end up guessing and nothing that we talk about here is going to work. And so to find what your base price should be, you need to dive right in and do a bit of market research. Now this step is particularly useful if you're just getting started and haven't actually got a property yet, because you can literally just find the most profitable places and go get a property there. And you'll also be able to work out what's the most profitable size or type of property and just get one of them. But if you already have a property, then this is still a really important step that you need to take. So for this, you can use a tool like Airbnb, or what is a better way to do it is you can dive on into the Airbnb platform and really hunt around and look for comparables in your area. So by researching comparable properties in your area, you're going to find what's the going rate for your type of property. Look at properties that are the same type, similar size, same amenities, and in roughly the same location as yours. Now the importance of doing this, particularly in the location area, is that you're going to know exactly what other people who are already operating can charge. You're going to see what guests have said about those properties. You're going to see whether they think it's too expensive, and you're going to very quickly see that there's a spread. The best properties in your area are going to charge the highest rates, and the worst properties are going to charge the lowest rates. Now, if you follow this channel, you will know that I'm going to tell you to make your property the best in your area so you can charge the highest rates. No one wants to compete on price. It's an absolute race to the bottom. It's a scarcity mindset. It's a horrible place to be. So do not go for cheap and cheerful. And you will see that when you're bringing your property to market, what you need to add into it to make it be able to charge those highest rates. What amenities do you need to put in? How much does the location affect it? Is it close to attractions or supermarkets or good things or bad things? All of these things impact the rates you can charge. Now, people's rates that they charge on Airbnb are set by normal economic conditions of supply and demand. You cannot cheat these. If people think your prices are too high, they're just not going to book it, and you get taught a lesson very quickly. Likewise, if your prices are too cheap, you're going to get 100% occupancy but not make any money, and it's not going to be worth it. So you can't cheat. So be honest, look for properties that are comparable, set a bar that you're going to meet that whenever you have that property finished or when you purchase it. So it's going to be at least as good as X, whether it's the top, the best one, or the mid-level one, or the budget one, but don't do that. And this is your base rate. It's now set. Now we can move on to all the other things and talk about how we're going to adjust that based on a million different things. So the most obvious pricing strategy that we have is differentiating your rates between weekday and weekend. Typically, weekends are in higher demand, so you're always going to be able to charge higher nightly rates. And again, you'll find that out from your market research, what the comparables in your area, what sort of increase do they charge at the weekends. And this really does depend on your area, because the jump from weekday to weekend can be absolutely vast. It could be 100% more than it is during the week. But crucially as well, as we'll see with all of these, the better your property is, the better the margin you're going to be able to increase for those weekend nights. Now, if you get started and you're getting solidly booked up at really high weekend rates, your weekdays are sitting empty, then you're going to need to look at that rate as well and think about reducing it. Now, we're going to come on to that later on about how to encourage those weekday stays, but if your calendar's going to be empty, you need to lower it. And the other thing to consider with weekday weekend is that not all weekdays are created equal. Thursday is the new Friday. So think about maybe increasing your rate slightly on Thursday compared to the other days, like Monday, Tuesday. They're generally going to be the cheapest nights. Next up, we're talking extra guest fees. So if you have a 2-bedroom property that sleeps 4 people, you may have a sofa bed in the living room or a fold-up bed that you can offer to certain guests, certain parties, and there should be a charge for that. There's going to be extra utilities, extra linen, extra wear and tear in your property, so you've got to charge for that. And guests are going to expect that as well. They know if they book a 2-bedroom property but want to bring 6 people, that there's probably going to be an extra charge. Now, controversially, you could also discount if less guests are coming to stay in your place. And I say this is controversial because guests can get quite savvy, and if they know that it's a remote check-in and they see if your place is a 3-bedroom house that you can sleep 6 people in and a price for 2 people is substantially lower, then they might think, well, we'll bring our 6 people but only pay for the 2. So it's a bit more management in it. But the reason that it is good is because by offering a lower rate for smaller groups, you remain competitive with those smaller properties. Now, I'm not saying you should be offering 1-bedroom apartment rates for a 3 or 4 bed house, but by only offering rates for a 4-bed house, groups of 3, 4 or 5 people are going to be completely put off your place because it's just far too expensive. So it is worth, in my opinion, dropping the rate slightly for some smaller groups. Maybe don't drop it right down to be attractive for 1 or 2 people. And also, as a side note, don't take the piss. If you think you can charge more money by letting extra guests stay in there, don't just start firing beds all over the place just to overcrowd it. It is not going to work and you're going to get caught out. Negative reviews. A general rule of thumb is how many bathrooms have you got in your property? I wouldn't want to be offering any more than a ratio of 4 people to 1 bathroom. Just think of the queue in the morning for the shower or the toilet. Now, this additional fee can be added in the price settings of Airbnb. And actually on that, if you're wondering about the cleaning fees, we're going to come to that. Next up is seasonal pricing. And that means adjusting your rates throughout the year based on demand. Now, I haven't heard of any market, any town, any city that has consistent demand all year round. Even us in Belfast, we're a city destination, but the demand peaks in summer and tails off in winter. And it's likely that no matter what, that demand dip and peak is going to happen in your area too. And again, through your research earlier, you're going to see where those peaks are. You're going to see, if you use AirDNA, it shows you very clearly the graph of where the highest demand months are and where the lowest ones are. So you've got to factor that into your rates, because the last thing you want to do is come into a period of low demand and realize you've no bookings in there because your prices are too high. And also, you don't want to be leaving a load of money on the table by having your prices too low and you come into your summer or your peak period and you're just fully booked at rock bottom rates. And this can be quite a hard thing for people to get their head around, depending on when they start listing their property. If you start in winter, if winter is your low season, you're going to be thinking, this business is hard, I'm not making any money. But then if you just hold out, stay strong, when the summer comes, bang, you can make tons of money. Almost your entire profit from the year can come in the summer. But likewise, it works the other way. If you open up in summer and you're charging top whack rates, you're thinking, happy days, I'm going to get this all year round. Then when winter rolls along, like winter is coming, Game of Thrones, you're in trouble, you're worried, you're freaking out. Go in with your eyes open, everywhere is seasonal, and just be prepared for those fluctuations. Next up, I want to talk about special event pricing. So these are not just seasons, but these are specific days or weekends or weeks where there is something big happening in your area and you need to get those rates up. This could be a festival, sporting event, a concert, anything. You need to keep on top of this. You need to be aware of what's coming up so that you can get your rates up quick. Now, yes, there are ethical questions around whether you should be capitalizing on a big concert coming, but this is market forces, supply and demand. The demand is huge. The supply is static. The price of that supply has to go up. So you've got to keep on top of these event calendars and everything that you think might be coming. You might benefit if you're in a big city and you can hear Taylor Swift's coming or the World Cup or something like that. You're going to obviously know that. But if you're in smaller towns or cities, they might not get these big grandstand events. It might be smaller things, but sometimes they can be just as surprising. In Belfast, we got voted, I think, the best conference centre in the world. So we have these weird and wonderful conferences coming from all over the place with thousands of delegates, and it's hard to keep track of them, but it's worth it, because if you don't get those prices up, your bookings are going to flood in for it and you're going to have so much revenue left on the table. And if you stick around to the end of this video, I'm going to show you something that's going to just change everything. That's going to take all of this off your plate so you don't have to start scrolling through everything looking for the strange conference that's coming to your place. This thing will do it for you. The next strategy I want to talk about is minimum stay requirements. Setting longer minimum stays allows you to balance occupancy with profit. Longer stays will massively reduce your changeover costs. However, In periods of low demand, they just aren't there. Shorter minimum stays, you can charge much higher nightly rates, but you're going to be hit with all those changeover costs, and add to that all the work involved in dealing with all those bookings. So a general rule of thumb is during periods of high demand, you can push that minimum stay up longer and longer. It could be 3 nights, it could be 7 nights. And likewise in off-peak times, you may have to reduce your minimum stay from 2 nights down to 1 just to get those bookings in the door. I just want to go a bit deeper on that as well, because when I talk about in periods of high demand and the supply is static, so you can charge whatever you want, during off-peak times, it works the opposite way. The supply is static, but the demand is significantly dropped. So those few guests that are coming to your area have the pick of every property there. And that's why it's so important that you've got the best property possible, because this is when competing on price is a race to the bottom and will make you end up broke. Now, as an added incentive to try and secure some of those longer stays, which remember are going to be much more profitable, it's a good idea to offer discounts per night. So on Airbnb, you can offer a discount for a weekly stay or a monthly stay. And again, the thing I'm going to talk about at the end, it gives you much more flexibility than that. But by offering this discount, it gives you the edge over your competitors, because they might have 1 day rate, and if they just multiply it by 7, that's going to be X. But if you offer a 7-day rate, which is a minus 10% discount, or a 15 or even 20, all of a sudden your place becomes much more attractive to those guests. Longer stays increases your occupancy, it's far less work, there's reduced turnover costs, reduced cleaning, and they tend to be better guests as well. So one of the big groups who come for longer stays are contractors or corporate, and these are just the best guests. They come, they're here to work, all they do is use your place to go to sleep, and then they go back out the next day. You don't need to worry about parties, you don't need to worry about families. These are the best guests. Often it's just one person. Now next up, I want to talk about cleaning fees. Now put in the comments whether you think adding a cleaning fee to your price is a good thing or a bad thing. I personally cannot stand it. We don't do it to any of our places. I think it turns guests off. I think it turns guests against you whenever they're leaving and you ask them, you know,
could you take the bins out?
They're like, well,
you have already paid you €300 for a cleaning fee.
It makes them much less willing to help out or to even leave the place in any sort of good condition. I also, on a personal level, don't like seeing a rate for something, and when you go to book it, then you see all these other fees added onto it. It just makes me uneasy. Now, if you are going to set a cleaning fee, make sure it's the actual cost of the cleaning. Don't see it as just another little stealth tax or stealth way to increase your revenue, because honestly, people hate it. Like if you look at Reddit forums or anywhere where people talk about Airbnbs, cleaning fees are the biggest thing that people complain about. So for me, I just think you should add it into the nightly rate, have one rate that guest sees, that includes the cleaning fee. There's nothing added on the top of that. That's what I think you should do. Next up, we're talking last minute discounts. Now we've all been there. You're coming into a week and you can see a gap and you're thinking, ooh,
that gap's empty, I need to fill that with some nice guests.
And it's true that by reducing the nightly rate on that gap, you're increasing your chance of getting it booked. However, it's really important that you look at the market to see what else is available for those dates and just make sure that you're not already the cheapest. Because if you are, you're just throwing money away. You want to maintain your level in the hierarchy of how good your property is in relation to everyone else. Remember, we're not here to compete on price, but if the best listing in town is cheaper than you are for your gap, then you need to reduce yours. But it's also really crucial that you understand what your break-even price is. There is no point reducing your rates to a level that's so low that once Airbnb takes their commission, your changeover costs come out that you actually make zero money, or even costs you money to host these guests. Sometimes it just makes sense to leave a couple of gaps and let those dates slide. It's not always the case that having to book it in at any cost is worth it, because remember here, the goal is profit, not occupancy. Next up, and this is an ongoing process, is that you need to regularly review the competition in your area. You've popped up and you've used everyone else's rates to determine yours. Well, guess what? Other people are popping up and they're looking at your rates to determine theirs. Maybe demand is increasing in your area and you need to put your rates up. Maybe supply is massively increasing in your area and you're going to have to put your prices down. You need to stay on top of what everyone else is doing. And you'll see yourself, if your calendar is so fully booked, it's unbelievable, bookings are flying in, you're too cheap. Likewise, if you've got gaps everywhere and you're just not selling even weekends, well then there's something really wrong. Now I'm going to say it again, it's not about being the cheapest, it's about being competitive for what you're offering the guests. And reviews are going to play a big part in this. If you're running this place very well and you're getting loads of 5-star reviews, well guess what? It becomes more and more in demand. You can start putting that price up. But if you've got a beautiful property but you're not on top of the guest communication and you're getting negative reviews, when it doesn't matter how nice it is, people aren't going to pay top dollar. So monitor your competitors, see the newbies that are coming in, see what everyone in the area is doing, and adjust your rates accordingly. Only you know where you sit in the ladder of how good your property is. And like I said before, you might think it's amazing, but the market determines how good it is. Now, all of this sounds like a lot of work, and it is, When I first started, I was tinkering away with rates all the time, almost every day. $2 up, £3 down. Oh, look at him. He's a competitor. He's not. Oh, look at this new one. You go down a rabbit hole of trying to change these rates for every single day. And the answer to that for all of these strategies is to use a dynamic pricing tool. Something like Price Labs, which is the link below you can use. This is the thing that takes all of those headaches away. Now, yes, Airbnb smart pricing is free, but it's absolutely useless. Do not use it ever. All it wants to do is to put your rates rock bottom so that potential guests book through Airbnb. A proper platform that's made for us hosts to increase our revenue is what you need. So it's something like Price Labs, Wheelhouse, Beyond Pricing. They all do similar things, but they automatically adjust your rates multiple times a day based on demand, based on length of stay. All the strategies that we've talked about, they know what your competitors are. They know what your competitors are charging and when they've changed their rates. They know when bookings have come in. They know when Taylor Swift or the Weird Conference is coming. This is the thing that's going to get you all of those hours back. Now, we've been using rate pricing software for a couple of years now, and it's not only brilliant at filling the gaps, at putting the minimum price in, which you actually set, by the way. You said, don't want my price to ever go below this. It adjusts it up and down. But the real game changer for us has been how high it puts the rates in periods of high demand. Now, you're going to do your research and you're going to think, yeah, my top rate might be $300. But Price Labs is putting our rates to rates that I would never have done myself. But you know what? Bookings are coming in at those rates. Now, remember the research you did back at the start when we talked about all the running costs? You did do the research module, didn't you? Well, those running costs can actually run away with themselves. So this next video is going to show you how to keep them in check so that it's your profit that runs away. Okay, so let's say that this is the profit from your Airbnb for a total month. As you can see, you're feeling pretty happy about that. However, once you take utilities off, welcome pack items off, cleaning off, and that commission to the OTAs, you're not really left with that much, are you? It's a pretty disappointing profit. The kids are going to be so buzzing I used this Legitlo. Or maybe like a lot of people, you're not actually sure what your break-even point is on every booking, and you're left disappointed at the end of the month. By the end of this video, you'll have actionable tips to turn your Airbnb into a lean profit powerhouse. Now, if you're in the UK or anywhere around the world, which is also freezing, you're going to know what I'm talking about here. Your cleaner arrives in, the guests have left that morning or the night before, your cleaner arrives in maybe in the afternoon, they open the door and they're hit with an absolute wall of heat. It's like a sauna in there. Where you've nipped down during a guest stay to fix a maintenance issue that they've reported. They've gone out and you've found the heating is on full blast, but all the windows are open because it's got too hot.
Who left the goddamn window open?
You're basically just throwing pound signs out that window all day, every day. It's so frustrating to see guests waste the energy that you're having to pay for, and you get the bill at the end of the month and it's just like gut wrenching. But as many times as you try to remind guests to turn the heating off if they're leaving, they never do. And look, I'm sure this is the opposite in hot countries, not that I would know, but if you're somewhere that's very hot and you have an aircon machine, that is not cheap to run. And if you've got guests like coming from a freezing country like Northern Ireland who come and stay in your place, chances are they're going to leave the aircon on all day and just go out because they want it to be nice and cool when they come back. So my first recommendation here for both of these scenarios is to install a smart thermostat in your property. That way you can set it to a maximum temperature that guests can turn it up to, but it won't keep going up and up and up. You can also set it to reset back down to a certain temperature after a certain while, so the guests aren't just going to turn it up full whack and then just go out for the day. These can also be controlled remotely from your phone, so you know that when the guest checks out, you just turn the heating off and you've stopped all that money being wasted. There are lots of different ones you can get. The most popular I found is a Nest, which you can get the link below to go and see. It's a really good piece of kit. It's not free to install, but like all these things that I talk about in this channel, it's an investment that's either going to save you money or make you money.
I'm investing.
Number two, now I know whenever we're kitting out our properties to get them started ready for guests, we can tend to buy cheaper appliances that are in there. I'm talking things like fridges, washing machines, dryers, but the thing about the cheaper versions of these appliances is they tend to be less energy efficient. So they save you money up front, but then they cost you money every month. By investing a little bit more at the start to get a more energy efficient appliance, it's going to save you money in the long run. And this is also the case with all your light bulbs throughout the property. Make sure that you're putting in LED light bulbs that are going to last far longer and cost much less to run. Next up, we're talking about cutting out all those single-use toiletries. You know those little bottles you get, it's like shampoo and shower gel. There's always like face cream as well, or hand cream. Like who ever uses hand cream from a hotel?
Norwegian fishermen have used hand cream for centuries.
They're nice and they do feel like a hotel, but they're not good for the planet and they're not good for your wallet. It's much more profitable to have refillable bottles that you can top up. You get a big massive like 5 litre thing thing of shower gel and you just pour it into your nice fancy reusable refillable bottle. These are much cheaper. You can get so many different styles on Amazon. Even some of the fancy hotels are now moving to this thing, and this is the case in this and the last two strategies I've just put on there. Guests are getting more sustainability savvy. They want places that are sustainable. Dare I say it, you may even get some negative reviews from people or some distasteful reviews if you are still using those single-use plastics. So switch to the refillable. Feel pride in your ability to click that wee button that says you're a green property or green host or sustainable or whatever it is, and get those extra bookings. And the other thing with these refillable ones is, how often do we go in and the single-use one is opened but the person's only used like a tiny amount? You've got to bin it. You can't refill it through the tiny little nozzle. You've got to bin it, and that's such a waste. Whereas if you're using the refillable ones, if someone just uses a little bit, well, that's fine. You just pour a little bit back in. So your cost per changeover goes from, I don't know, could be like 50p, £2 down to like pennies when you're just refilling it out of this massive thing. Now this next one is also one of the changeover costs, which we're looking to sort of reduce to make our profit higher and our cost lower for each booking. And it's the welcome pack that we leave our guests. Now we all love to like bowl guests over with an elaborate welcome pack of all these lovely things. But tell me, honestly, how many times do you go into the property after a guest has been there and they've opened whatever you've left and had one thing and was like, I don't really like that anymore, and it just has to go in the bin? So my tip here is, don't buy something that's like quite big that is, once it's opened, has to be binned, because it's just so inefficient. And if you do offer things like that, think about potentially reducing them or removing them from your welcome basket altogether. In this scenario, multi-pack items are your friend. If you have 6 people coming, leave 6 bags of crisps. 6 people coming, 6 individually wrapped tea bags. Don't leave a full thing of tea bags there or a full bag of multi-pack of crisps. Leave individual ones so that if they're opened and used, you can just top up with what's needed. You don't need to replace the entire welcome pack thing. And I honestly think welcome packs these days have got very elaborate. They don't need to be that big. Try this for a week. Remove one thing from your welcome pack, see how it affects your reviews. If it doesn't affect it at all, which I think it won't, remove one more thing and see how that goes. You're massively cutting those costs from every single changeover, which is going to increase your profit. We did this and we found the number one non-negotiable, which we did leave, still do, but is the most expensive, but gets mentioned in so many reviews, is alcohol. We leave a bottle of wine for every guest. It's not cheap, it's not the most expensive, it's like $5 a bottle. It's not the most expensive wine you can get, but the amount of times that's mentioned in a review is unbelievable. Apart from that, all we really leave is the tea, coffee, some Tato crisps. Shout out to Tato Northern Ireland. Give me actually a comment if you've ever tried those. But that's it. It's pretty lean. Guests love the tea, coffee, they love the wine, they love the crisps, and that's it. I've seen people leave welcome packs that are huge. It's like a hamper of stuff that guests just pick through and then all needs to get binned. Next up, we're talking about consumables that you can buy in bulk. If you're going down to your local shop every time you run out of toilet roll or washing up liquid or dishwasher tablets, you are overspending significantly on what you need to do.
You're wasting your money.
Now, if you don't have a wholesaler that's near you that you can go and buy massive amounts of toilet roll, for example, in bulk, then go online and get stuff delivered to your house. You can go on Amazon, you can get like 1,000 rolls of toilet roll for like, I don't know, 20 or 30p per roll. It's insanely more good value than it is to go to the shop. And like cleaning supplies, so if you go to your local shop, you're gonna see all the nicely branded cleaning supplies for like your personal use in your own house. Do you think that's where restaurants and hotels go for their cleaning stuff? No. If you ever see the stuff that hotels use or restaurants use, it's like there's no branding whatsoever. The bottle is just completely basic. It's like antibacterial spray or bleach or whatever else. And that is so much cheaper. It's the exact same product, but it's much, much cheaper. You're now a hotelier. You're not someone buying this for your own house to go and spray around your kitchen. You need to be thinking strategically, getting those deals and increasing your profit. Now, next up, the biggest by far way to reduce your changeover costs is to not have so many changeovers. By increasing your minimum stay, you're going to have fewer changeovers, less costs, and more profit, even if that means reducing the nightly rate to encourage those longer stays. So think about that now. Work out how much your total changeover cost is. That's the clean, the linen, the welcome pack, the cleaning supplies that you've used, the toiletries that you're going to use. Work out what that total cost is. Let's say it comes to 100 quid or thereabouts. We're just using it for a round number. That means if you you can reduce your changeovers by 1 over the course of a week, you've saved yourself 100 quid. And because you've got that 100 quid saving, you've now got that to play with by offering a discount for people to stay longer. So even if you offer a 90 quid discount for someone to stay for 3 nights instead of 2, you're still being more profitable. You've still made a tenner extra. These numbers are obviously simplified, they're going to be different for you, but it is the case that by having fewer changeovers, you're going to have fewer changeover costs. Next up, and the biggest boot in the balls from running this business, is the commission that we have to pay to Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, all the rest. In most cases, it's up to 15% of the total booking revenue. And often the sneaky wee buggers will even take it off the top line. Even if you're offering discounts off there, they take their commission right off the top. Now, yes, they do a lot for that. They have millions of eyeballs looking at our properties. We do need them, they need us, but we don't need them for everything. Do not put all your eggs in Airbnb or Booking.com's basket. Work hard, do some free marketing on Instagram, Facebook, on social media, get some direct bookings. At the very least, if you have repeat guests, make sure they book with you direct. Don't send them back to Airbnb. You'll be amazed by how much money you can save and how much your profit goes up when you cut out those OTAs. So by now, we've got a lean, mean, money-making machine, and we just need a steady stream of bookings landing in the diary. And then those same sets of guests converting into 5-star reviews when they leave. Sounds easy, right? Not always. There are lots of things that can affect the amount of bookings that you receive, and if you get things wrong, like a run of bad reviews, the tap can turn off. This next video gives you 7 strategies to keep things flowing. Maybe your property is in a seasonal location and bookings just drop off a cliff come winter. Or maybe you're just in a super competitive market and it's hard to even stand out. Either way, today we're going to hopefully fix that and get that calendar filled up. Now, before we get into the video, I do have to make it clear, if your property looks like this, then I'm sorry, but you have some serious work to do before I or anyone else can help you. Now, of course I'm joking, but the point I'm trying to make here is, if your property looks like or you have terrible reviews because you're not treating your guests properly, then fixing these things first will have much more of an impact than anything I'm about to tell you. And a quick caveat before we get started. This business is not about bookings, and it's certainly not about occupancy. It's about profit. So we don't want to just take as many bookings as we can at any price. We want profitable bookings, even at the expense of occupancy or nightly rates. And that's all going to become clear through this video. Trust me. So first up, we're going to have a little look at the actual Airbnb listing that you're using. And when I say Airbnb, it could be any. It could be Verbo, Booking.com. You get what I'm saying. The listing that people see when they make a booking. Now, the biggest thing here that's going to move the needle in terms of increasing your click-through rate and your bookings is having high-quality professional photos of your property. When someone searches for dates in your area, loads of places are going to come up, and the guests, they're overwhelmed. They want to decide subconsciously, very quickly, almost instantaneously, which properties they can discount and which couple out of the probably dozens that are available are worth going onto their shortlist. The properties with the crap photos are instantly disregarded. Disqualified. You want to have photos so good that it stops the scroll, gets people to click into your listing, and then make the booking. Now, the only time that I allow you, because I'm the king, the only time I allow you to use phone photos on your Airbnb listing is if you're setting it live before it's 100% ready and you haven't had a chance to get the professional photos taken. And to be honest, this is actually probably a smart move, because you could still pick up a few bookings in the meantime while you're getting things completely finalized and those professional photos taken. But the difference, the gulf between photos you take on your phone and professional ones are night and day. Look at the difference in these ones. These ones I took on my phone before the property was ready, and then whenever it was finished and I had all my bits and pieces and I got the professional in, this is what they came up with. That is the best investment, apart from the property, that you will ever make in your business. Now, on photos, I've got a special, even better tip about photos that's coming later on in the video, so stay tuned. Next up, away from the photos, we want to delve into all the little pages in the back end of your Airbnb listing. There's so many boxes that you need to write stuff in. There's so many boxes that you need to tick, yes or no, tick it or untick it. These things can be frustrating. You're thinking to yourself,
no, I'm not near a golf course. No, I don't have a swimming pool.
You might just think that it's worth just avoiding them, but Airbnb is a bit OCD and they like every little box to be ticked, and if you don't, you're gonna get penalized in search results.
This is punishment.
But it's not just being penalized for having an incomplete property page. Guests actually do use these things, they're called filters, to filter their search results. So as I say, if someone's searching for dates in your area, 100 properties show up. If a guest knows they need parking, they click the parking tab, loads of places are going to disappear. So if you offer parking, make sure you've got it ticked in that little checkbox. Other big things that guests are going to search for: if a property is business friendly, if you accept pets, you get the idea. If you accept these things or you offer these things, make sure it's ticked, because guests do filter properties out to try and make their booking process more simple. And as well as that, I hope it goes without saying, but we're here to learn, so I'm going to say it anyway. Make sure everything that you offer is not only ticked in the back end, but included in the description. Now, I'm not talking, you don't have to write War and Peace here, but just have bullet points showing all the best, in your opinion, the best, most attractive stuff about your listing. Does it have a hot tub? Is it 50 meters from the beach? Do you have an Xbox? Do you have a tree house out the back that kids can play in? All these things, guests might not scroll the whole way down to see all the ticks on everything. If you can put it in the description, once they've clicked through from your amazing photos, they open the description, you just hit them with everything that just makes them think,
we don't need to look anywhere else, we'll just book this property right now.
And you can also utilize some of the most important things in your title, making sure if you have a hot tub, you put it in the description. All these sorts of things can just add that little extra SEO that's going to show up on the search results. The next thing that's going to have a huge impact on the bookings that you receive is your pricing. Now, I hope whenever you were getting started, before you put your listing live, you did a bit of a competitor analysis. You looked in the area, you saw what people in your street or in your town were charging, and you priced yours accordingly. Now, I don't mean the same, I don't mean cheaper, I mean accordingly. Now, I've been trying to think about how I can demonstrate this with an idea or some sort of prop, and I came up with this: the mysterious pricing pyramid. Now, I'm going to copyright this, so please don't steal this before I do, but basically this is the way it works. The people at the top of the pyramid can charge the highest rates. Not only that, there's hardly any of them there. They're living in the promised land. As we go down, more and more people exist. When I say people, these are listings. More and more of them exist, and the price goes down until you get right to the bottom, where the listings are charging the lowest rates, and there's the most of them, the most competition. Now, I'm sure we all want to be at the top. None of us want to be at the bottom. So how do we get there? We can't just choose. We can't just look at the listing at the top and say, oh, they're charging £400 a night, so I'll just charge that and then I'll be at the top. It doesn't work like that. That's why it's mysterious. It's market forces that decide where you go in the pyramid. Now, you have some control over that, whether you have good photos or not, whether your property's in a kick-ass location or not, whether it's big or not, whether it offers parking, a hot tub, Netflix, all that sort of stuff or not. But once you've set that stuff, there's not that much stuff you can change, and it is the market forces of supply and demand that decide where you are on the pyramid. But the key here, I mean, it's not necessarily right or wrong to be anywhere. You'd probably rather be at the top, but the key here is to know where you are, because if you're kicking around near the bottom, but you think you're near the top, and you start pricing your property with the top prices, the mysterious pyramid does not like that, and the market, and therefore guests, will just say, no, that property is definitely not worth £400, $400 a night. I'm not going to book it. And that's when we end up with an empty calendar, because we have the wrong idea about just how good our property is.
You have to know it.
We need to get realistic. We need to trust in the mysterious pricing pyramid. And I should say that it also works both ways. If you have a killer property, but you're offering prices from lower down in the pricing pyramid, you're going to be fully booked, smashing it in terms of occupancy, but you've left a ton of money on the table. You could be and should be charging much higher nightly rates. So look at your competitive set, look in the market, look and see what everyone else is charging. Be honest. Is your property as good as this one? Is it better than this one? Unless you're going to drastically improve it, the chances of you being able to massively jump up the pyramid is slim. You can do it, but it's not me that's saying this. I'm not saying your property. Airbnb isn't punishing you. It's the mysterious pricing pyramid and the market forces of supply and demand. Guests are real people. They look at your property, they say,
oof, there's quite a lot of supply here, and I'm not really in demand for that property. I like that one though, I'm willing to pay it.
That's how it works. Now, next up, we're talking seasonality. Before I get into this, the pricing strategies is a huge concept. It's a video in itself. In fact, this is it right here. But seasonality does play a part. You cannot just set your rates and forget them and think, well, this is my price for a Friday or a Saturday or a Monday. Poof. 365 days a year. Seasonality does play a part. I touched on it at the start. If you're smashing it with bookings in the summer and they drop off a cliff in winter, well then the chances are, while the demand has dropped, the demand is still there a bit, and you just have to, because the supply is huge now in those periods of low demand, you just have to reduce your prices accordingly. So if you're not getting any bookings in the winter, or if you're in the southern hemisphere in the summer, your prices are just too high. They just need adjusted further down, unfortunately. But remember, we're talking about profitability here at the expense of potentially mostly occupancy, or who cares really about occupancy? And that's why when there's periods of super high demand, like there's an event happening in your area, that it's really important that you put your prices up to capitalize on that. You could get enough income and profit from a 5-night booking, whether that's over Christmas or Halloween or Easter, that could sustain you for the entire month, even if you got no more bookings in. So remember, think and concentrate on profit over occupancy. Now also along those lines, it's important to think about profitability of each booking. So yes, you might offer a 1-night stay at the weekend and charge a crazy high amount, but your changeover costs are going to be quite high with those bookings as well. And often when you think about it, if you calculate how much profit you make from 7 1-night stays, even at the higher price, it can often be less profit than if you take 1 7-night stay at a much lower nightly rate, because it's one booking, one changeover at the end, and even if it's a much lower nightly rate, it can still be more profitable. And last up, can't talk about pricing without talking about using rate pricing software like Price Labs or Wheelhouse or whatever the other ones are. If you're not using these, you are seriously missing out on thousands and thousands of pounds or dollars, thousands of monies in your property. These algorithms know when to change. They know when to put the prices up when Taylor Swift's coming to town. They know when to put it down when all your competition's put theirs down and you haven't noticed yet. These are the things that cost a little bit of money as an investment, but are gonna fill your calendar with bookings. And like, you can get a link below, you can try it out. It's not free, but honestly, it is the best investment after the photos and after the property that you can make in getting bookings in. You can't argue with this thing. It knows the mysterious pricing pyramid. It knows where you are. It knows if it puts a price to a certain level and no one books it, it's like, we need to rethink our position on the pricing pyramid here. It actually suggests to you, look, your base price is actually a wee bit high here. I think we should be reducing this down. Trust Price Labs. It knows the mysterious pricing pyramid. Next up, we're wanting to do as much as we can to leverage the Airbnb's algorithm. And again, it's not just Airbnb, it's any OTA. You want to leverage their algorithm to make it work for you. First up, again, this is a no-brainer. Hope I don't have to repeat this too much, or this is not brand new information, but replying to guests promptly, replying to their messages, shows Airbnb that you're serious, that you're professional, that you know what you're doing, gives you a little bump. There's a response rate there for a reason. Secondly, make sure that you keep your calendar as open as possible. If you show up in more and more search results, that gives Airbnb a chance, well, first of all, for you to get more bookings, which is going to improve your click-through rate, or at least give them a better idea of what your click-through rate is, which will then enable it to compare you to other listings and hopefully bump you up ahead of them in search results. So don't do any of this. I only leave my calendar open for the next 30 days, and then after that it's closed. Airbnb and guests want to be able to book way in advance. It's a much better, more professional way to do it. Next one you might not like, but you got to get your big boy, big girl pants on and turn on instant book. Now I know we all use Airbnb because we feel safe and lovely, and we like to get a nice message from people before we decide whether we're going to let them into our haven of serenity. But honestly, the world is not like that. This is the 21st century. People need speed, they need bookings, they need to know, right, I found this place, photos look cool, got a hot tub, price is right, get it booked. No one has time to wait around for your inquiry, or whether you want to ask them questions about them and stuff. Like, turn it on, get the bookings in, move on with your life. And lastly, it is so important to focus on getting those 5-star reviews from those guests. Touched on it right at the start. You got to deliver good customer service. If you want more people to come and stay, you've got to make sure that the people who already stayed tell those people that it was worth staying in and they should book it. Next up, we're talking about building a customer avatar, or getting in the head of your guests. Who's coming to stay in your place? Who do you want to come and stay into your place? Who would love to stay in your place? You gotta tell them. You gotta think about them, get yourself in their shoes. What do they want? What do they expect? What would they like? Talk to them. So some of the niches that you can slot your property into that's gonna make so many other listings just fall away. We're talking about like the filters on search results. So many of these properties will fall away if you tailor your product, your property to these people. So the first one clearly is pet stays. Do you offer pet stays? You can charge more for that. It might be worth doing. If it is, maybe you could throw in some extra wee bits and pieces for pets. I don't really know what that would be. A dog run, poop scoop, I don't know, but you get the idea. Family friendly homes. Now, I'm not just talking about, yeah, I have a home and I accept families. I'm talking about put like swings in the garden, board games, Netflix. Like I saw a property the other day, it was like had a reading nook, beautiful. I have 3 kids. If I saw that, I'd be like, this property is way up in my estimations over for the others. But a big one is business travelers. Now, the digital nomad revolution is happening all over the place. There are guests who travel around and just don't go home for months or years, but still work when they're away. They need laptop friendly space, they need high speed internet. They're probably willing to sacrifice a bedroom altogether to have a complete office set up. If you can offer that, offer it, especially for these types of guests, because these are the ones that stay for much longer. It's probably only them or them and their partner. They're going to be no hassle. They're going to be a good booking to get in. But you've got to show them that you've got all that stuff waiting for them. You can talk about it in your title: full office setup, high speed internet, printer available. And when you're also thinking about who's coming to stay or who you are completely laser focusing your property aimed at, you can talk about what they're going to be doing whenever they come to stay in your place. Are they going to a theme park? If so, how far away is your property from the theme park? Put it in the title. Are they going to Harry Potter World? How close are you to that? Are they coming to the beach? Do you have a beach on your doorstep? Put all this stuff in here, because the guests that are searching for this, as soon as you serve it up right in those search results, as soon as they click through, you're just thinking of everything for them, that you're reading their mind. And you can also offer specific packages for these guests that are coming to a bit of an upsell, make a few extra quid. You could have a special pet welcome pack waiting for those dogs or cats or whatever the hell that people are traveling with. You could do a kiddie friendly welcome pack. You can offer something for honeymooners, for anniversaries, for birthdays. All of these come at an extra cost that goes straight in your pocket, and Airbnb doesn't get a touch. The next way to get more bookings in your Airbnb is to stop relying on Airbnb. They are just one platform of many out there that are full of thousands or millions of guests. Airbnb just wants you to use their platform, but there's so many people who just will not use Airbnb. The other big ones that you should be on are Vrbo, Booking.com, Expedia. There are millions of others, and all of these have people who just, that is their platform of choice for booking their stay. We touched on putting your instant book on with your big boy pants. Once you've done that, these other platforms do not seem as scary, because that's what the real world looks like when bookings just land in. And that's what we're here for after all. But it's not just the OTAs that want to take a slice out of your income. Get direct bookings. There's lots of different ways to do that. I've got videos all through this channel showing you how to do that. You've got these killer photos. Set up an Instagram profile, start sharing those incredible photos that you've got all around social media. Get people to share them. Do like and share competitions. Engage with people in your local business Facebook groups. There are tourism and travel groups of people saying, oh, I want to go to your location. And you're just in there and you can just hit them with your link for them to go straight to your booking site and book. You can also partner with local businesses, because they're going to be sharing stuff. They're going to be sharing it to a local audience. You can tie in with them. You can share their profile to your guests that are coming, and they can share your profile to all of their customers, and it's just cross promotion. We're one big hospitality family at the end of the day. We all need to support each other. You're bringing in a steady stream of people who want to come and spend money in your area, and you have power to send them to the best places, and all you're asking in return is that those places give you a wee like and a share. You can get your listing on travel blogs. There are millions of them all over the internet, and if you're feeling very brave, you can even get some travel influencers to come and stay in your place and hopefully show it in an amazing light. You will have to gift them the stay. It will be free for them. You got to be very careful about who you work with, but it is a way to massively grow your reach on social media. All right, next up, once you've got your listing up and running, it is important that you dip into it very frequently and make sure that it's updated. Now, if you're like me and you use a channel manager that manages all your platforms for you, you're rarely in the back end of Airbnb, and things change all the time. New boxes pop up that need text in it, new things need ticked or unticked, and if you're not staying on top of that, you are going to fall down those rankings. You can keep your listing updated with new attractions or new festivals or events that are coming up in the area, specifically if you think people are going to be looking around the time to book for those things. If you can mention it in your description or talk about it's in the street next door to where this property is, you're going to be front and center of those guests' mind who are wanting to go to that attraction. But a really cool thing, a little neat trick that I saw when I was auditing someone's Airbnb listing just recently in one of my last videos, which you should check out, and when I saw it, it blew my mind. So when you think about the photos that you've taken, how cool would it be that when you make the switch from summer to the winter season to the low season, that you not only change your prices, but you actually change your photos. So if you live in an area that gets summer and actual season, unlike Belfast and Northern Ireland where we get no seasons or 4 seasons in one day, if you get actual seasons of in the summer it's hot and warm and in the winter it snows, why not have 2 different sets of photos? so that when you come into winter, you can upload your winter photos and you can show everything about how your property looks like in the winter. Do you put the Christmas tree up? Do you have really amazing lights outside? Can you ice skate on the lake out the front? That's a health and safety nightmare, but you get the idea. Next up, we're talking about slightly higher level marketing strategies here to get these bookings. So you can offer limited time promotions for off season, early bird discount if someone books way in advance for your low season. You already should be offering some sort of discount for repeat bookings. So if someone stayed with you through Airbnb or any of the other OTAs, you can send them a wee message saying, here, if you're ever coming back, just contact me directly or book through our website, direct booking engine, and you get a 10% discount or a 5% discount or whatever. You can also offer a discount code to those guests, and yeah, if they want to share it with their friends, that's fine too. You'd rather take the booking than not. And then of course you can always run ads on things like Google or Facebook ads, and that is going to get you eyeballs and potentially more bookings, but really you want to be getting organic reach from people liking, sharing, engaging with your content on social media. Now the bookings are flying in, you need to keep those guests happy, because in this business, revenue follows reviews. Every 5-star review your property receives is another signal to potential guests that your property is worth booking. But how do you get them? Well, in this video, I'm going to give you 5 ways. So the first way is, believe it or not, have a good property. Now this might seem obvious, but it surprises me so often in my coaching and when I see properties online, how many properties are just not fit for purpose. The location, finish, and facilities in a property all contribute to the experience a guest has when they arrive. The goal is to wow your guests as soon as they walk in and then completely over-deliver. In terms of location, if you're in a tourist area, guests want to be close to the action. They want to be near a supermarket, cafes, restaurants, parks, the beach, whatever the good amenities are in your area. In terms of the finish in the properties, guests are paying customers, and these are like hotel guests. You expect a certain standard in a hotel room when you go and stay there. If you're renovating a property, you have to go in it with the idea that these are paying guests coming to stay in your hotel and you want it to wow them. And in terms of the facilities, what else can you offer those guests when they're in-house that's going to make their stay more enjoyable? Free parking, high-speed Wi-Fi, Xbox, hot tub, anything else that you can add into the property that's just going to make it just that little bit more of a good experience for the guests. So the second way to guarantee 5-star reviews is to meet and greet your guests when they arrive. Now I know it's not always possible to meet guests when they arrive, but if you don't, it is going to have an effect on your reviews. When you meet guests with a warm welcome when they arrive at your property, it's human nature that they're going to respond positively to it. They could have been traveling for hours to get to your place, they maybe got lost, and they're certainly in unfamiliar surroundings. So a warm welcome from you, their host, can help guests just switch off, get into holiday mode, and unwind. A few local recommendations from you about the best bars or restaurants or cafes, as well as a quick demonstration about how that tricky X, Y, or Z thing in your property works, is going to actually save you time in the long run. Now, meet and greets are really the gift that keeps on giving. So not only are they almost guaranteed to give you a 5-star review, but they can also save you when something bad happens. So several times, we've had unexpected disasters in our property. Something's gone wrong, but when we've met the guests, we've built that rapport. They've seen my face. They know what we're about. They know we're a real person and not just a faceless brand. And in those instances, they either still leave us a good review or they just don't leave a review at all. So tip number 3 is be attentive to your guests when they're in house. As soon as they get checked in, this is not when the work ends. This is when the work starts. Check in with them once they've arrived, once they've settled in, to see, is there anything that they need? Do they have any questions? Is there anything that they're not sure about that you can help with? Now, often they will have noticed something small, but it'll be so small that they wouldn't have decided to contact you. But if you offer them the chance to bring it up, then they will. And that just gives you a chance to offer exceptional customer service. And just spending that small amount of time can deliver amazing results. Often a guest might say, oh, do you know where the nearest vegan restaurant is? Now, even if you don't know, or you wonder why they don't ask Google, go and check it out yourself. Give them the recommendation of somewhere that you think they're going to enjoy, and they're going to remember that. They're going to see you as an attentive, welcoming host. Number 4, now you've delivered all this great customer service, but the biggest thing that's going to mark reviews down is the cleanliness of the property. Everything else can be perfect, but if your property is not spotless, that's going to get mentioned in a review. If you're cleaning the property yourself, you'll know how important this is. But if you're outsourcing the cleaning to a cleaning agency or a freelancer, then you're going to really need to get some systems in place to make sure that that cleaner does the job perfect every single time. It's important to remember that guests like to think that they're the first person to ever stay in this property. There's some common areas that are often missed whenever cleaning's taking place in a property. It's really important to check the cooking items like pots, pans, the oven, cutlery, glasses. Guests do not want to see the remnants of the the last guest dinner in their frying pan when they go to make their own. But there are a million other places that guests can find fluff, hair, dust, that it's really important that your cleaners check. Under beds, behind doors, underneath the sofa. Now, finding cleaners that can deliver a consistent standard can be tricky, but it's absolutely imperative that you work as hard as you can to make sure you get that. Best practice is always to check over a cleaner's work before the guests arrive, which if you're doing the meet and greet, you'll be able to do. And think about it this way, if you can spot something in 5 minutes of being in the property, a guest is definitely gonna spot it within the 5 days. And number 5, one of the best ways to get a 5-star review is to give some freebies. Now, when I say freebies, I'm not talking about tea, coffee, and sugar. Those things are hospitality standards and are expected. In fact, not providing them is probably gonna get you some bad reviews. But there are other things that guests don't always expect, and that if you leave them, will definitely get you some bonus points. Toiletries like shampoo and shower gel can be bought in bulk and topped up in your bathrooms. Snacks such as crisps or biscuits can be bought in bulk as well and are a welcome addition to guests who have likely had a long day traveling and want something quick to eat when they arrive. Access to a free Netflix account is another little treat for guests, but just make sure you don't use your personal account or you're gonna lose your place in all your favorite shows. What is the most effective freebie that you can give? Alcohol. Booze is by far the most effective and expensive freebie that you can leave your guests. A bottle of wine or a 6-pack of beer is quite expensive, but I've lost count of the amount of times I got a shriek of delight from guests when I told them there was some free wine or beer in the fridge. And it gets mentioned in so many reviews. So before I give you this bonus tip, remember this is a hospitality business. There's no way to cheat to get these reviews. These are real people coming on their holiday to experience your property. You have to deliver the customer service if you want to get that 5-star review. But the time that you invest into those reviews are worth it, because if you're sitting with 5-star, 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 think of how much extra you can charge per night compared to if you have a 2 or 3 out of 5. It can be hard when you've got some demanding guests and you have to really work even harder to get that review, but the majority of the time, guests just want to come in, not speak to you, and if you deliver these 5 things, you're gonna get the 5-star review. And now for the bonus tip, how to get a 5-star review? Ask for one. Well, that was a throwback, but now we're back to the future, and fittingly, we need to talk about how automation is so key for the success of your Airbnb business. This is what's gonna give you a proper business instead of what lots of people end up with, a full-time 7 days a week job. This is how you get to make money while you're asleep or on the beach, the ultimate promised land. This video gives you tons of tech options for freeing up your time. This is a business with a lot of moving parts and spinning plates, and without leverage and systemization, it will take over your life, leaving you burnt out and overworked. Okay, so tip number 1 is automated messages between you and the guests. Probably the messaging, the dealing with the guest, the communication is one of the things that's going to take up the most time in this business. Guests have 1,000 questions before they even book in their inquiries, after they have booked in the run up to their stay, during their stay, when the questions about everything about the property and stuff, and then often whenever they're leaving as well. And you as a host have to be really prompt and efficient at replying to all those messages. Quick response times mean happy guests and better reviews. But when you get started, you're going to notice that so many of the questions you're hearing again and again and again. And when that happens, you know it's time to systemize that aspect. So there are multiple touch points throughout a guest journey that you're going to be able to systemize your messaging to provide answers to questions that the guests haven't even asked yet. So you can set up auto replies for whenever a guest books to send them all the information that they need. You can set up auto replies for when people ask about the check-in times, about where they can park their car, about do you allow pets. You can set up timed messages to go out that send out to guests after they've arrived, to just check in with them, make sure everything's okay, and if they have any questions. I know that's just encouraging more questions, but it is a good thing to do. You can send out automated messages the day before checkout to just remind guests about what the checkout time is. And then also once they've left, you can send an automated message to just politely ask them for a 5-star review. But honestly, the importance of prompt and efficient communication with guests cannot be overstated. If you have a guest inquiry that you don't respond to quick enough because you're too busy swamped in all the other day-to-day running crap messages from your other guests, the chances are you could miss out on that inquiry and that booking. So how do we set up these automated messages? Well, you can set up some of them on Airbnb's platform itself. You can use other tools like Breezeway or Smart B&B, and all of them are going to help you get your messages to the guests before they even know they have those questions. Going back and forth answering the same questions every every day to different guests is a huge drain on your time. And by automating these messages, it saves you not only time, but headspace to deal with the other aspects of the business that require your attention. Tip number 2 to automate your Airbnb business is doing self-check-in when guests arrive. Now, if you want those 5-star reviews, it is best practice to meet those guests, but that's another video. This video is about getting you more time back, and that is done by self-check-in. When I started out, I used to meet all the guests when they arrived, and I loved it. It's why I got so involved in this business and did so well at it. But it is a huge drain on your time. I lost count of the amount of times a guest told me they would be there at 9 o'clock. I would be at the property for 9, and by 12 o'clock or lunchtime, they still hadn't showed up, and I'd be messaging them, where are you? I was going to meet you at 9.
And they said, oh, we just decided to do a bit of a sightseeing tour on the way, so we're going to get some lunch now. We'll be there in about an hour or so.
Like, what a waste of my time to be sitting there. I'm trying to do the best thing, the best customer service, give these guests a really warm meet and greet. But in reality, they're on their holidays. They don't give a shit about me. They just want to do the stuff they're going to do, arrive at their Airbnb and just get checked in and do whatever they're going to do there. They don't really care about us as hosts, and that's fine. So by allowing guests to self-check-in either through smart locks or a key safe, it saves you so much time because you don't have to be at the property to wait for them. It also saves the time of the back and forth in messages or phone calls about,
when are you going to be here? Oh, I think we'll be here. How do you get out? Where do you...
All this back and forth is just wasted. Whereas if you just say to the guest, this is the address, this is the code to get in, you can contact them when they've arrived. So there's 3 main ways to automate your self-check-in. The first, most basic, is a lockbox that you attach to the wall or hide somewhere at the front of your property, and you put the key in it and you send the key safe code to the guests. And hopefully, if you're a good host, you're going to change that code between guests. This is not a perfect situation. Guests can find these hard to find if you've put them in a secure location. They can not understand how to open the thing, so you gotta provide more information than maybe a video of showing them how to open the damn thing, but it does its purpose. It's a good option to systemize it. The second option is where you use some sort of key exchange service. So there's lots of these all around the world where you can go to a shop or a cafe or somewhere and you can leave your keys behind the reception, behind the shop counter. A guest goes, provides a code, and then they get handed the keys. This is a good option as well. It's much more secure, but you have to deal with that premises is opening hours, so if a guest's arriving late at night and that place is closed up, you're in trouble. And then the third way to manage this is by installing electronic smart locks on your door. That way you can send the door lock code to the guests. It's all managed remotely on your phone. You can see when the door is being opened, when the code is being used. On checkout, you can automatically disable that code so that the guest will not be able to get back in, and it generates a new one. By far the best practice, probably the most expensive as well. But here, throughout this whole list, you're gonna know if you wanna get time back, it's gonna cost money. And if you wanna save all that money, well, then you gotta pay it with your time.
Time is money, friend.
Tip number 3 is utilizing dynamic pricing tools. Now, before you say Airbnb does smart pricing, do not use Airbnb's smart pricing tool. It is useless. It deserves to go in the bin. Do not use it. But you do need to be using some form of algorithm to adjust your rates automatically. You cannot be spending hours, which is what you would need to spend, researching the market, adjusting your prices up and down, up in periods of high demand, down in gaps, adjusting your minimum stays. That is not a job that one human can do if they're also trying to manage the other aspects of this business. You need to leverage algorithms. This is the 21st century. There's algorithms that run the world. Skynet needs to get involved in your business to get you the best rates possible. Yes, you might think that you're really good at noticing gaps in your calendar and adjusting them down to get the best competitive price to get a booking, but how much money have you left on the table on those weekends that there was a big concert or a conference or something happening that you didn't get your rates up high enough? You might not even know. Using software like Beyond Pricing, Price Labs, or Wheelhouse means that you can not forget, but trust that there's an algorithm working to get you the best rates possible based on the market conditions, the demand and the supply on every date that you have available. Now, if you're interested in hearing more about these sort of higher level systems of how to level up, maximize the profit from your business, then watch this video. It's 16 ways to level up, to turbocharge your Airbnb business. Okay, so tip number 4 is the importance of automating your cleaning schedule. So while The first tip was about all the back and forth you're having to do with your guests. This one is about all the back and forth you're having to do with your housekeepers or cleaners. Bookings come in last minute, bookings get cancelled, bookings get extended, lots of changes happen where you may have told someone you need to clean on one day or one time, and that may change, and you have to be on the ball to get that information across to your housekeepers. It's a massive drain on your time. There's room for error and things to get missed, and for guests to not have checked out on time, for you to be paying a cleaner, be stood outside waiting for those guests to check out. It's inefficient, and there is a better way. But in this business, you're gonna get some horrible reviews if your cleaning isn't done right. So you need a reliable and efficient cleaning service. And to do that, you need to be able to communicate effectively and efficiently with those cleaners. And there are different platforms out there that you can use. One's called Airbnb, where it can automatically send out notifications to your housekeepers about when cleans need done, when guests have checked out, and you can track their progress on there as well. A platform called Properly can provide visual checklists for your cleaners so that you can make sure they stay on top of everything and don't miss anything. And it can sync with your booking calendar to automatically schedule those cleans with the housekeepers. It's just piece by piece, removing you from that ever-changing landscape and ensuring that the systems, that the tech prompts your cleaners of when they need to go. Tip number 5 is streamlining your guest verification. Now, if you're wondering why guest verification and vetting is so important, watch this video on the dark side of Airbnb hosting. If you haven't been stung yet, you will be getting stung sooner rather than later. It's so important that you're careful about who you let into your property. This is your prized asset. You want to keep it in tip-top condition with only the best guests who are going to respect it and look after it. And believe it or not, there are lots of horrible people out there who just want to use your property for a party or worse.
What?
So it's so important that you vet all the guests that come and stay. Now, if you're on Airbnb's platform, yes, you can set up their inbuilt guest verification thing where you have to get photographic ID, and you can set it up so you only accept bookings from people with past reviews. Yeah, that sort of works fine. Although, you know, sometimes people can get a bit desperate and accept bookings from people that don't have reviews. Or the other thing that can happen is people can just give out automatic 5-star reviews, even if someone hasn't been a good guest. So you don't really know who's coming in. Plus, if we are on other booking sites, which you absolutely should be, then there isn't really any guest verification on there. It's the Wild West. Anyone can book your property with a fake name, come and do whatever they want. So you got to vet these guests. And that can be time consuming. You've got to phone them or message them, ask them who they are, get them to send over ID, make sure there will be a certain age of minimum check-in, make sure they agree to your house rules. All this stuff can take time back and forth, and it's going to be especially frustrating for those nice guests, those families who are going to question, why do you need this? Meanwhile, the other ones who are there for a stag and hen party, they're going to be in their WhatsApp group trying to find out ways where they can get past this vetting and still come and have a party. But there are other ways, there are other apps, other platforms that you can use to streamline this vetting procedure. Tools like Superhog, which are going to go deep into those guests and make absolutely sure that they are the type of people that you want to let into your property. Also AutoHost, who will look into the guest and give you a risk factor of how dangerous that they are and whether you want to let them in or not. But honestly, don't waste the time on not vetting guests. It's not a time saving, because the time you're going to have to spend cleaning that property after a party is just not worth it. It's an investment that you need to put in before those guests get anywhere near your property. You need to stop those bookings at source. And go off on a big tangent here. Watch that video on the dark side of Airbnb hosting and you're going to see exactly what I mean. Now, if you're enjoying this video, you've made it halfway through, please give it a thumbs up. Give it a wee click on that subscribe button. You're not going to miss any more of the videos that I'm posting out here. I'm about 4 months into this journey. I'm loving it. I'm loving the comments. I'm loving hearing where everyone's from. Let's go on the journey together. Tip number 6 is smart home devices.
I may be homely, Buster, but I'm S-M-A-R-T smart.
Now, this tip isn't really much of a saving of your time, more of a saving of that money. Guests don't give a shit when they come to stay in your place. They're going to leave the heating on full whack, open the windows, they're going to go out for the day, leave all the lights on. It's not their property, they're not paying for it. Who cares? You care, and I care too. So here's how we can fix it. Smart thermostats like a Nest you can install, where you're going to be able to control the temperature of your property remotely. You give access to the guests and they can play about with it a bit, but if they want to turn it up to the temperature of the sun, you're able to put it back down again after a while. You can automatically turn it off as soon as the guests have checked out, or if they go out for the day. And you can also get smart lights where, again, if it's when the guests have checked out, you can just switch that all off, and you know you're not going to be losing money from just wasteful guests who just want to leave everything on the planet. Yeah. Tip number 7 is automated reviews. So again, you want that review, you need that review from the guest who's just left, but their review isn't going to show up until you've left them one. So are you going to sit and go through, oh, such and such was a great guest, left the place? Nah, waste of time. At the bare minimum, you need to have templates that you can just copy and paste in there and get that review out there in like 2 seconds. But there are other platforms you can use like Smart B&B, where you can have pre-saved reviews based on the guest's behavior, whether you want to give them a thumbs up or a big thumbs down. You can just click and post it out instantly. And just a word on reviews. If someone is a guest, please do tell the world and the other Airbnb hosts out there that they were a guest. We're all in this together. You wouldn't like it if some guest arrived in your place and then you somehow found out that in the previous place they were in, they also trashed it, but that host gave them a 5-star review, which led you to then accept the booking. So be honest in reviews. This is how this platform is supposed to work. And like I touched on previously with the automated messages, make sure you have an automated message asking guests to leave you a review. It shouldn't happen too much on Airbnb, but on other booking sites, people often don't get prompted. They just don't have time to leave a review. So a template that seems like a personal email from you saying, look, I really hope you enjoyed your stay. Reviews are the lifeblood of this business. Please, if you could spend a couple of minutes just to leave us a 5 out of 5 or a 10 out of 10, it would really help us and we'd be really grateful. And we'll give you a discount if you come back and book direct. Then that would be great. Now, once you give them an incentive of potentially getting some money off a future stay, chances are you're going to get that good review. Tip number 8 is probably going to be the biggest time saver and system that you can implement, not only in terms of time, but also increased revenue and just general professionalism in your business. And that's by getting a channel manager. If you take on one system, one piece of tech that I've recommended in this entire video, please get a channel manager. I mean, it's a whole video in itself about why you need to get one. There's a whole chapter on it in my book, which you can get a link in down below, but the benefits are endless. For a start, it automatically gets you on every booking site in the world. You get your property in front of millions of more people than you would if you just relied on Airbnb. On top of that, even though you're on all those properties, it eliminates the chance of a double booking because your calendar is synced instantly and you have one home screen, one diary that you log into on the channel manager. Here you can set up all your automated messages. Here you can change all your rates automatically if you link it up to like the likes of Price Labs. Here you can upload new photos, which will automatically get pushed out to every booking site that you're on. You can manage payments, you can send your messages, you can do everything from a channel manager. It is the biggest time-saving thing that you can do in this business. There are lots of them out there. I personally really like Guesty. You can see a link to that down below, but it's just something that's gonna professionalize this whole business, automate so much, and just give you so much time back. So get a channel manager. And actually, if you are using one, leave me a comment, tell me which one you're using, whether you like it or not. It's going to be beneficial to other people who are watching this video who aren't using one but think that they need to. They better know that they need to now. Tip number 9, I sort of touched on it in the first tip about the guest communication, but this is more specific around pre-arrival guest communication. So it's not just about where to park or what the lockbox or the smart lock code is. This is full on detail about what the guests can expect when they arrive. So we're talking proper documents here, like a house manual, guest manual, a what to do in the area guide, because believe it or not, guests will see you as the concierge, receptionist, butler, whatever you want to call it. Any questions they have, it's like they've never heard of Google or TripAdvisor ever before, and any question will come directly to you. And hey, you can understand it. Everyone wants a recommendation from a local. So if you can pre-package that in a document, a PDF that you can send to guests, the best restaurants, the best cafes, the best tourist attractions, how to get public transport, all those sorts of things, guests can read before they even arrive, get ideas, do their own research, and it's just saving so much time of someone messaging you at 5 o'clock saying, where should we go for dinner tonight? The house manuals are really key because these are going to save time once the guests are in house. You might think your property is very easy to use, but I'm willing to bet that some of you watching this video have put in a very fancy coffee machine, a very fancy sound system, a complicated hot tub, different things that you know how to use because you've used it a million times, but a guest coming from Belfast, from China, from Australia has no idea how to use. And if they don't, they're going to come to you with the questions. So if you have everything in a house manual that you've sent to the guests before they arrive, they're going to know,
okay, here's the instructions of how to use this thing. I'm looking forward to using it, but it's nice to know how to.
And a little hack on that as well, that if something's particularly difficult to explain in words, have a QR code or a link that someone can click, if it's a digital guidebook, or a QR code that they can scan with their phone that takes them to a video of you showing them how to use it. Because visuals are going to be much more easier to understand than trying to read something really complicated instructions. You can use Hostfully to make a guidebook, and a clever hack in that is you can actually link it up to Viator to recommend tours and things, so that when guests book those tours, those attractions, you get a kickback in the form of a commission. Now that's total passive income. And there's more tips like that in that 16 ways to level up your Airbnb business. And tip number 10 is maintenance or inventory management of all your stuff in your property. Now it's really important that you keep maintenance in your property high, that it's never looking tired or there's no wear and tear. And you can do that through regular inspections and just checking up on things, checking the boiler, checking the radiators, checking the Wi-Fi, all this sort of stuff needs time spent on it. And your inventory is all the things that you need on a daily and weekly and monthly basis to have your property running smooth. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, toilet roll. You need to keep track of what you've got, what you need, and when you need to order more. So you can use systems like Properly, Breezeway, or You're Welcome to keep on top of this sort of stuff. This is the boring stuff that if you're anything like me, you're gonna put off because you're just not interested in doing it, but you know it needs done. So if you can automate it, get it off your plate, free your head up to deal with the more important things that you're good at, like delivering customer service, working on the business instead of in it, that is where your headspace should be. Now, I know that all these options might seem like it's throwing the kitchen sink at your business, but it really is a trade-off of how much time do you want against how much money do you want. In this next video, I spell out the 5 things they're gonna do the heaviest lifting. And if you do these, I guarantee you're gonna have a killer Airbnb business. If you're just getting started in Airbnb and you haven't got that property yet, you might not even be aware of any of these things. If you have got started already, then you're gonna know all about them because you're gonna be swamped. So I talk about these systems and a whole lot more about how to start an Airbnb business in my Amazon #1 best-selling book, which you can click the link below and get. Okay, so let's get into it. What is the #1 thing you need to systemize to give you freedom? Well, you may have already guessed it, it's cleaning. So the #1 thing that you need to systemize to get off your plate, to get someone else to do, is help with the housekeeping. Cleaning the property after each set of guests leave is the biggest drain on your time and the first thing that you need to get off your plate and onto someone else's. Cleaning the property is a functional task, meaning that almost anyone can do it. But if it's you that's gonna be doing it, then you're gonna be stuck facilitating everyone else's holiday and not have any time for your own. So the first thing you need to do is get one or maybe even a team of cleaners that you're going to be able to communicate with and arrange for them to come in, get the place ready after one set of guests leave before the next set arrive. Now, this is often easier said than done. Remember, these cleaners are your eyes and ears on the ground. They are the ones who need to tell you if a guest hasn't checked out, if something's been broken, if something needs replaced. So you really have a lot of trust that you need to put in them. And in reality, you're probably going to kiss a lot of cleaning frogs before you find your prince. There are specific things about cleaning an Airbnb property that are very different to cleaning a domestic property. For example, if you have a cleaner in your own home, chances are you don't want them to look in any of your drawers or cupboards. But if it's an Airbnb, they absolutely need to look in every drawer and every cupboard. They need to remember to clean out the fridge, check all the pots and pans are clean. There are so many different things that are specific to Airbnb cleaning. So you're gonna have to train a cleaner up. And you can use a checklist to give them prompts to remind them, check the fridge, check underneath the sofa, all these little things that are unique to not only Airbnb, but your specific property. The second most important thing that you're gonna need to systemize is the linen, the bed sheets. Who is gonna take care of that? You absolutely don't want it to be you, otherwise you're gonna have to be there when the cleaner arrives, take the linen off, wash it, iron it, and put it back on the bed. So you do not want to be doing that. You can hopefully get your cleaner on board with this, and he or she can either wash the linen at the property or at their house, or they can drop off and pick up from a local laundrette. But these two things are so important to get off your plate. They tie you geographically to that property so that every changeover has to have you in it. So you want to wrestle yourself away from that so the changeovers become someone else's duties. The third crucial system that you absolutely need to systemize to get you away from the property is maintenance. So we've already talked about how your cleaners are your eyes and ears, and honestly, if they don't tell you, guests will tell you when they arrive if something's broken or needs fixed. Now, when I first started out, I used to arrive down at the property myself, tool bag in hand, and very quickly realized I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. It was often a waste of my time and also really embarrassing as I stood there with the guests looking over my shoulder while I realized I didn't have a clue how to fix the thing. So it's really important that you have a team of tradespeople, a plumber, electrician, general maintenance person that's going to be able to step in at pretty much short notice to be able to fix anything that goes wrong in the property. Now, one thing to think about is if you're outsourcing this to someone else, you absolutely need to troubleshoot with the guest before you call on these tradespeople. So let me give you an example. If a guest comes in and says the radiators aren't working, so the heating is off, the heating isn't working, it's really important that you get them to check every other radiator in the property to make sure that the previous guest guest hasn't just switched off one of them. Likewise, if they say there's no hot water, instead of phoning a plumber straight away or a gas engineer, it's important that you check with the guest, make sure the boiler's switched on, make sure the thermostat hasn't been tampered with. All these little things can save you time and save the call out fee for the professional. The next system that you need to implement in your Airbnb business to give you freedom is not only a system, but it's a piece of tech. So it's a channel manager. If you don't know what a channel manager is, it's a one-stop shop, a website or a platform that you plug your property into and it links up to all the big booking sites. Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, everything. It's one place that you log into, your bookings all come into here, you can make changes and those changes are pushed out to all those sites. So if you want to change your content, change it once in the channel manager and it pushes it out. If you want to change your photos, all of that changes. This is a massive time saving because if you're just starting out, chances are you're only on Airbnb. By being on a channel manager, it unlocks all these booking sites, which in reality is going to get your property in front of millions and millions more people. It's not only going to be a massive time saver because you don't have to go into every different booking site and change things, but it's also going to eliminate a lot of mistakes. So if you had to previously change your rates in Airbnb, then log out, log into Booking.com, change your rates, the chances of human error there are so big. All it takes is for you to add an extra zero onto the nightly rate or not enough zeros onto the nightly rate and you're in big trouble. If you've been syncing your calendars, there's always the chance of a double booking. With a channel manager, that completely removes this error. Now, which channel manager should you use? Well, in reality, there are loads out there and it's up to you to pick which one fits your personal preferences and does everything you need it to do. And the last system that you need to put in place is another piece of tech, another little bolt onto your channel manager, and it's a rate pricing software. If you don't know what that is, it's a piece of software that scrapes data from the market. It knows what the demand is like in your area at a given time and it adjusts your rates automatically. Now, this is an absolute game changer in terms of saving time, but also increasing your revenue. As Airbnb hosts, we're very quick to spot little gaps in our diary and often reduce our prices down. But what we're not so good at doing is seeing where we've missed out, where we could have put our rates up in periods of high demand. This is where rate pricing software comes in. It knows that demand is high 6 months in advance for some strange conference or some weird holiday that you don't even know is coming, and it puts your prices up so you get the best rates for your property. Now, all of these systems cost money, but it's important not to think of them as costs. Think of the costs for all of these systems as investments. You put in some money and you get back your time. And remember, with any business, the goal is not money. The goal is to be able to have enough money to spend your time whatever way you want. If you put these systems in place, you're going to be able to run your Airbnb from anywhere in the world, on a beach, in a cafe in Paris, even while you're asleep. You're going to have so much more time to focus on the vital tasks that only you can do. Now we're getting serious and we're ready to fly the nest of Airbnb and put on our big boy or big girl pants on. The OTA that's really going to take things to the next level and maximize the profit from your Airbnb is Booking.com. Now this can be a scary step for people. This next video is a very easy to follow step-by-step tutorial of how to get set up on Booking.com. By watching this video, you're absolutely doing the right thing for listing your property on Booking.com. Airbnb is a flooded marketplace. There's far more competition there. There's far more opportunities on Booking.com. Check this out. So this is a breakdown of our booking source over the last 12 months. And you can see that 59% of all of our bookings have come through Booking.com. Over 20% direct and only 7% from Airbnb. So well done you. Now let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is just go to the Booking.com website. You'll see here at the top where it says list your property. Straight away, it's going to show you at the top here over 29 million other listings already on Booking.com. Now that sounds like a lot, but it's nowhere near as much as I'd say as Airbnb. Now, before we get into actually building the platform, I want to show you some of the blurb that Booking.com give you. They're very much trying to capitalize on you, the Airbnb hosts who have heard of Booking.com but have been terrified to go on there. They've changed so much of their business model to appeal to you, to make things like almost Airbnb-esque. So they're trying to give you peace of mind to list on their platform. A damage program, which is actually absolutely useless, because if we click into this, you can read it here, and basically it sort of covers you. It says, look, don't worry, if things go wrong, it's one in every 5,000 things go wrong, you know, don't worry, you're going to get it sorted. This damage program, when you actually get down into the small print, it basically says, we'll take care of everything, we'll contact the guests, however, we can't guarantee payment and we'll only receive it if the guest agrees. Someone has a massive party in your place and they leave, and Booking.com says, you caused all this damage, you need to pay it. The guest just says, no, you're out. But there are ways to stop these bad guests, and we're going to get into that. So Booking.com have brought in the fact that you can review bookings, so they're not just instant book like they used to be. You can get paid out by Booking.com instead of having to take card details and process payment yourself. They verify guests with email addresses and credit cards. Again, this is trying to be like Airbnb, but it's just not the same. But the great thing is when you're setting up a listing on Booking.com, you can actually import almost everything from Airbnb. So your reviews, your property details, and you get a little boost that says new to Booking.com. So look, I'm not here to sell Booking.com to you. You're here to watch this video. You know how good it is. You know it's tricky as well, which is why you need to watch this video. You do need to be careful. So let's actually get in to building a listing. So it's so user friendly when you click in. You can do a quick start. You know, I'm going to go for apartment here, but it gives you options for all different types of places. I'm just going to say one apartment. It's one apartment where guests can book the entire place. Yep. So this is where you can actually pull in your listing from another platform, which is going to make this whole thing a whole lot easier. But I don't want to do that. I'm going to start from scratch so you can see everything. So property name, what should we call it? Oh, address. 10 Downing Street. None of this is scary. This is all the same things as what you went through on Airbnb. So yeah, that's the exact same problem. 10 Downing, that's the location. So you can connect to a channel manager. I do recommend that you definitely do this. If you're going to be listing on two different platforms, Airbnb and Booking, when you set up to a channel manager, it's going to give you not just connectivity between these two, but every other booking site out there. So I'm just going to call this a 1-bedroom property. And we're going to say that there's a sofa bed in the living room. We're going to maximize that occupancy and we can sleep 4. Yes, we allow children. So what can guests use at your place? Again, if you're importing this from Airbnb, all these are going to be ticked. We do not need air conditioning in Belfast. We do need heating, free Wi-Fi. There's a kitchen. And let's say we have a swimming pool. No, we don't serve guests. Yes, there is free parking and they need to reserve it on site. They speak English. Don't allow smoking, don't allow pets, definitely don't allow parties. Check in from 3, check out. So this is when check-in starts, obviously, and this is when check-out ends. So they've got to be out by at least 12. We can add in stuff. This is where you get from Airbnb, all your bits and pieces here. But we're going to do this later because this is all very similar. I want to get you into the extranet itself. So I'm just going to add in 5 random photos here from one of my other apartments and continue. Now, this is about how you receive bookings, and this is Booking.com trying to calm you down. We know you're coming from Airbnb where you're accepting inquiries and you take your time to go through this. This is the big boy leagues here. They can set up where it requests the book, but it 100% is recommended. Listen, you might be coming from Airbnb where you're used to that, doing inquiries, but guests on Booking.com, they're just used to booking a hotel, to book a guest house, to book an apartment. They are not Airbnb guests. So if you are going to set up request to book, it is going to have an impact on your level of bookings. So we're going to set up instant book. And then this is about how you can pay. So whenever you set it up for online payment, they can pay Booking.com through a variety of different methods, which we're going to come to. And then Booking.com can pay out to you, the host, just like Airbnb. Or you can set it up to charge the card when the guest actually arrives, yourself in person. So these are the ways of payments by Booking.com. Guest pays Booking.com with multiple options, like a card, but also PayPal and these other ones. Booking.com deal with the potential fraud on it. Then they send it out to us. It may take up to 7 days, but we have heard of hosts having massive delays from Booking.com being paid out. And for that, it's 1.6%. So we're going to go online because it is a better way. Now we need to set a price. Again, you're going to know this from Airbnb. You're going to know what your prices is. Booking.com is going to charge the 16.6, so it was 15. The standard Booking.com commission is 15%, but because they're doing the payments for us, that adds on another 1.6%. And again, this is Booking.com now. This is the first sign of the discounts, of the offers, of the promotions that they're trying to push. So it's 20% discount. They want to give it to the first 3 bookings to try and get those bookings through the door, or in the first 90 days, whatever comes first. So absolutely no, turn that off. You're going to get a boost anyway on Booking.com. If you're new, they're going to push you up to the top of the search results. They want you to get bookings. Now, rate plans, this is one of the good things that separates Booking.com from Airbnb, is you can have almost unlimited rate plans on the Booking.com extranet. This one is starting off, it's offering us a standard rate plan, cancellation policy, free cancellation up to 1 day before arrival, which is so flexible, it's unbelievable. And also guests who book and then cancel within 24 hours. automatically have their cancellation fee waived. How lovely for those guests. So no, we're going to change that. We're going to make that 14 days cancellation. Yes, of course, allowing guests to cancel up to 1 day before will increase our chances of getting bookings, but it will also increase our chances of getting our calendar filled and then bookings being cancelled 1 day before arrival and then no bookings coming in. And then this protection against accidental bookings. So that makes it sound like Booking.com's protecting us against some crazy thing. No, again, it's protecting their guests who have made a booking and then decide, actually, I don't really want this property. We're going to switch this off as well. And this is the case with Booking.com and all the other OTAs. You've just got to be so careful that whenever they're setting these things up for you as a new host, as a newbie to the platform, they're going to be benefiting themselves and the guests at our expense. So you've got to be so careful when you're setting these things up. So that's our free cancellation. Our non-refundable, we're going to offer a 10% discount for guests who then make the booking and it's banked. No one is getting that refund back and they cannot cancel their bookings for free at any time. It's also good to offer discount for these longer stays, which you know if you follow this channel. So this is suggesting a 15% discount when they book for 7 nights and they can cancel for free. So yeah, we'll go for that. Again, there's far more complexity in there. You can add more rate plans to offer discounts for 4 night stays, 5 night stays, 6, 7, whatever else. So when is the first date guest can book in? Again, if you've already got listed on Airbnb, you're probably going to have that set as soon as possible. And this is one of the big things that I think people getting started on Booking.com are scared of. How do they stop double bookings? So this is a way where you can, if you haven't already linked your Airbnb profile, you can paste an iCal link from your Airbnb platform in here, and that's going to automatically pull in all your bookings, all your availability from Airbnb. And then you can do it the other way where you can export your bookings from Booking.com, import that iCal link into the Airbnb platform, and you've got a two-way calendar that stops double bookings. Now, it's not perfect. I don't think iCal is instant, like always live. I think it takes like maybe a 15-minute delay for these things to constantly update back and forth. So it's not 100%. The only way to get 100% is to have a channel manager where everything is live and instant. No, we're not going to take that. So no, I don't want to sync availability. We're not going to take 30 night bookings. So we're almost there. I'm going to say we're an individual. And now whenever you're just at the final stage, it may prompt you for some verification just to prove you are who you say you are. Okay, so now we're in the back end, the actual extranet. Now you'll see this is a different property. I didn't want to push the button on go live on a property that's 10 Downing Street just in case Booking.com completely like shut me down in my real business. So this is one of our real properties that I'm going to show you the back end of. When you log in, you're going to be hit with the home screen. On the home screen, you're going to see, first of all, your reservations, unanswered messages, recent reviews. Oh, not too bad. And then your scores. So these scores affect your search result rankings and different bits and pieces as well. It shows some analytics about demand and then your performance, how your property's performing against others in the area. So I really just want to go through each of these tabs at the top and just show you what you can expect when you're in there. So first of all, rates and availability. So when you open up your calendar here, this is what it looks like. Now we have multiple apartments in this listing. This is why it shows it. Now straight away, that's far more complex than Airbnb, but again, it's good. And you can see it from a list view or a yearly view. Now that's a wee bit more like it. And copy yearly rates is when you can copy your rates from your current year or the previous year, adjust them slightly, or if you want, or not, and apply them for the following year. So you can pick which rate plan you want for which property. You can increase it by a fixed amount or a percentage, or decrease it, add in different restrictions. You can open or close rooms. If we go into rate plans, this is where, when we talked about it before about the non-refundable and flexible, this is where you can manage them all. Now again, we're using Avivo, so everything is mapped and sort of pushed from there, so we don't do that much in the extranet. So these value adds, to be honest, I haven't really looked too much at this. So it's that, yeah, you can offer parking, high-speed internet, transfer, spa access, all these bits and pieces. They're value adds to try and get a few more quid for each day, and no doubt more commission for Booking.com. So country rates is a really interesting thing on Booking.com. You can offer a discount to travelers from a specific country, and that's really useful because in Belfast anyway, we get a lot of Americans, a lot of Canadians and Australians, and we might want to incentivize them to book as opposed to say some more local travelers who might cause a few more hassle. Although that's interesting, Booking.com is actually recommending that we discount our domestic travelers. 72% of our stays are from there, and also another 17 are from European Union. And then another discount that you can offer, which do actually think is worth it is mobile rates. And that's where you offer a discount for people looking to book through their mobile phone, through the app or through the web version of booking.com. And we set this up because we saw figures for searches in Belfast that showed like 80% of bookings in our city were made on mobile, which I think is crazy. If I'm booking somewhere, I always book it on the laptop, but 80% were booked on mobile. If you were offering the mobile rate, you get that special mobile rate badge and you show up much higher in search results. You can also block out dates that you don't want to offer the discount on. So that's everything in the rates and availability tab. Next up, we're going to the promotions tab. This is where booking.com trying to guilt you, trying to hoodwink you into offering as many different promotions as you can to offer their guests money off. So you can see here already with the mobile rates on the insights, it's like, 73% of your peer group are getting more bookings than you. You're only getting 45% of these. Like, it makes it look so bad. And the same with an early booker deal. So basically this is saying, give 10%, give another 10%, and give another 10%, and these discounts stack. So that's 30% discounts just because they've made you feel quite nervous that you're showing up red here compared to your peers. Now, don't get me wrong, these promotions are useful, but pick and choose which ones you want. Don't just turn them all on because you'll end up with no money coming in. They do boost your listing. You will get bookings from this because you're going to show up in different searches, in different places in those searches. I'm showing you this because this is what you can do. I'm not saying that you should do all or even any of them. Next up is the reservations tab. I obviously can't show you any of our real reservations. Do want to show you just to see what way a booking looks like when it comes in. So when a booking comes in, this is what you're going to see in the extranet. So the name here is blanked out, the dates that they're staying, you can see their email address, you can get their address in here as well, which we should actually have. It shows the breakdown of the price, which property, who all is coming, 3 adults, 2 children, perfect. And then you can see all your communication here, and again, this is blanked out because it's private. Down at the bottom, it shows the cancellation policy. So this is non-refundable. It shows the prepayment, so they need to pay straight away because it's non-refundable. And this is when you can see all the other bits and pieces that you're gonna set up in the back end. Damage policy, extra beds, there's parking and pets. An interesting thing on booking.com where they're trying to make hosts from Airbnb see that past guest data is that when you click on a guest's name on the booking, you can see more information on them. So we can see that this guest joined in 2015, has completed almost 100 stays, cancels 11 to 20% of the reservation, has no guest misconduct reported, which is really crucial. And that is basically if a guest comes and is a naughty boy or girl in your property, then you can report guest misconduct, and I'll show you where you do that in a second. It even shows you what the average review score is that they give and their address and everything else. So this is a useful way to find out just a bit more information about the guest, to get a bit more peace of mind about whether you actually want to let them in. If a guest comes and is a naughty boy or girl, then you can click this and report guest misconduct. And this is so useful. This is effectively the way that you would write a negative review for a past guest that you've had, so that on Airbnb, so that the next host can see that they're not a nice person and not to let them in. So that's the reservations tab. Now we're going to go on to the property tab. Again, this is a massive one here. So in your quality rating, it's got all the amenities that you can add in. It's got everything that you can click. It gives you a score. It says the stuff you can do. It's basically just filling out the form, ticking all the boxes on booking.com. You then get your property page score, in which they say 100% property page score can potentially lead to 18% more bookings. Lovely. Ours is only at 82%. Obviously work to do here. It wants you to just add in all these bits and pieces so that when a search is done or a guest makes a request or inquiry, when they click the button to say, how do I get the keys? It's added in there. Key collection details. It wants photos, 4 photos per room. All these bits and pieces that you just tick, that's just going to give you a more full property page score. Next up, that general info and property status. There's not really much to see in there. VAT, tax and charges. Again, if you're VAT registered, now you put it in there. This is where your photos go in. Your main gallery, you can adjust them all around the place. You can add in 360-degree photos. I think you might actually be able to add in video, but I'm not sure on that. Don't quote me on that. Policies is next. So this is where you can go really deep, set up all sorts of different cancellation and prepayment policies that's going to suit you the best. You can offer child rates to offer a discount if families are coming. You can say whether you can accommodate kids or whether you offer cots. This is the payment options. So again, you can talk about what sort of payment methods you accept and whether there are any exceptions. You can set up some of your house rules here. So booking.com will set this up so that guests do not have to provide an address. They don't even have to provide provide a phone number when they book. It's crazy. You need to tick those boxes to turn that on. You need an address and you need a phone number of the guest. You need to know whether this guest is coming from 5 minutes down the road and they're coming for a party. You can set up age limits, so minimum age 25, no maximum age. This is where you can set up your damage deposit, so no one's going to get a shock, although to be honest they never read the fine print at the very bottom of the listing. You can set up any additional fees or charges, so I know a lot of people here, if you're coming from Airbnb, you're going to want to add your cleaning fee. Again, I don't think this is good practice. This is, as I say, a bigger, more professional OTA than Airbnb. It's not really standard practice to add cleaning fees, but if you're coming from Airbnb, if that's what you need to do, just do it. But just bear in mind, you're probably going to take it off. People go on booking.com to book hotels. Imagine booking a hotel and they added on a cleaning fee. You'd be thinking, what? I'm not staying here. I'm not cleaning your hotel room for you. This is also where you leave feedback or information about how the guests are going to collect the keys. You can add in some house rules here as well. You can offer discounts. Guests can book instantly. This is where a lot of the nuts and bolts of the booking procedure happens. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these facilities and services. It's basically just yes or no to everything. It's not strange. It's basically everything that you'll have had in Airbnb. The property layout is basically where you build the property and tell Booking.com, you know, this is one apartment, this is another apartment, this is how many people can be in it. You assign the photos. If it's just one apartment that you've got, you're not really going to need this. Same with amenities. Your profile section is interesting because you can add a bit more information in there. You can add your profile. If it's you as a host, you can add in your face. If it's a business, you can add in your logo. Now, this is interesting because once the listing is finished, this is what you get. So this is your listing. Once it's created, you don't get to write this. This is written by an algorithm based on all the boxes that you tick. This AI thing generates this, and it's always crap. It's always rubbish. It always sounds like a robot, but you can't change it. You can't go in and manually adjust that. Booking.com just provide it. It is what it is. There's hardly anywhere in your entire listing that you can add in your own words to put in your own information. The only place you can do it is here. Company information and property information. This is here. In the company profile, when you go to about the property and about the company and about the neighborhood, that's where you can add it all in. I'm going to view your descriptions next, and this again is a really key tab or buttony thing on extranet that you're going to be able to use. So this is the blurb that Booking.com has created. It's awful, but you can't change it. You can request a fix, but only really if it's a typo. But this is important, the fine print. This is what, whenever you set it up, Booking.com are only going to back you in problems with guests if you've got these boxes ticked. Now, there's so many in here. I'm not going to go through them all. A lot of them came from COVID. There are lots of things in there. You may want to tick them all, you may not, but some of them are super important. And then we come into messaging preferences. You can set up your templates here, automatic replies, you can schedule them, and you can set up security settings so that if multiple people have access to your extranet, that you can restrict who can send what. And then the last thing in the property tab is sustainability practices. Now, if you're big into that, this is a tab for you. You can set up whatever you want on here and showcase your sustainability. The boost performance, everything in here is basically a way where you can give free money to your guests or to Booking.com. This is what we were talking about, the promotions and the discounts earlier. This is where it tries to get you to do it in so many different ways. Now, these will work. Want to rank higher on Booking.com? Well, yes, please. We'll then give a genius discount, which ranges from 10 to 30%. So you have to weigh up, I do want this, but is it worth giving away all this commission and extra revenue? You're missing out on 65% more search results. Change that with preferred. We actually do use this one. You increase the commission that you pay to Booking.com, but you show up higher in search results. You get a thumbs up icon beside your property name, which I do think is valuable. So we don't actually have it switched on for this property. I do think it works. 3% extra commission. I do think it works. So there's so many things here that you can go through. Family bookings, different rate plans. Like honestly, it does want you to get bookings. It wants bookings to come through its platform compared to Expedia or Airbnb, but there is a cost to that, and it's never going to be on their expense. It's going to be on either yours, giving a discount to guests, or paying them extra money to get you those bookings. Now look at how many opportunities there are here. It's insane. And that basically just goes through all of these. There's more detail on all of these. If you click in, commission-free bookings, genius, preferred partner. So all of these things are there. This is not a video long enough to go into them, but basically just know that there are lots of different promotions there that Booking.com want to give you to get you more bookings on their platform. Your inbox is like you would imagine. I can't go in here for GDPR, guest reviews. So there's quite good insights here as well. So there's decent analytics here as well. This property is only quite new here in our portfolio, but it can give you different review scores based on your categories, and then your progress as well. So lots of analytics in here. There really is tons of stuff. That is everything in the reviews tab. In the finance tab, this is where you can set up the different ways to get paid. So either Booking.com to pay you into your bank account, or you can set up these virtual cards where the guest pays Booking.com. Booking.com then give you card details that you can then process yourself on Stripe. There's lots of different ways to do it. Or you can just set it up where Booking.com pass you the guest's card details and you can then process them yourself. And last up, we have the analytics, which is quite thorough. I haven't actually looked at this myself in a while. There are lots of different things that you can check here. So we have demand for Belfast, pace of bookings, steal statistics, booker insights, book window information, cancellation characteristics. You can set a competitive set. You see your ranking dashboard and your performance dashboard. So let's just delve into a couple of these here. I want to see what the demand for Belfast is like. Okay, so we're seeing 26.9% of searches in Belfast were for 31 to 90. That's the search window. So this is showing you how far in advance people are searching for stays in Belfast. Most of them are searching within the first month, within the next month, and the vast majority, nearly 60%, are searching within 8 to 90 days. Length of stay is always going to be the biggest length of stay. Search is always going to be for 1 followed by 2. We don't take 1s and neither should you. Now there you go. I touched on it earlier about the mobile searches. 80% of searches for Belfast have been via mobile, and that's why we offer the mobile rates. Our top 5 countries is UK, Ireland, Germany, US, and Spain. Mostly domestic, but some international as well. We have a lot of couples, groups, solo travelers, then families. Most people want free cancellation. Of course, who doesn't? But just because you want it doesn't mean you're going to get it. So those are the stats of demand for Belfast. Next up, I want to look myself, because I don't even know, at my ranking dashboard. Where are we ranking on Booking.com for this property? So we're showing up at 202 out of 749, better than 73% of properties within your city. Not so happy with that, to be honest, because these are phenomenal properties. I can see what the problem is here. 51% cancellation. Part of the problem with that is we get an awful lot of our bookings that book through Booking.com. We offer them a cheaper rate. They cancel through Booking.com and they book with us direct. Now, obviously Booking.com penalise cancellation rates, but we've decided that it's worth it to get that extra revenue in, to cut out the commission to Booking.com. We'll take the hit there. Everything else is decent. Review score is decent. Property page score should be improved, to be honest. A reply score, that's disappointing because we reply via email. So in actual fact, what Booking.com is thinking is all the messages that are coming in through the extranet are going unread, when actually what we do is contact the guest, get their direct email, replace that in our channel manager. So replace the anonymized Booking.com email address, which puts everything through the extranet, and we just communicate with them directly. So this shows search results in the last 90 days, property views in the last 90 days, and then bookings in the last 90 days. Now, once we're live on Booking.com, we can really start to take advantage of all the extra cool stuff that this platform offers. And this next video has all the hacks and tricks you'll need to make sure this OTA works for you instead of the other way around. Okay, so first up, here's a way where you can encourage family stays in your property and discourage big groups of adults like stag parties, hen parties. Now, it's logical to think whenever we have a gap that if we're scared that it's either a Saturday night or the night of a big concert or something that you're worried about, there's going to be groups of adults coming and they're potentially going to have a party or wreck your place. It's common sense and logical to think, well, I'll increase the nightly rate for that. That'll discourage them. It'll be too expensive for these undesirable people to come and stay in my property. But in actual fact, all that does is discourage a family. Now think about it. If you're a family coming to stay in a property, it's one wallet, it's one purse that's paying for that stay. But if you're a group of 10 guys on a stag do, then that nightly rate is being split 10 ways. So increasing the nightly rate, it doesn't really deter groups of adults who are coming to party. All it does is turn off families. So the way around that is on Booking.com to set up child rates. So just like this, whenever a family searches for availability and your property is available, you can set it where children are either free or heavily discounted. So what that means is when a family searches, they're going to see a much cheaper rate and therefore be more incentivized to book than if a group of say 6 or 10 adults searches for your place. They're going to see a much higher nightly rate. Now this next trick to protect your property from bad guests on Booking.com, when a booking comes through, look at it on your computer. This doesn't work on your phone, but you can click the guest name and it brings up all their past Booking.com history. So you can see if they've ever been marked as guest misconduct, you can see how often they cancel, you can see if it's their first time booking, and crucially you can see what their average review score is that they leave. So this is going to give you a bit of a heads up about what to expect with these guests. Now one thing I've noticed, and I have not been able to get confirmation information from Booking.com on this, is when you open up the booking, if the name is black and you aren't able to click it, I think that is because there have been some issues with this guest in the past. But Booking.com are trying to protect themselves because the last thing they want is for a host to contact a guest and say, Booking.com told me that you were a bad guest before, therefore you're not staying in my place. Because what's that going to do? That's going to mean the guest leaves Booking.com and goes booking on some other booking site. Now, we all hate paying Booking.com commission, but here's a way where you can get a few little rewards every time you pay. So if you're set up to take payments from guests yourself and then Booking.com charge you their commission invoice a month in arrears, they're going to want you to set up a direct debit. But there is another way. You can get Booking.com to switch the way you pay that from direct debit to a card payment. And if you start paying those commission invoices with a rewards card, like either of these ones, you're gonna get some serious points added to your account. Now I know what you're thinking, I don't want to pay any Booking.com commission whatsoever, I just want direct bookings. Well, here's a few ways to increase those. So it's a bugbear for all Booking.com hosts that they can't craft the perfect message like they can on Airbnb about their description of their property and everything in it. The automatic blurb of your property is written by some AI algorithm, which is always horrible and often wrong. But there are a few boxes at the bottom of the listing that you can add in and write whatever you like. And what should you write in there? Well, of course, why don't you book direct and we'll give you a discount? You can literally use your Booking.com listing to direct people to your website. So how else can you do it? Well, if you've got a brand and a logo, you can put that in on your photos. And again, it's not going to be too hard for guests to realize that if you have a brand, you've probably got a website, and that's going to direct even more people to that website where they're going to be able to book direct at a cheaper rate. Okay, next up, if you have multiple properties in one building or one location, you absolutely, definitely have to set these up as a group listing. I've done this in our portfolio and the benefits from this are unbelievable. Even if they're not in the same building, but in the same very tight geographical area, you can still do this. So benefits of a group listing. Number one, all the reviews are pulled together, so you get a much stronger average. Number two, you're always going to show up as available, and therefore you're going to show up higher in search result rankings. Number three, you're going to be able to accept much larger groups because Booking.com is going to know, well, if you add this apartment plus this one plus this one, you can take a group of 30. It also maximizes the efficiency of your availability because it knows if you have a 1 night gap here and a 1 night gap here, if they move this booking, it's going to give you a 2 night gap. There are so many benefits. If you can do this, absolutely do it. And following on from this, if you do have a group listing and you're being pushed and hounded by Booking.com about this damn genius, you know you don't want to just give all this discount away for every booking that comes in, but you're sort of being swayed and thinking, maybe I should try it. I need the bookings to come in. What you can do if you have a group listing is you can add that genius to one room type. So if you have an apart hotel or a group listing with multiple units in it, all you have to do is select Genius for one room type and the entire listing gets the benefit of the Genius program. But honestly, don't use the Genius if you need to. Like, I hate this program. At the start, when it started out, it used to be somewhat exclusive. You had to have had a certain number of stays before you got access to it. Now they're just giving everyone access. Everyone's Genius. Everyone's getting 10% discount minimum. Level 2 is 20% and more, I hate it. Now, following on from that, if you want to use any of the other Booking.com promos, getaway, late deal, all these ones that they try and force on you, it seems like every quarter. Well, here's a trick for that. Just increase your standard rate by the same amount that you're going to discount it on that promo. So if you want to offer a 10% Genius discount, all you need to do, increase your rates by 10%, and then offer the 10% discount. Now here's some tips for when you're setting up your listing on Booking.com. After hotels, if apartments is the next biggest group of properties in your area, call your property an apartment. I don't care if it's a B&B or a house or a cottage. If apartments is ranking second in terms of numbers after hotels, call your property an apartment, because what's going to happen is people are either going to filter by hotels or by apartments. And if you've got some villa or weird, strange property category, you're not going to show up at all. Another trick for when you're getting set up is, now if you're in an area where you're worried about regulation coming or people not too happy about running a serviced apartment or an Airbnb in that area, when you're setting up the listing on Booking.com, you don't have to give the full detailed address. You can give the street address and you can give the postcode, but you don't have to give the building number. either. And you certainly don't have to give the apartment number. Now this last one can be a wee bit hard to get your head around. I already mentioned before that Booking.com gives a boost in rankings to properties that show up as available most. Now the number one search for length of stay in most areas is 1 night. If you know what's good for you, you don't offer 1 night stays. We don't. 1 night stays attract the wrong type of guests, they're not very profitable, and they're just a hell of a lot of work. But that's a video for another time. But if you don't offer 1 night stays, you're never going to show up when people search for them, and because of that you're always going to get pushed down the rankings. So how do we get around this? Well, on Booking.com, you have the flexibility to set up as many different rate plans as you want. All you need to do is set one up with a minimum stay of 1 night, but put the price crazy high. I'm talking insane, £999, whatever. You do not want bookings from this rate plan. All you do want is to be showing up in those 1 night searches. So by showing up on all of those 1 night searches, that listing is going to get a boost to show up even higher in the bookings and the searches that you do want. 2 nights, 3 nights, 4 nights. And this last hack, it's not so much a hack, but more a middle finger to Booking.com. Now, I would not be recommending that you do this. This is in breach of Booking.com's policies and all that sort of trash. But I've heard that there are multiple ways to convert bookings from Booking.com to you direct. So one way that I've heard that some other people do this is when a booking comes in, say £1,000, these people that I've heard of phone the guests and say, hi, I see you've made your booking through Booking.com, it's £1,000. Look, would you like to cancel and rebook with us direct? If you do, we'll give you it for 10% discount, so £900. That way the guest has just saved themselves £100, complete no-brainer. The host has saved themselves 5% of discount because they've offered 10% discount to the guest. Booking.com commission is 15%, so you've made 5% profit margin. Now again, I'm not saying that you should do this, but that is a way to save tons and tons and tons of commission. Now Booking.com are getting wise to this, and they're offering frequent travelers incentives to keep booking with Booking.com. But that's not going to be for everyone. And for a lot of people, they're just going to see a cheaper rate for Booking Direct and they're going to cancel with Booking.com and come to you. I, like all other hosts, I'm all about the direct bookings. But you got to think about the investment in trying to get those direct bookings versus the return, i.e. what you're saving in commission. Booking.com are never going away. We do need them and they need us. But it's important that you're streetwise and use that platform to benefit yourself. All right, let's take a second here and just appreciate how far you've come on this journey so far. You have learned a huge amount and I hope you're feeling confident and motivated to go out there and dominate. But just a word of warning, like any other business, there are dangers lurking around every corner. So be confident but not cocky. Take action, but don't be reckless. In this section, I want to share with you many of the common mistakes hosts make that can torpedo your business. And I'm going to share some of my almighty fuck-ups so you don't have to make the same mistakes. First up, here are some of the biggest mistakes that you need to avoid. Now, I'm going to drop these bombs on you in the exact order that you're probably going to make them, so make sure you stay to the end. But of course, I'm also going to show you how to avoid them. The first mistake that you need to avoid when you're just getting started is not doing enough market research, enough due diligence into your property and how it's going to perform. If you don't analyze the short-term rental market in your area, the competition, what other people are charging, and the demand before you get started, you could end up with a property that no one wants or in a market that dies for 6 months of the year. Now, why do people make this mistake? Well, to be honest, Airbnb is a flavor of the month. People think it's a common misconception that they can just bring any property to a market and it will just print money for them. You might already own a property that tenants are in and you might think, well, it's a lovely property. Of course people are going to want to come and spend money to stay here on their holiday. These are common misconceptions and thought processes, but in reality, not every property will work for Airbnb. And also not every area or street or location will work for Airbnb either. And the way to avoid this mistake is to do thorough research before you bring a property to the market. Find out about the competition in the area. Find out about the demand in the area. See what rates you're going to be able to charge and what occupancy rates you're going to be able to achieve. And find out just who the hell's coming to your area, if anyone. There are plenty of platforms out there that you can use to do this research. I always recommend AirDNA. There's a link below. It is paid and there are other paid ones out there as well, but you can also do this for free by just delving into the Airbnb platform, snooping around, look in your area, see what the competition is doing, what they're charging, how successful they are, what the reviews are saying, what the properties look like, all that jazz. That's the research that you need to spend time doing before you bring a property to the market. The second mistake that you're going to need to avoid is ignoring legal and regulatory requirements on Airbnbs in your area. Now, I know the councils, the cities, the governments are big party poopers and they're trying to rain on our parade. We're just trying to earn a few quid, deliver tourism dollars into our areas, but they do get to make the rules. So before you get started, it's really important that you check permits, zoning, regulations, whatever you need to do. Don't ignore it and don't avoid it. Now, lots of people might make this mistake, and it's not through any unscrupulous means or trying to do anything illegal. It's because people simply don't know. Cities and councils and areas are regulating Airbnb in an ad hoc basis all over the place. Some are light touch, some are heavy touch. It's hard to keep up and keep track. But just because you didn't know the law exists doesn't mean you get to break it. Breaking the law. So you can avoid this mistake by doing an extra little bit of research, investigating with your city or your council or your state what is allowed, what zones is allowed in, what streets is allowed in, what, I don't know. Every city, every street is different. It's up to you to look into it and make sure that you're not going to break any rules. Mistake number 3, you've done your research. The area is hot. The properties in the place are going for mad demand. Occupancy rates are through the roof. The city's throwing permits at you. They want tourism into the area. And you come with an absolute limp handshake of a property and expect that all that money is going to come into your account. Bringing a boring, basic, bland property to the market is not going to result in many bookings. You need to see what your competition is doing when you've done your research and then blow it out of the water. Bring a property to the market that's much better than theirs, that's different. You need to stand out in a crowded marketplace. If you've seen big numbers in your area on AirDNA and you've looked at other properties in the area and they're fully booked, well, there's a reason for that. It's because those properties are in high demand. Look at their photos, look at their listings, look at what they offer the guests. That's why they're getting booked. Now, people make the mistake of bringing boring, bland, limp handshake properties to the market for several reasons. Number 1, it can work, I suppose, in some areas where there's not that much supply and basically any old crap will sell. But that's not you, and that's not what we teach on this channel. The second reason people might think bringing a sort of basic property to the market is maybe because they've come from a property investing background where they've had tenants, and the general rule of thumb is that's fine, works okay for tenants, but that's fine, does not work okay for paying guests. You need to be attracting guests day after day, week after week, month after month. You need to have a property that's smashing it on all fronts so that when guests see it in search results, they're like,
I have to book this place.
And the way to avoid it is to make it stand out, to make it different, to make it better than the competition, and to make it memorable. The fourth mistake to avoid is by not providing essential amenities that guests expect they're going to be there whenever they arrive. You can't be tight and scrimp on basic amenities like toiletries, toilet roll, and kitchen essentials that guests are going to expect to be there when they arrive. You're not just offering 4 walls and a roof over someone's head here. You're facilitating someone's holiday or special trip that they saved up money for. It's a hospitality business. You want to deliver a good experience for them, especially those first impressions. Now, why do some people make this mistake? Well, they get caught up in the phrase self-catering, as in you go and get all your own stuff. But in reality, you want your place to be set up properly so that when guests arrive, they can make a cup of tea, they can go to the toilet, they can have a shower if they arrive late at night. Just provide some basics. You won't get any points for providing them, but you will certainly lose points if you don't provide them. Mistake number 5 that you need to avoid is not taking your damn photos on your phone. And this also stretches out to just the basic listing in general, like having a basic ass description of just like 2-bedroom apartment. By using low quality images you took on your phone and having a basic non-descriptive description, it's just a vague listing that people are just going to think, what even is this? It just portrays that you're an unprofessional host, that you're saving money anywhere that you can, and the guests are probably not going to have a very good stay if they do book it. And it's such a mistake because it literally costs you thousands of pounds or dollars, because guests are going to look at those cheap grainy photos and think, I can't even make out what this place is. I'll just look at the other 100 search results and book one of them instead. Now, I know why people make this mistake. It's because they get a quote from a photographer and they might say it's $200 or £500 and they think,
holy, I'm not paying that just to take photos. I'll take them on my phone.
But what are you paying for there? You're not necessarily paying for the gear. You're paying for the experience of that photographer. They know the right angles to shoot things at. They know the right time of day to get that beautiful sunset behind your property. You don't know any of that, do you? Do you? No, you don't. So how to avoid that? It's by by investing in that professional to come out, use their experience, get you the best quality photos that you can have, that you're going to be able to share everywhere, and you're going to feel pride in sharing them across Facebook, Instagram, all over the place. Those photos are going to generate you thousands and thousands of dollars in bookings. Mistake number 6 is overpricing or underpricing your rates. Now the mistake here is when you're doing your research and you're seeing on someone else's listing that's pretty good that they have a nightly rate on a Friday night in July or in the high season of like $300 for a 2-night stay, and you think to yourself,
$300, that's what my place is going to be. 365 days of the year.
And the consequence of setting it like that is that it's going to be priced far too high for the vast majority of people, and you're not going to get any bookings. Or you can go the other way and think,
oh, everyone here has priced their price at like £200 or $200 per night. I've got a good idea. I'm going to be the cheapest. I'm going to go to 150.
And the consequence of that is, yeah, you might be really cheap. Yeah, you might get tons of bookings, but you're not going to make any money. Now, on a side note, if you follow this channel, you should already know that I always talk about do not ever try and be the cheapest. Always try and be the best, because when you're the best, you can charge the highest rates. But people make these mistakes with pricing, either too high or too low, because it is an absolute minefield. There are so many moving parts here. There's so many aspects and reasons and levers to pull about why your rates should go up and down. They should change, to be honest, almost every day. And that's hard to do. Not only do we not see a gap until it's too late and have to slash prices when the demand maybe isn't there, but often we sell out in periods of super high demand when we haven't had a chance to put those prices up. So the way to avoid this mistake is, at the very least, employ some proper Airbnb pricing strategies, where we're talking about occupancy-based pricing, length of stay-based pricing, seasonal, weekend, weekday, demand, all of those things that you can do manually. But honestly, the best practice is to just employ some AI algorithm like Price Labs or any of the other ones, Wheelhouse, I can't even remember the rest. Pay one of those, a few quid a month, and they are going to turbocharge your property's earning potential. Now, we're over halfway through. I know you're still watching. This is alright, isn't it? This is nice. Now, I'd love it if you're enjoying this content, you'd hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the upcoming videos. And if you do subscribe, YouTube's already going to start serving you up other videos that I've done in the past that it knows you're going to like. So let's be friends. Actually, leave me a comment. Tell me where in the world you're watching this from. Okay, so number 7, mistakes you need to avoid is a super complicated check-in or check-out process. Something like this.
When you approach the building, there'll be a hedge to your right.
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to climb over the hedge and then scale the wall.
Scale the wall?
Having too many hoops for guests to jump through before they've even arrived can be a very frustrating process. And then when they actually do arrive, they have to go on a quest with your treasure map to try and find the key before they can even get in. This is a problem that happens to so many hosts. You need to keep your keys secure and somewhere safe, which by definition means it's quite hard to find. But just try and make it not too hard to find. And instead of giving a big treasure map of where to find it, do a short video which clearly shows the door where the guest will be standing when they watch this video, and then exactly where the key is. If things are complicated, you can give a bit of a heads up to guests before they arrive. Say, look, please, before you arrive, read this or watch this video. Try and keep things as simple as possible, as basic and bullet pointy as possible, so you're not sending like thousands of words to guests before they've arrived when they're probably in the airport traveling with screaming kids. Maybe that's just me. And even better, if you can avoid key safes altogether and use smart locks where you can just send them a code that they just punch in at the door handle, that's the best practice. Number 8 of our mistakes to avoid is not vetting guests properly before you let them in. Accepting bookings without any form of vetting procedure, without looking at guest profiles or past reviews or checking where they live or checking who the hell they actually are, is a recipe for disaster. It can lead to parties, damage, headaches, pissed off cleaners. But people make this mistake because they think, well, Airbnb is a reputable platform. Everyone who uses it is going to be a lovely person. Same on booking.com and any of the other sites. You know, I've made this lovely property that, of course, when people come, they're going to treat it with respect. And it's just a bit of naivety in some hosts. The reality is, it's a big bad world out there, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of nasty guests that are just swarming around looking for properties that they can get into and do whatever they do. And the way to avoid it is to have strict vetting procedures when a booking comes in, or even an inquiry. Check guest reviews, check IDs of everyone who's coming to stay, set strict but appropriate house rules. Ensure guests when they're coming, they know what they can and cannot do. Just simply ask them the question, what have you got planned for when you're here? If you get a response saying, oh, it's my mate's stag do, you know you've got a problem. If you want a foolproof vetting procedure, it's one of the things I offer in my Airbnb starter bundle, which you can get alongside my book. There's a link in the description. Shameless plug there. But honestly, letting the wrong type of guests in and they have a party and you arrive the next day, it's a horrible feeling. I don't wish it on anyone. If it hasn't happened to you, it's almost like a rite of passage. It has to happen to everyone at some stage. But if it hasn't happened to you yet, I'm telling you, it's coming for you. Brace yourself. Put it off for as long as you can. Be as strict as you can with those guests. Mistake number 9 is ignoring guest feedback and reviews. If you dismiss or don't address feedback that you get from your guests on a frequent basis, it's gonna result in negative reviews and bookings are just going to dry up. Look, I don't care how comfortable or how good you think your sofa is. If guests keep complaining about it, then it's got to go. Reviews are the lifeblood of this business. They're so powerful, and every future guest that you can ever expect to have is going to read the reviews you've already had. Now, I don't know how many people like me, whenever they're looking at reviews, they sort by lowest first. Probably, I would say quite a lot of people. But in those reviews where you get a right to reply, that's where you can show future guests that feedback that has been given by past guests has been actioned and addressed. And yeah, us as hosts might ignore some feedback because we think that person's just being really picky, or that person was just finding things to complain about. But in reality, that was their real experience, and that's why it's so hard to actually get reviews removed from Airbnb or any of the other OTAs, because they will say to you, to us as the hosts, well, that was that guest's real experience. That was their truth. So they're entitled to express it whatever way they want. They're our customers, and their social proof is telling everyone else who's looking to book your place what your place is actually like. So there's nowhere to hide. If they complain about something, just fix it. The 10th mistake that you need to avoid is solely relying on Airbnb for all your bookings. Your business is so exposed, so at risk if you put all your eggs in Airbnb's basket. You're given full control of your entire livelihood, all of your revenue to one platform in which you're just one little dot among thousands and thousands of others. You're one algorithm change away from oblivion, and you're missing out on millions potentially of guests who are coming to your area but who just simply don't use Airbnb. Now, I get why people make this mistake. Airbnb is a very safe platform. You get to see people who inquire and you can take your time to decide whether you want to let them in. Other ones like booking.com, the bookings just land in. They're big scary bookings. You don't know who's coming. Airbnb has the air cover. Oh, that wonderful air cover that's going to protect you against any damage. Look, I get it. And if you want to just stay on Airbnb, go for it. But I think you're making a big mistake. Here's a breakdown of our bookings over the last 12 months. Look at how many came from booking.com and look at all the little tiny minuscule amount that came from Airbnb. Now you decide if that platform is all that. To avoid this mistake, get on at least one more booking site. If it has to be one, go for booking.com. All right, I've touched on it a couple of times here, but mistake number 11 is overlooking systems, tech, and automation. By managing tasks manually on an ad hoc basis, things are going to get crazy, so inefficient. You're going to miss opportunities. You're going to drop the ball. And why do hosts make this mistake? Again, it's because it costs money. But like the photos, like price labs, like all of the things that I'm constantly preaching about on this channel, these are investments that you pay a little bit of money for, and they either pay you back with more money or time. Having a channel manager will not only save you hours and hours every week, but will increase your revenue because your property will be on multiple different booking platforms. Automated messaging is going to save you hours and hours again, and it's going to free your mind up to be able to work on strategy about getting new bookings in or dealing with those ad hoc, strange requests that all guests have. Using a pricing software is going to save you hours and hours of time as well as massively increasing your revenue by getting you the best, most competitive rates you can. If you don't invest in this tech, platforms and systems, the reality is you're going to get left behind. Number 12 is not capturing guests' real email addresses so that you can market to them and get repeat bookings. This is a mistake because you're missing out on potentially tons of commission-free bookings from guests who have already stayed in your place. They like you, they love the area, they want to come back, but if they can't book with you direct, or if you don't remind them that you still exist, they might just book again on Airbnb or booking.com. And I think hosts make this mistake because they don't see a lifetime value of a booking. They just see this person has come to stay in our place and now they're gone, and they don't even think that the guests are theirs. They're almost like these are an Airbnb guest. Well, they're your guest. In places like cities, we get lots of return corporate travel where people could be coming for months at a time, multiple times a year, or they could be coming Monday to Friday for like 6 months. Why would you give all that commission back to Airbnb? On top of that, if a guest goes back onto Airbnb or booking.com to make the booking in your place, they might actually see somewhere nicer, God forbid, and make a booking with them instead. So how do you avoid this? Well, as soon as they've made the booking, capture that email address, speak to them on the phone, update your channel manager so instead of emails going through the Airbnb platform, they go direct to the guest's email account. You can also capture it in-house by using a system like StayFi, so a guest can only get on to the Wi-Fi in the property once they provide their email address. And then you can send out quarterly or monthly newsletters. You can keep them up to date with any special offers you have, any holiday offers. You can ask them to follow your business profile on Instagram or Facebook so you can stay front and center of their mind, and they can actually share your posts or your stories with friends or family to tell them this place was amazing, you should come back here. The next mistake that you want to avoid making is failing to keep up to date with market trends and changes. The expectations of guests are evolving over time. Digital nomads who travel around want to have remote workstations that they can actually do their work at whenever they're in your property, and sustainability and eco-friendly amenities are becoming more and more important. And it can be easy to forget or just not think about these things. There's enough moving parts in this business, but by capitalizing and becoming extremely sustainable, you can catapult yourself into the top 1% of accommodation providers for guests for which these things are very important. OTAs are actually pushing listings that offer these sustainable practices more than regular hosts that don't. So by making a few small tweaks, this could massively increase your bookings. Now, in case you didn't believe me that these are mistakes that you need to avoid, well then buckle up, because in this video, I'm sharing the biggest mistakes that I've made on my journey so you can see the real shitstorm that these errors can cause. Now, my first 3 lessons here are 3 of the worst and weirdest bookings that I've ever accepted, and this first one cost me over £10,000. So it started off as an inquiry for a corporate booking in a property that we were managing for a client. So this was one guy, he said he worked in Citibank and he was coming to stay for months working on some new project that they had. He was paying £90 a night and it was literally month after month. So it was like £2,700 per month. He was there for ages. And at the start, he was paying it out of his own card and whatever. Then about 3 months in, he said, oh, you know, the company wants to change things. They want you to now invoice them and they'll start paying it to you. So that was no bother. It seemed genuine enough. We would send the invoices to him and then the payments would come through. Now, what changed after about month 5 is that the payment did not come through. Now, we reached out to him obviously very quickly and said, what's happening here? Where is our money? And he said, oh, it's been sent to finance. There's a new finance person there. Now, you can see where this is going. Days and weeks went by and he was feeding me the same story about it's gone to finance, there's a new finance director or whatever in place, they need to bring it up to the next person ahead of them, all this sort of stuff. Excuses started coming, but it all did seem plausible. He had a genuine story about working in Citibank. He had paid thousands of pounds already for his stay and it was upfront. I felt like in order to keep the booking and to keep all that rest of the revenue, we need to give him a little bit of leeway. But after month 1, understandably, the client who is due to get that money was saying, where's my money? So we then had to ramp it up and start chasing a bit harder and harder. And I think to try and appease me, he was trying to get on our side and he said, look, I'm really sorry about this, it's finance, there's nothing I can do, but here, I'll pay you some of it and then I'll expense it back to the company. I thought, what a nice thing to do, what a nice guy, that's fair enough, thank you. So we did that, but then another month went by and it still wasn't happening. And by that stage, I just lost all patience. I went down and sort of burst into the flat expecting him to be at work and just to see what the hell was going on. It is the strangest story ever. There was like loads of brochures on the table, like he was buying a property here. He was from Northern Ireland. He said he lived in Antrim, but he was nowhere to be seen. But I just waited. And in the meantime, actually, how do we look around? We find some interesting things in his cupboard, which I don't think I can say on this video, but they were of I'm not even gonna say. It's too much, too weird. Eventually he came back, surprised like a rabbit in the headlights. We grilled him. Who is the person in finance? Give me their email address. I need to speak to them. Give me their phone number. It all started to unravel. And even though there was a laptop on the table, he said, oh, this isn't my work laptop, this is my personal laptop. None of the information that you need is on this laptop. If you let me just go to Citibank, I'll go and get the work laptop. We'll sort all this out right now. So I thought, okay, fair enough. As security, he left me his passport, his actual real passport. When he left, I changed the locks. All the stuff was still in it. And I said to him, look, I'm changing these locks. When you come back, if you want all of your stuff, you gotta phone me with that laptop, with payment of all that money that you owe, and then we can just leave. You can leave, go stay somewhere else, but I need that money. And you know what? I never heard from him again. I still have his passport. All his clothes were left there. The locks were changed. Everything was there. I went to Citibank to try and find him. No one at Citibank had ever heard of him. He did not exist. The whole thing was like a figment of his imagination, a scam, weird. But I didn't want to take this land down. I was determined to find him. I knew he was from Northern Ireland. I knew I had his passport. I knew he couldn't get away anywhere. So I went to the small claims court. I raised a file or whatever you call it to like go after him. They sided with us, of course. All the documentation was there. But the problem was was, they had no address to send any of the stuff to. The address that he had given me as where he lived turned out to be his dead mother's house, which was sold, or in the process of being sold. So he was like a ghost. He did not exist. But again, I was determined. I went looking online for like private detective sort of thing, like how do you find people? And I found this company and I paid them a couple of £100, I think, and they did find him. They tracked him down to like a men's hostel in Belfast. And again, I sent small claims court judgment against him, which was effectively like, I'm taking all your stuff, pay us. But by that stage, he had moved on. And the whole process cost over 10 grand. Now, what did I learn from this? Well, I mean, this is the strangest story I've ever had. And I don't know if you've heard of anything stranger than this. The client who owned the property, who was out the money, was adamant to me, what the hell were you doing taking the money in arrears? Why on earth did you not chase him from the day he didn't pay the first one? And all I could say was, it was genuine, or it seemed to be genuine. He paid up front at the start. He had a very viable story. And then his excuses of why the payment things had to change were also very plausible. You can't just go and like start kicking people out. In hindsight, maybe now I probably would, but back then, everything seemed plausible. It was a big money booking, but so strange. Honestly, leave me a comment if you've had anything like that, or you can even beat it. Now, that terrible guest is very strange and unlikely that that is going to happen to you. This next one is the boogie monster that we all worry about. One Friday in my first probably 6 months of hosting, I met a guest who was arriving to my property to stay for the weekend. He arrived by himself. It was a booking for 4 people. It was a decent amount of money, but the address was Belfast. So he lived in Belfast and he was booking an apartment in Belfast. Now, red flags, alarm bells going off. Then I was suspicious, but potentially willing to accept the booking. Now, he arrived. I talked about this in other videos and podcasts I've done. He arrived, they have F-U-C-K tattooed on this hand and H-A-T-E on this hand. Instant red flags. But after speaking to the guy, he was a very well-mannered, reasonable, sort of chilled out, normal guy. Of course, I said to him, why do you need an apartment in Belfast if you live in Belfast? And he said, look, me and my friends, we all went to uni, we all went to college together, we've all gone our separate ways, we're all doing other stuff, we rarely see each other. We just want to meet up. We can't go to anyone's house. Yes, we are going to go out, but it's just going to be chilled. We're just going to go out for dinner, have a few drinks, and then come back. It's going to be chilled. We're just catching up. I thought, you look dodgy, but you sound genuine. You sound like reasonable and it's fine. So I said, look, you're in charge of this group. No one else other than the 4 people on this booking can come into this property. Oh yeah, of course, no problem. I said, I've got your card, your credit card. I've got £250 security deposit. It's all on you to police the other people in this property to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand. Oh yeah, of course. I was like, I know what it's like whenever you go out. You meet people that you've bumped into, you haven't seen in a while. You say, oh, you want to come back? That can't happen. He was like, honestly, Dave, I promise you, it's just us friends. We're just going out, have something to eat, and we're going to come back. You've nothing to worry about. So it turned out I had everything to worry about. So at 3 a.m, I got a phone call from the guests who were staying in an apartment underneath, who I'd also met that day, and told them, if you have any problems, just let me know. So at 3 a.m, they let me know. They told me there was a massive party happening upstairs and I needed to come down. When I arrived at the property, there was cars parked all down the street. You could hear the music blasting, the bass pounding from my apartment. My apartment is up some external steps. Glass was just broken up all of the steps. It was just, it was crazy. So I started banging the door. For a start, no one even answered the door because the music was so loud they couldn't hear me. Eventually someone did, turned the music down and said, who is it? I said, it's me, the owner. Opened the door and they were like, oh, hang on. They couldn't find the key. Eventually they opened the door. I said, everyone out. Get out now. I went back to the car. Like the person who opened the door was off his head on drugs. Like he was gone. His eyes were like dinner plates. I went back, stood at the car. People started to leave. They got in their cars and drove off. Like 3 a.m. They were on all sorts. Crazy. The guy who booked it came down. I said to him, mate, what the like you promised me. I know, it just got out of hand. That's the learning right there. It just got out of hand. So he said, look, there's one guy left. I'm gonna go get him and we're gonna go. So he went up, tried to get this other guy. This other guy was not for leaving. I don't know what stuff he was on, but it was far worse than what everyone else was on. The guy who made the booking and this other guy ended up having a full-scale fisticuff fight because he was trying to get him to leave and he wouldn't leave. This guy then came back down. He said, look, I'm sorry, I can't get him to leave. I said, don't worry, I've already phoned the police. They're on their way. My guy who made the booking was like, what? Right, he just vanished. He just disappeared. The police arrived. This guy was sitting up in my apartment, shirt off. He'd punched holes in all of our internal wooden doors. There was blood all over them. He was covered in blood. He was bare-chested. He sort of resisted the police whenever they came. They ended up arresting him. Turned out he had like money warrants out for his arrest already. Just the worst sort of people. Just people that you do not want in your property. When I came back the next day to clean up, the place was an absolute tip. It was a complete bomb site. All the glass up and down the stairs, glass smashed inside. The wooden floor just needed mopped and mopped and mopped again. It was absolutely horrendous. It cost me money in additional cleaning. It cost me money in replacing all the stuff that got broke. It cost me reputational damage with not only my neighbours but my poor cleaners, even though I ended up doing most of the work because I was so embarrassed for it. But I also learned that in instances like that, you need to trust your gut. You have a spidey sense, and even then, in my first 6 months of hosting, it was there and it was ringing, and I just didn't trust it. But it's now thanks to this guy that I have like watertight house rules and also a foolproof vetting procedure, which you can get in the link below. And the fact is that this guy is just one of millions of other people, guys and girls of different ages, that choose properties like ours to just have their catch up in, and things will almost always get out of hand. So you need to trust your gut, be strict, be streetwise, and just say no. This is your property. It doesn't matter if the booking is in and it's confirmed and they paid. It's your property. You get to decide who comes in. Now this next guest is another very strange one. It's actually making me uncomfortable even thinking about it, and I need to be again careful about what I say because I don't want this video to get flagged or for me to get cancelled. And this booking happened in my second property, and it was a booking for a Jonathan Martinez from Mexico. Anyway, due to arrive, at that point I was still doing meet and greets. I got the message, I'm downstairs. So I went to the front of the building. I could not see a Jonathan anywhere. I could see a very attractive, heavily make-upped and also plastic woman standing there who looked at me and I looked at her and I said, Jonathan? And she said, yes. I think she actually said, see. Anyway, we got to the apartment, and again, by this stage, I was aware of people who were coming to use these flats for nefarious purposes. So I said to her, what do you have planned for Belfast? And she said, nothing. I'm like, what are you going to do? Are you going to do the Giant's Causeway, the Game of Thrones tour, the Troubles tour? No. I was like, so what are you going to do? And she said, well, just be here and just see about. And my sister's coming and my mum's coming, and yeah, we're just going to chill out. And I was like, right, again, the spidey sense. And I was like, we have cameras here. So to make it clear, this is what was happening. In cities around the world, escorts, the other word that begins with P, travel around. They do not stand on street corners anymore. They travel around like jet setters. There's websites that they go on, and they just go on like a world tour. This was Jonathan's latest stop. And I sort of knew, but like, what am I going to do? Say, you're a prostitute, you're not coming in. So I was trying to imply that I was aware of what may have happened. So I said, Jonathan, it's a very safe building. There's cameras all over the place, and they check and make sure that everyone's coming and going is safe and that there's no bad people coming in. And they said, okay. She said, okay. I said, and we've got really good neighbors, they look out for us and they keep an eye on the property just to make sure everything's all right. Is that all right? And she said, yeah. And I was like, absolutely called my bluff. Now, I just did not have the balls to say to this person, I believe you're an escort and therefore you're not coming in. So I had to just leave. Now, later on that day, I did what you should do if you suspect that the guest is an escort, is you take their number from the booking and put it into Google. What do you find? And I had to delete my history after that because there was some sites that I found. So that was my evidence. I was able then to go back to Jonathan and say, listen, mate, I found what you're up to. It's not happening. Get out. So that happened. And around about the evening, I was like, you need to be gone by tomorrow morning. It's over. You're out of here. Fine. Decided to leave. That then next morning, my cleaners arrived. And even though she had been in for less than 24 hours, what they found shocked them. So used condoms, I really don't know if I can say this. Used condoms strewn all over the place. The bin overflowing, under the beds, in the toilet, everywhere. Strikingly as well, about a dozen banana skins. Now, I don't know what that is, but there was about a dozen banana skins from one day. There was also a chair. We have a full-length mirror. There was a plastic IKEA chair propped against it with a pillow on it, facing the mirror, and the pillow was soaking wet. Now, this is I don't know whether this should be in the video, but what did I learn? Well, for a start, there are warning signs for these types of bookings, just like there are for the party bookings. If it's one or two women, or someone called Jonathan, who are staying for a week or longer, that tends to be the sort of time period that these people travel for. If you see that, and if it's one or two people, find out from them, what are they coming for? If you don't get the answers or the vibe back that you think is enough to settle your spidey sense, Google their phone number, see what comes up, and just tell them, look, I found you, I've caught you, you're not coming in. And since then, we've turned away dozens and dozens and dozens of people like this. Now, it's not for me to say or comment on the moralities of this thing and people's life choices, but they can go and do it somewhere else, not in my apartment. Now, this is almost certainly a problem or a type of guest that will affect only towns and cities, but it's definitely something that just everyone should be aware of. Now, if we can come down from the craziness of those last 3 guests, these next mistakes aren't problem bookings, but bad decisions made with the right intentions that cost me thousands of pounds and hours of wasted time. And when I first started, I did everything manually. So if a booking came in from booking.com, I had to log into Airbnb, close off those dates so we don't get a double booking. When that booking came in, I had to go into my email draft folders, copy and paste my draft confirmation email, put it into my new email, copy and paste the guest name in, the date in, the price in. It took so much time. All messages and phone calls came to me. When the guest arrived, I was there to meet them. During their stay, any messages came to me. When the guest left, I was the one who went and cleaned the place. Literally everything to do with this business was me and came through me. I didn't even have any systems or automation. And whilst I was absolutely on top of every single thing, like I could tell you every guest that was coming for the next 6 months, I was burning out. I had no time for myself. I couldn't even schedule time because bookings would land in and I would have to cancel the plans that I made because I had to go and clean the place. And also crucially, I had not even considered the value of my own time. So I thought I was saving money, but I was actually just paying for it with my time, which is valuable. And that was back when I had 2 properties, and I very quickly realized that I wasn't getting any more if I had to do all this work. I was stuck, burning out, overworked at 2 properties, but it wasn't even enjoyable. I was making money, but it was at the expense of all my time, and I was stuck with 2 properties and no ability to grow because I just didn't have the capacity. But the key for me was the first day I decided to outsource the cleaning. So that was the biggest time drain. It was the most functional task. It was the easiest thing that you could say, oh, I'll just get someone else to clean it. It's harder to maybe outsource, especially at the start, the other bits and pieces around this business. But cleaning, everyone knows about cleaning. Anyone can really do it. And that unlocked something in me of like, it's who, not how. And the thing that I learned then is my weekends all of a sudden became freed up. Like I could do stuff, you know, by the cost of paying a cleaner was 100% worth it because I got my time back. I could spend it with my wife. I could do the things and actually enjoy having a business and the freedom and being able to spend the money that it gives you. And honestly, that was amazing for about 5 minutes because once I started to systemize and outsource things, it then actually felt that my problems were getting worse. So when I started the outsourcing of the cleaning, I had 2 properties, averaging about 3 cleans in each one per week. And I found this great lady who was a cleaner and she was brilliant. She sometimes drafted her sister in. She was really good. I could trust her. But as things got busier and she was doing regular house cleans, she came to me and said, look, it's just too much. I can't cope with this. It's the demands, the not knowing exactly when it's going to be, weeks in advance. I need to leave. I need to stop. So then I thought, okay, well, I'll go to a proper cleaning company that has lots of workers, who is going to have the staff available, the capacity to take on all my cleans, that's going to be able to do short notice changes and things like that. So I went to this sort of bigger cleaning company. And that was good at the start, but problems arose very quickly. Namely, different people were coming in to clean the property, almost every clean. So no one was getting to know them, no one was getting to know the ins and outs and the little bits and pieces that are needed. Sometimes no one showed up. And because this agency was so big, they didn't always have someone there to check to make sure that the person they'd scheduled to go somewhere actually went. So there were multiple occasions where I arrived to meet guests, to check them in, and the place hadn't even been cleaned. And that's a disaster. Add to that, because these people in this agency were getting paid rock bottom minimum wage, it's a job in an industry where people are transient, they move from place to place. So multiple times we were having extremely poor standards of cleanliness. The agency would come in and say, we're really sorry, you know, we're training this person, but it would happen again and again and again. And eventually frictions began to grow between me and the agency owner. And one day when we'd grown to 6 properties, they just said to us, do you know what? We're not doing this anymore. That was on a Friday. We had, I think, at least 6 cleans that next day. It was horrendous. So the lesson I learned there was I was so exposed for this massive part of my business to this one company that if the reputation broke down or the relationship broke down, that I was in the shit. And since then, I've never relied on one entity to do all of our cleaning. So now we have multiple individual cleaners that we can, you know, reward and give loads of work to if they're good, and just jettison and get rid of ones who aren't good. Now, in my head, outsourcing the cleaning, I knew was something that I had to do, but I also knew that standards are going to slip. No one ever cleans a property as well as the owner. But I was willing and I had to accept that. But one thing that I was not going to stop, one hill that I was willing to die on, was to continue to do meet and greets of the guests when they arrived. Back then, I was proud to say I meet every guest. It was a badge of honor. It was a way for us to get new clients as well. Say, oh no, we don't do remote check-in, we meet everyone. I knew how powerful it was, and I knew how many 5-star reviews we got because of it. But I also knew that it couldn't be me doing it. We were getting too big. We were growing from 6 to maybe 10 properties then. There were sometimes 6 people all arriving at 1 o'clock on the same day. You can't be in 6 places at once. So I decided, in my wisdom back then, to just pay people to meet and greet the guests. And that's one of the things I started doing way back when I was helping with my mum and dad. So I used to be paid to be the cleaner, but I would also get paid to meet the guests whenever they arrived. So I found a couple of people and I got them actioned on meeting the guests when they arrived. But just like the cleaners, people don't give a shit about your business as much as you do. So we were getting actual complaints and reviews from people, from guests who met these people. We were getting complaints because the person who was due to meet them didn't actually show up. And it was just a logistical nightmare trying to get people last minute. Bookings come in last minute, things change. You know, people are going to arrive at a certain time and then their plans change. They go for lunch or something. They're going to now arrive 4 hours later. You've scheduled that person in and they can't do for it. Disastrous. So what did I learn? Well, first off, unless you're fully trained in customer service and are like dying about these guests to build rapport, they probably don't give a shit about meeting anyone. They just want to get in and start their holiday. Secondly, it's another example of how, as a business owner, in order to grow and have a proper business instead of a job, you have to relax the reins, accept that standards will slip because it's the only reasonable way to do things. It is not sustainable for you, or I was, to be completely on top of absolutely everything. It's just not working. So instead, I just switched to employing someone full-time to help me manage the business. But when that came, and that was bloody terrifying, obviously costs increase. I'm paying for cleaning, I'm paying for a staff member. Costs are going up, but profit and revenue is staying the same. So I decided one thing that we could do is to try and really double down on getting direct bookings. The gold standard of booking, not paying 15% to booking.com. That's all the money in our pocket. And so how do you do that? Well, one of the best ways to do it is to have your own direct booking website. But when you get that, you need to actually have people find it and then make the booking. Now, I had our website, but when people searched for apartments in Belfast, we weren't even showing up on the first page. So I decided to start paying for SEO, search engine optimization. And I struck up a deal with a company in Northern Ireland who I paid £600 a month to, and who were going to create content and like keywords and backlinks and all this sort of shit to get us ranking page 1 and the first organic result. And you know what? We got there. But the problem was, number one, so many ads are paid for by Booking.com, by Expedia, by Airbnb, that they all show up. Yes, it's paid, but they show up way in advance of us organically. Secondly, Booking.com and Airbnb, they literally pay for your keywords. So like, my business is called Centre Belfast Apartments. Booking.com will outbid me on anything Google ad spend related to get ranking top. And thirdly, guests like choice. They don't want to go onto one operator's website and see 5 or 10 apartments. They want to go on Booking.com or Airbnb and see 100 or 500 different choices. And the third thing I realized was, you know, I'm paying £600 a month, all to save 15% of each booking that we're getting in. Now, yes, we did get some direct bookings, but when I actually did the sums, it was costing me £600 a month to save a few hundred quid of commissions to Booking.com, because the reality is the bookings were coming anyway, and really that SEO was to try and wrestle people away from Booking.com to Book Direct, and the numbers just didn't add up. Now, on to the next mistake. And with that being said, we were still getting inquiries from contractors and corporate bookings coming in, and their budget was low. It was like £30 per person per night, but we were just getting so many of them that I was like, look, we have to try and do something here. We have to get some corporate or contractor specific properties to tailor for these guests, because that budget was never going to stretch to any of our sort of higher end ones. It had to be something different that was tailor made for them. So I took on 2 or 3 properties that I was calling budget, but in reality were just shit. And the plan was, we pay very low rent, but we fill them with contractors. We got 2 bedrooms, we put 2 single beds in each, so we were sleeping 4. I'm thinking £30 times 4, that's £120 per night per apartment. The reality was, when those inquiries came in and we sent the photos of the properties, the contractors just said, no, we don't want to stay there. The place looks horrible. So we ended up with big open gaps, wide open calendars that we were hoping to fill with these inquiries, but we weren't. So then we had to get desperate and try and put them out to the leisure market, the tourism market, and people were looking, and some people did book, but they were just like giving us the worst reviews because these places are not fit for tourists or for leisure guests. So what did I learn? Well, if you're offering budget, that does not mean shit. Budget means clean, minimal, no bells and whistles, but still a nice place for people to stay in. Also, if you're going for the corporate and contractor market, you have to be all in there. You cannot have a property where you sell the weekends, but then you get an inquiry for 3 months from a corporate. You can't take the booking because you've been desperate, you've blinked too soon, and you've filled it with little bookings dotted throughout the calendar. Now, next up, I'm sure you can see through the last load of these, I'm always looking for ways to try and optimize and improve the business. But the most effective thing that I could have done was staring me in the face for years, and I just ignored it. And honestly, it literally was costing me thousands of pounds every year for not doing it. And it was only once I actually realized that it genuinely took my business to the next level. So I'd been on Airbnb and I'd seen the smart pricing right at the start whenever I looked at it. And when it tells you, this was way back, it tells you like, here's what we think your prices should be. And I remember looking going, that is so cheap. Like, I don't make any money there. Like, why do you want me to put it down so low? And it was obviously because Airbnb wants properties on their site to be the cheapest, so their guests get the best deals, so their guests keep coming back and using Airbnb. They don't care about us. And I thought they were all like that. And then it finally clicked one day that when you look at Price Labs, when you look at Room Price Genie or Beyond Pricing or Wheelhouse, they only exist for us as hosts. They only exist to make us more money. If they didn't make hosts more money, no one would use them and then they would be out of business. So eventually, one day I decided I'm gonna give it a go. I tried Room Price Genie with a few places and it worked really well. Then I saw the power of what was possible. I saw the Price Labs was the best in the market and we switched to them. And honestly, the difference was absolutely astronomical. Our revenue went up by at least 30%. Like, that's tens of thousands of pounds. The software itself was paid for 1,000,000 times over. The time saving involved in not having to go in and manually adjust things every year. Look, are there new competitors in? Is there new, more expensive places in? Is there new, cheaper places in? What events are coming up? All that headache, all that stress, all that time is just taken away. You check this thing, you do check it regularly, but like, it is doing all the hard work for you. And honestly, as much as I'm so happy about the massive increases in revenue that we've experienced since we turned it on, I am actually genuinely gutted and devastated about the thousands and thousands of pounds of revenue that we missed out on just by not using it, just by me being naive, stubborn, just silly. So if you're not using it, get it switched on. All these mistakes seem so obvious to me now. Hopefully they do to you too, and that means that you'll never make them. But it just highlights the fact that you don't know what you don't know. And now, with all my hindsight and years of experience, I want to share a few things with you that I wish someone had told me whenever I was starting out. With this knowledge, you're going to be starting your Airbnb journey 20 steps ahead of where most people start from. First up is that it cannot be overstated just how important the location of your property is. If you get it right, it's going to be your business's greatest asset that's going to pay you back over and over and over. But if you get it wrong, it's going to be the biggest liability and there's no coming back from it. It's important to remember that when the guests are coming to stay in your place, they're not just going to rate and review the property itself and how you dealt with them as a host, but they're going to review the location as well. So in a positive way, if you have a nice coffee shop or parks or something nearby that's really nice, you're going to get positive reviews for that thing, even though it's not in your property. But it works the other way. If your area is dangerous or it's not desirable or you've got noisy neighbors or anything like that, even though it's not in your property and you have no control over it, you're gonna get marked down. I see so many people in Airbnb Facebook groups saying, I don't understand why I'm getting marked down for location. The guests knew exactly where it was before they booked. They can see a map. And yeah, they can see a map sort of, but they have no idea whether that's a good location or not. So have a look at this map. This location looks quite far out, doesn't it? Probably not a good location. Well, actually, check this out. It is an amazing location. And look at this map. It looks like an amazing location. Actually, not so much. I wouldn't want to stay there. Guests are often coming to your place, your city, your town, your area for the first time. So they know generally what the town is called or the area, but they don't know the good streets and bad streets. So it's up to you as a host to only offer something if it's going to be in a good location. Now you can use a tool like AirDNA to research a location more generally to find out what your competitors are, how much demand there is, what your nightly rates are going to be able to charge. There's tons of information in there, but it's so important that you look for comparables in the exact area where your property is going to be. Look into those listings, see what guests are saying, see what they're happy with and if they're not happy with anything. And if there's a lot of unhappy guests in that area, just don't go to that area because you're gonna have unhappy guests too. All right, number 2, put your big boy or big girl pants on and enable instant book. I know it's scary, and I'm not saying you have to do it from day one, but the best way to get bookings in your calendar is to enable instant book. When guests are searching for stays, they're motivated to book there and then. It's frustrating. Who has time to wait around on a response to an inquiry that they've sent? They're probably looking at 3 or 4 different places and they just want to get something booked. Enable instant book and your bookings are going to come in far quicker. And you can set it up to only accept instant bookings from guests with previous history with verified ID. You can minimize the risk that you're going to get, but it is up to you as the host to have your calendar up to date and ready so that when a booking does come in, you can actually accept it. And by being brave and getting used to instant book, it's going to prepare you for being on all the other different booking sites, which we're going to come to later. Now, if you're new here, what's the crack? My name's Dave and I host over 15,000 guests across 75 properties here in Belfast. And if you're finding these useful, then first hit subscribe. I'll wait. No, really, I'm going to wait until you hit it. And next, make a little mental note to get this book, my Amazon #1 best-selling short-term rental revolution. And if you get it from my website from the link below, you're going to get access to my ultimate Airbnb starter bundle, which is actually insane amounts of value in it. All right, back to it. When I was just first starting out, I wish someone had told me about the power and the necessity and the unbelievable return on investment of rate pricing software. What is rate pricing software? Well, it's an algorithm, a program that automatically adjusts your rates multiple times a day, every day, way into the future of all the dates that are available in your calendar. It's absolutely game changing. Now, everyone, when they're starting out in Airbnb, deals with their rates in one of 3 ways. The first way is they set their rates and then forget about them. This is a terrible idea. You're going to be leaving money on the table if you're going to be getting booked far too cheap in periods of high demand. You're going to have big gaps in your calendar because you're going to be too expensive in periods of low demand. It's a terrible, terrible idea, and very few people actually do this, but some people do. The next thing is people are prompted by Airbnb to use their smart pricing, and everyone with half a brain knows that adjusting your rates based on demand is a good idea. So people often think,
yeah, smart pricing, that sounds brilliant, and it's free, it's included in Airbnb, click that and turn it on.
Do not do this.
Airbnb just wants to put your prices down and down and down to get as many bookings in as they can. They want to have loads of cheap places that are available for their guests, and they want you to bear the expense of that on their behalf. Never, ever, ever use Airbnb smart pricing. Or the third option, which most people do, and I did at the start, is they spend hours and hours fiddling with rates. Up by $10 or £10, down by $5 and £10. Next day, up and down, and you look at it constantly. You look at all the gaps that you've got, and you play around and you fiddle and you mess about until bookings come in. And you might think, oh, I'm way on top of this. I know exactly what I'm doing with my rates. But did you realize all the money that you missed out on when you didn't get your prices up quick enough in periods of high demand? And that is the biggest mistake that people make with these rates. We're very good at spotting gaps and putting them down, but when we miss out on a big conference or a big party or some big demand event that's happening in our area, the booking comes in before we get a chance to increase those rates, we've lost that money. Your property will never reach its full financial potential without the use of a rate pricing software. Yes, this thing is not free. If you use something like Price Labs or Beyond Pricing, they're not free, but you have to think of them as an investment. They're not a cost. An investment is something that provides a return, and using something like Price Labs provides a massive return. You could be increasing your revenue by 20 or 30 or even 40% when using this. And it's not just the revenue that it's saving you. Think of all that time you've been tinkering away, $5 here, $2 here. It just cuts all of that out. It's an algorithm that works 24 hours a day. It's gonna do it better than you. Just get it. Do it! Number 4 is probably the biggest noob question that I get asked, and I fell into this trap as well whenever I was getting started. It's around occupancy. Everyone gets obsessed when they're first starting out about occupancy. They want to get 100%. They're so focused on this number. But in reality, occupancy means almost nothing. It's the wrong metric to be looking at. You can have 100% occupancy but shit profit, and you could have 70% occupancy and be smashing it in terms of profit. So the key thing that you actually need to be considering and focusing on is not occupancy but your profit. And to elaborate on that further, 30 one-night stays are going to be super unprofitable. That's going to be 100% occupancy for that month, but you have 30 changeovers. That's 30 cleans, 30 sets of guests you have to deal with. So not profitable. Whereas if you have 7 3-night stays, even though you're leaving 9 days or 10 days available, not booked, the changeover costs on those are going to be so much lower. So your profit is actually going to be higher. So forget occupancy, focus on profit. The 5th thing that's so important to think about when you're just getting started is that you always need to put yourself in the guest's shoes. This is a hospitality business. Now, when you're just getting your property set up, or when you're even trying to find a property, it can be very easy to get so consumed in that you forget that guests are even coming to stay in this thing. But when they do, you're going to see very quickly that they have lots of annoying questions, frustrating demands, but these guys pay the bills. This is what you're signing up for. These aren't just little profile pictures that you see on the Airbnb app. These are real people coming on their holidays with expectations of how amazing it's going to be, and when stuff goes wrong or when they have questions, it's up to you to answer them. Your whole Airbnb business exists to serve these people, and without them, there is no business. So you've got to work really hard. And remember this, revenue follows reviews. You've got to work damn hard to get those 5-star reviews from every single guest, because when you get them, it makes it so much easier to get the next booking and the next booking. The next thing that's so important to remember when you're just starting out, and something that I wish someone had told me when I was just starting out, is that this is a business that you're running. This is not a job you're taking on. And what do I mean by that? Well, a job is exchanging your time for money. A business is when you're making money without the need for you to keep putting the hours in. So the goal for your Airbnb should be to get it to run as much as possible without you. Your time is valuable and you need to hold on to it and protect it as much as you can. Think about it like this. However much a booking comes in for, say it's £200, think about how many hours of your time it's taken to service that booking. It could take you 3 hours to clean the place if you're doing it yourself. It could take you an hour to wash and iron and put on the linen. It could take you at least an hour's worth of communication back and forth with the guests. And if you're doing a meet and greet, that could be an hour as well while you're waiting on them and then showing them around the property. Now work out what your average hourly rate is on that. Now I know a lot of people start Airbnbs as side hustles, but you want it to be able to run itself as much as possible. Otherwise, you may as well just get a second job working in a hotel front desk. It's going to be easier, less stress, more reliable income. That's a harsh truth, but I see so many people get sucked in and swallowed up by the business and just completely overwhelmed and overworked, and actually not earning that much when they calculate the hours that they're working against the revenue that they're making. And that's why number 7, you need to be thinking about from the start how to systemize the business as much as possible. And when you're starting out, this is the best time to systemize because you've got the time. Once you get started in this Airbnb business, things get crazy super fast and you don't have the time to see the wood for the trees. Now I'm going to give you a quote. It's from my book that I think is from Abraham Lincoln. Found on the internet. Who knows? Anyone could have said it. But it says, if you give me 5 hours to chop down a tree, I'm going to spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe. When I first heard this quote, it just hit me like a ton of bricks because it shows the need for systems. It shows the need for planning ahead. If you get started in an Airbnb business without systems, you're going to be whacking away at that tree with a blunt axe. And if someone says to you, why don't you take some time to try and systemize it? You're going to say, I don't have time. I'm too busy hitting this tree with a blunt axe. So the time to start, the time to try these systems is before you get started. Think about who you're going to get to come and clean your property. Think about how you're going to get the linen laundered without you having to do it. Think about maintenance people that can come whenever problems arise. Think about how you can automate the messages that go to your guests. Think about all the frequently asked questions that they're going to have and how you can put that together in a welcome pack so that before they even think about asking it, you've already sent them the answer. There's so many ways to systemize this business to free up your time and make it a proper business and not a job. I've actually got a video here showing the best ways to systemize it. Number 8 is that when you're starting out in Airbnb, it's really important to realize that you don't have to just rely on Airbnb, and in fact it's foolish to do so. Airbnb prioritize themselves first, their guests second, and us hosts last. And they're shifting their whole algorithm to prefer different things. I mean, look at these new properties that they're pushing out. This is what they want to be known for, crazy properties, whereas your little house or your little apartment is going to go right down the list unless it's in a tree. Add to that, if there's ever any issues with guests in your property, they're always going to fall on the side of the guests. So the best thing to do when you're just starting out is to have a plan to get direct bookings. A direct booking not only saves you the commission that you're going to pay to Airbnb, puts it in your pocket, but also gives you full control. You own the data of that guest. You have control over that booking to deal with it whatever way you want. Direct bookings are the future, but they're quite hard to get. And that's why number 9 is when you're just starting out, make sure that you're listing your property on as many different booking sites as possible. And to do that effectively and to stop double bookings, use a channel manager. There are millions of people around the world who just don't use Airbnb. So by only listing your property on there, you're missing out on millions of eyeballs who would probably love to come and stay in your property. Booking.com, Expedia, Vrbo, all these different sites have dedicated users that use those exclusively. So you need to be getting on all of them. It's just going to maximize the ability for you to get bookings from all over the place. Number 10 is when you're starting out, look for ways that you're going to be able to increase the occupancy in your property. Now, if you're looking to buy a property or rent it or manage it, look for the biggest property you can get. These are going to be the ones that you can charge the highest nightly rates in. If you already have a property that you're wanting to put on Airbnb, look for places where you can add occupancy. Put a sofa bed in the living room. If it's a massive bedroom, squeeze 2 beds in there, a double and a single or a king and a single. The more people you can get into this property, the higher nightly rates you can charge. And the lower amount of occupancy in the property, the more competition you're going to have. So think about it. If you have a 1-bedroom property that only sleeps sleeps 2. You're competing with every 1 bed, 2 bed, 3 bed, 4 bed, 5 bed property. You're competing with every hotel room, every B&B, every guest house. But if you have a 1 bed property that sleeps 4, the competition falls away, and the higher the occupancy you get, the far fewer competition that there is. Number 11, and the most important things that I wish I knew when I was starting out, is the importance of vetting guests before you let them in. Now I'm sure when you go away and stay in places like Airbnbs, you're wonderful guests who treat the place with full respect, lavish the owner with praise after your stay, and leave the place sparkling as if you've never even been there. But not all guests are like you and me. There's a lot of horrible people who come and stay in Airbnbs and treat it without respect whatsoever. Bring pets, smoke in it, do drugs, have parties, other things that I'll not even go into. And they exist, and they're on the lookout for places in your area that they can come and stay. So important when you're getting started that you're aware of these people and that you start to vet your guests before you accept bookings or even let the people into the property. I have a whole section on this in my book. It's one of my 5 P's. 5th P is protection, but honestly, this is so important that you have a strict vetting procedure. I'm talking like minimum age requirements, get them to sign house rules, have a security deposit. There's so many things that you can do to just protect your property and your business. And the 12th thing I wish I knew when I was starting out, it would have saved me a lot of time and got me a lot more bookings, is the importance of professional photography. Now, I don't care if you've got an iPhone 99 Pro X Ultimate with the best lens and all that shit. It is not going to be as good as a professional photographer with professional gear, lighting, techniques and experience of photographing properties. I see so many shit photos on Airbnb and Booking.com of properties that are probably really nice, but the host has just ruined their advertising by taking photos on their phone. The photos that you display on your listing in the search results are your shop window. You need to stop the scroll with that photo and get someone to click in, because if no one clicks in, no one's gonna book. And when you use poor quality photos that you've taken on your phone or even with your mate's fancy camera, they're not gonna be good enough, and people in a split second are just going to discount it and just keep on scrolling by. And you're going to be blaming market saturation or Airbnb bust or not enough demand in your area, when really, if you just use better photos, you're going to make your property more enticing, you're going to get more bookings, and you're going to get more money. By now you have more knowledge than 90% of other hosts do when they're starting. You are going to hit the ground running. But we're not stopping here. Oh no, it's time to level up and go into expert mode now. This next section has tips and tricks that are going to make you thousands that other experts like me would charge you thousands just to hear. I'm going to show you ways to generate free money, how to make money from other people's properties, and how one property that I own makes over £173,000 per year. So this video is for those of you who focus on marginal gains, because you know how those continual 1% improvements compound into massive results. And that leads me on to secret number 1. What if I told you there was a way to reduce your Booking.com commission by 1%? Now, what most people do when they set up on Booking.com is set up payments by Booking.com because they're used to Airbnb, where Airbnb collect the money and then pay you out, and they want the same thing with Booking.com. But in reality, that's a trap. You're giving away control of your guest, of your booking revenue to the OTA. Booking.com keep that money, even if it's a non-refundable rate, until the stay has happened, and then they pay you out like way after, so it's even worse than Airbnb. They let all that client money, and there must be hundreds of millions of pounds every month sitting in their bank account accruing interest, when it could be sitting in your account accruing interest. And on top of that, they charge a fee, which is actually quite high. You can get much cheaper rates for processing your own payments. So the first thing you want to do is turn off payments by Booking.com and change it so that you collect the payment from the guest directly. Once you've done that, if you're charging non-refundable or prepayment policy bookings, you just charge those cards straight away and the money comes into your account so you can start earning interest on that. Secondly, Booking.com are then going to invoice you for their commission a month in arrears. So here's where we save the 1%. Booking.com are going to push you to sign up to a direct debit, so they'll be able to automatically charge the commission after the month has happened. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can turn that off and you can choose an option to pay their commission via card. Now, when you pay that commission via a card like Capital on Tap or American Express, you can get cash back on the spend that you're doing. It's 1% with Capital on Tap, which is by far my favorite. American Express, you can get points which you can use for travel and stuff like that. But the key is, by paying for those commissions on that Capital on Tap card, you get 1% cash back. So all of a sudden your Booking.com commission goes from 15% down to 14%. I've been doing this for the last year or so maybe, and the savings really do add up. You can change it back into money off the bill, you can change it into gift cards where you can get money out of the business sort of tax free. You can gift the gift cards to your team. It's just a really neat way to save that 1% and get that money back in your account instead of Booking.com's. Now the next secret is how to encourage family stays in your property, but while at the same time discouraging potential parties. But first, if you're new here and you're wondering who the hell this guy is and why should you listen to him, well, hi, I'm Dave, and I've been involved in Airbnb or Serviced Accommodation for over 15 years here in Belfast. I run a multi-award winning property management company that's welcomed over 100,000 guests. We currently have a portfolio of 75 properties doing about £4 million in bookings per year. And if you're in the UK and you're thinking, how have I not seen this guy before? It's because I tend to use Airbnb in my titles. I use Serviced Accommodation in this one. It's a very long phrase. It's hard to fit in there. Airbnb is shorter and more widely known. I know it's what the noobs call it, but it is what it is. So if you're from the UK and I'm popping up in your feed for the first time you're watching this, leave me a comment, tell me where you're from. Okay, back to it. Now, how do we encourage families and also discourage potential partiers? Well, I think what most people do is when they set their rates for their property, they just skim over all the little bits and pieces in the policy section, especially the one that says, do you offer child rates? Because you're thinking, well, the child's still using the bed, still going to use the same amount of stuff. Like, why would I give a discount for a child? They're probably actually messier than some adults. At least mine are. But if you skip over this and don't offer a discount, you're missing out on an amazing little hack or strategy that I overlooked for a long time as well. Now, when we have a 1 or 2 night gap in our calendar, particularly at the weekend, we want to sell it, but we're worried about the potential for parties. If you follow my content, you'll know that you should be optimizing for longer stays, but it's damn hard to ignore a Friday and Saturday night if they're sitting empty. Now, what a lot of people will do is if they see that Friday and Saturday night available, they'll think,
how do I stop getting bad guests in?
I know, I'll put the price so high that these bad guests won't be able to afford it.
Pure genius.
But in reality, all that does is price your nice family that's going to come and look after your place very well. It prices them right out of the market. They're paying for that stay out of one household, out of one bank account, and if you hike that price super high, they're just going to look at it and go, that place is not for us. Now, it will deter groups that are going to come and have a party to some degree because it will just be more expensive. But if you have a group of 20 guys who are coming to your area and want a party in your place, well, no matter what you've put that price to, once you divide that by 20, it's not the most expensive still. But by implementing child rates where you actually do discount, either heavily discount or for free, even though you've put your price up for 6 adults, which your place might sleep, if a family comes with 2 adults and 3 kids, they're not going to see that super high price. They're going to see a much more affordable, much more attractive price, therefore encouraging them to book, while at the same time, if 6 adults are coming, they're paying the top rate. Now, if you implement this, I guarantee you will see a massive uptick in families coming to stay in your place. Now, just make sure your rates for those families after you've offered that discount is still making you money, and also make sure that if people still book the super high price for 6 adults or whatever, that you vet them properly. So the next strategy I want to talk about is you, the host, solely focusing on doing the high ROI activities. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people who are getting into serviced accommodation or Airbnb from a traditional property investing background, all they see is the rent that comes in per month and everything else is a cost. So no matter what they do, the rent is not going to go up. They have to just get the cheapest stuff that they can, put in the property, save costs wherever you can, get secondhand stuff because the income doesn't change, but the costs do. They go up and down. So the return on investment, it doesn't return much to put a very nice sofa in a rental. It doesn't return much to get very nice photos done. But in serviced accommodation or in Airbnb, these things do matter. What you put in has a massive impact on what that property is going to give you out. So let me give you an example. When you're trying to find a property, either you're trying to buy it or you're trying to rent it or you're trying to manage it, the better the property, the more desirable the property, probably the more expensive the property, the better. Getting a better property in a better location, finished better, with more bedrooms that you can get more people in, yes, that's going to be more expensive, but that investment could return you 20 grand extra a year, 30 grand extra a year. The return on that investment is massive. And likewise, it works the other way. If you get a small, shitty, poorly located property, the return on that investment is going to be absolutely minuscule. It's not going to be worth it. Let me give you another example. A lot of people, when they get started, they're putting their property online, they take the photos on their phone, or they get their mate's fancy camera and they take their photos on that. And they do that because they see those photos as a cost to get a professional in. But it's not a cost. It's a massive investment that is going to return hugely. Properties that have professional photos get an increase of about 20% in booking revenue. They may only cost you a couple of £100 to get them done, but they're going to generate you thousands and thousands of pounds in bookings over their lifetime. When you figure out how many people are actually going to view those photos and then work out what the cost per view is, it's like insanely cheap compared to any other form of online marketing. And that's what those photos are. They're your shop window in the online marketplace of Airbnb, Booking.com and whatever else. I'll give you another example.
Another one.
People look at rate pricing software like Price Labs, they get a quote, they do a demo and they think, oh, that's a bit expensive. But again, this investment is going to generate an enormous return. For a few £2 a month per property, you could increase your revenue from that property by like 30%. It's insane what this algorithm will put your rates up to because it knows you're going to get them. It knows far better than you're going to figure out yourself. And add to that, it runs itself automatically in the background. You aren't having to spend your time on it. Now, I've just given you some high ROI activities. Let me tell you some low ROI activities that I feel anyway. Number one is SEO. It's trying to get your direct booking website #1 on Google. You can spend hours writing blogs, making videos, trying to do all this different bits and pieces to get people onto it. And for what? A couple of bookings here and there each week or each month. Now, you might think the return on that investment is every direct booking that falls into your lap. And actually it's not. All you're making is the 15% margin that you could have been paying Booking.com or Airbnb. So if you get £1,000 booking, you've saved £150. But how much has it cost you to get that booking? All that SEO specialist work, the social media training, the social media platforms, your time. And we're going to come to that later on as well about your hourly rate and why it's so important. So for me, it's controversial, but I believe the higher ROI activities, the ones that are really going to move the needle in terms of your revenue, are the ones I talked about earlier. And in terms of a direct booking strategy of SEO and social media and all this sort of stuff, that time could be much better spent trying to retarget guests that have already stayed or convert the ones that are on the OTA platforms already. It's controversial. Come at me in the comments if you think I'm a load of talking shit.
Come at me, bro.
The next secret I want to share with you is not only a way to turbocharge the amount of reviews you get, how good they are, and also how many across different platforms you get. Now, what a lot of people do is once guests have left, we send an email to say, hope you enjoyed your stay. Please leave us a review. Goodbye. And guests read that and often just think, I can't be arsed. Maybe I'll do it later. They just forget and it's done. But by incentivizing guests to leave that review, that's how you get them to take action. And this can be as simple as, please take the time to leave us a 5-star review. If you do, we'll offer you a 10% discount on any future stay. Now, even if that guest has no intention of coming back anytime soon, they're going to want to lock that in. So they're thinking, oh, I'll just do it now. It'll only take me a second. Or you can go to the next level. And this is how we ended up getting the #1 on TripAdvisor, is leave a little thing in the property that says, scan this QR code. It's going to take you to TripAdvisor. If you leave us a 5-star review and send us a screenshot, you're going to be entered into a competition for a chance to win a £100 Amazon gift card. It's completely seamless because you have a QR code that people can just scan. They can do it when they're sitting there having their dinner at night or when they're having their coffee in the morning. They can give you a 5-star review before they've even left the property. You can tie that in to ask them to do it on Airbnb and Booking.com as well. And you can do the giveaway, the draw, after like 100 reviews. So that's like £1 per review. Now that is good business. Now, if you implement that, reviews are going to come flooding in. Number 5, and there are always ways to get more free money from this business. So I talked previously about how you can get free money back using the Capital on Tap card, but even from your guests that are in-house or about to arrive, there's more money there. Now, you could very easily set your checkout time at 10 a.m. Now, no one's going to want to check out at 10 a.m. Everyone's going to want 12. Well, if they want 12, it's an extra 20 quid. You can sign up to Viator, or you can build relationships with the local tour guides and attractions in your area, and you can get paid commission for when you send your guests to them. I mean, I think most people give the recommendations anyway when guests are coming to stay. They say, is there anywhere good to go? There's loads of tours for this thing. Which one would you recommend? And if you're a good host, you're going to be sending people there anyway. You may as well get a few quid back from the person who's running the tour. And it's easy to set up. Once you go to a tour operator or an attraction and you say, look, I've got 1,000 guests coming here every year and they all want me to tell them where to go. I can tell them to go to your place. How much is that worth to you? And you can even do it with restaurants as well. There's so many ways where you can leverage or monetize the amount of people that you've got through the door and the power you have to direct those people to any certain business. Now, these next 2 secrets are about optimizing this business for your freedom, for your time.
More freedom, less freedom, or to stay the same.
Now, you're not a noob here. You've been going for a while. You know how many plates there are to spin, how much craziness happens in this business on a day-to-day basis. So the first thing I want to talk about is the power of video. We all know what it's like. We've sent the detailed check-in instructions. It looks like a flipping essay. Guests haven't read it. They've arrived at the property and they're like, where do I check in? Where's the key safe? Or you've written a really detailed guest book about how to work your fancy coffee machine, how to turn on your fancy sound system. But guests have arrived, they've looked at it and they've thought,
I'm not reading War and Peace here. I'm just going to ask the host.
There are so many common things that us as hosts have tried to optimize for by laying everything out in full detail, in photos, in pictures, and all this sort of stuff. And it just goes over the guest's head. They're overwhelmed by it. They don't want to read it. and they just phone us or message us and it's urgent and it needs done there and then. But the power of video helps with all of this. The check-in procedure, you literally send the link to your YouTube video to say, when you're arriving, watch this. They open the video, they see your property, which they're standing right in front of now. They see where the key safe is, they see how to open it, they see how to unlock the door, they see everything that you need to show them. You can point to things and like add text on there. You can talk through it as well. It's just a much better way to get a message across, to show someone how to do something than writing a massive email. And the same for inside. So in your guest book, you can say washing machine, QR code. They scan the QR code, it opens the video of you using the washing machine, showing them how to do everything. Same with the coffee machine, the same with the sound system, the same with a hot tub. All of this stuff can be so much easier explained as if you're there in person, which is what a video does. You're showing them how to do it, you're not just telling them. And next up, we touched on it earlier, but it's so important that you realize that your time is worth money.
Time is money, my friend.
Most people who are running this business, they just do whatever the business demands of them. They answer the phone whenever they need to, they clean whenever they need to, maintenance issues straight down. The business takes over their life and they're ending up working 40 or 60 hours a week on it. And they see the fact that they haven't paid cleaners or they haven't paid maintenance people as a saving. And that's because they aren't valuing their own time. So I would challenge you to figure out what you've earned in your business in the last month, figure out how many hours you've worked in it, and then calculate what your hourly rate is. Because if you're doing everything and you're working all the hours and doing all the jobs, your hourly rate is going to be pittance, minuscule. Now maybe you're doing Airbnb or service accommodation as a side hustle and you're in a job and you actually know your hourly rate. Well, this calculation could make you realize that you'd actually be better doing overtime and work than running your side hustle. That's a harsh reality. I learned it from the book Life Leverage, which changed my life. It's an amazing book. And in it, Rob Moore talks about working out your hourly rate and then deciding or realizing that anything that you can get someone to do for cheaper than that, you have to leverage out. So you might decide that you want an hourly rate of £50 per hour. Well, you could get a cleaner for your property for a lot less than £50 an hour. So why the hell are you doing it? The same goes with your guest communication. How many hours a week are you spending on that? And how much could you find someone on People Per Hour or Upwork in the Philippines or anywhere else to do that guest communication for you? This is how we get an actual business that's going to run itself, not a full-time job. If you want that, just go work in a hotel. We need a business that serves us so that we can do the things that we want to do instead of being forced to do things that we have to do. And once you start leveraging out those tasks, you will be amazed at how much your capacity to grow increases. You can go from being swamped with one property to having hardly any work to do, but you're running 10. This next video is going to show you how to get more time and more things done, how to make more money, how to get better reviews, and how to get more direct bookings. It might be the most value-packed video that I've ever done. In this video, I'm going to show you 16 ways to turbocharge your Airbnb business. Now, before we get started, I'm going to assume here that your property is banging, your listing is set up perfectly, and you've got professional photos and everything set up just right. If it's not, then go away and do that first and then come back. And also don't worry about taking notes for all these things because I've got links for everything in the description. Okay, let's get into it. First off, we're looking at things that are going to save you time. And as we all know, and if you follow this channel, you'll know time is the most important thing. Time and freedom are the goal. Time, geographical and financial freedom. This is a massive time saving. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, you will have heard about the power of ChatGPT. And if you're wondering whether you can or can't use it for your Airbnb business, you absolutely can. So let's just take a look at what ChatGPT can do for you. Okay, so let's dive into ChatGPT and see how it can help. I'm an Airbnb host. How can you help me improve my business? Okay, so there's multiple ways that ChatGPT is going to be able to help us with our business. It can review and enhance listing descriptions. It can work with SEO, give you titles and stuff for it. It can create automated messages for check-in, check-out, develop a comprehensive guidebook, pricing, help with reviews, create social media posts, data analysis. There's just so much stuff that ChatGPT unlocks. Whilst it's not the answer to everything, I find it's really useful to think of it as an assistant. It just gives you ideas. It just fires things off in your head that you think, aha, I can go down an avenue here and make real progress. So let's say, okay, create a template for a guest manual for my property. So welcome to property name, introduction, your contact information, your address, check-in, check-out times, house rules, interesting, no smoking, no pets, quiet hours, guests with for additional, safety information. All this stuff is just perfect. Oh, checkout. Let's see what it says for checkout. Is it going to come up with a million rules like we talk about in one of our other videos? Ensure all dishes are put away, dispose of trash, ensure windows and doors are locked, return keys to the lockbox. Normal. Can't argue with ChatGPT. It's us humans that get in the way and make these things so bad for guests. You can see here, this is just a really good prompt. You can go down the rabbit hole and getting it to do absolutely everything for you. But look at how quickly that's printed that out or created that. And that'll be so easy to either have digitally or to print out. Okay, so moving on to the next biggest time saver that you can get in your Airbnb business. And you might have already got this, but it's a channel manager. The channel managers all come in various shapes and sizes. They all do pretty much the same thing. It's a one-stop shop where your listing is added to it, the property is added to it. You control your information on there once and it pushes everything out into all the different booking sites. So it connects you up to so many different sites. Everything is updated automatically so that you don't have to worry about logging into different booking sites every time to change things. Now, the one we use is a Vivo. It's probably not the one I would choose again if I was starting over, but the thought of changing with 75 properties and thousands of bookings already in our diary just gives me the shivers. But if I was starting again, I would probably use this one, Guesty. This does everything that you would expect a channel manager to do. It's the CRM, it's an inbox, a calendar, it takes payments there as well. It's actually introducing AI now as well, which is just crazy. But again, they're keeping up with the times. But the thing that I love the most is the guest communication services. So they will take on all of the communication between you and your guests. Like, it's 24/7, like it's crazy. In terms of pricing, they have different models based on the size of your portfolio. 1 to 3 listings is coming in at $24 per month. But honestly, if you don't have a channel manager, you absolutely have to get one. And if you're thinking about which one to choose, I'd choose this one. Now, you're starting to see here in these time-saving tips, the key is leverage. You're either leveraging tech in the form of ChatGPT or Guesty or any other channel manager, or you can leverage other people. And one of the best places to find people to help you out on your journey of your Airbnb business is Upwork or Fiverr or any of the sites that are like that. These sites are filled with freelancers who specialize in literally everything under the sun. Any task that you need done that can be done digitally, you will find someone to do it on there. And you basically just buy your time. You can buy double or triple your time to just quantifiably, it's massively improve your output. Now, Fiverr is probably the cheapest one. I found Upwork to be the best in my opinion. There's just more professionalism in there. There's a bit more quality as well. But what can you use Upwork for? Well, check this out. So if we do a search for a virtual assistant for Airbnb, look what comes up. I mean, I don't even know how many search results are here, but there are dozens, scores, maybe even hundreds of people who are willing to provide their time to help you with your Airbnb business as a virtual assistant. £7 an hour, £8 an hour. Sorry, these are in dollars. Like, look at the SEO Airbnb ranking. You will get listing and content creation on Airbnb. Like, there's people here who are just here to take annoying jobs that you don't like doing off your plate. They're more than willing to do it for something as small as $35, $32. Like, it is insane the amount of extra jobs that you know are on your list, but you never get around to doing them just because you're procrastinating and you don't really like doing them. There are people on here who just love that stuff and will eat it up. Now, what are you going to do with all that extra time? And the good thing about Upwork, you can see people's reviews, 95% job success. This guy's earned $30,000 plus from being an Airbnb co-host and just taking jobs away from a busy host who has better things to do. And the last time-saving thing is a little bit left field, and it's having a strong vetting procedure, because the worst thing and the thing that's going to take up the most time is if you get guests into your property and you're going to need to kick them out for whatever reason. They've trashed the place, they've had a big party, they've set fire to it, they've done something that's annoyed your neighbors, and you're going to have to try and get them out. There's nothing more stressful, more urgent, and more horrible in this business than trying to get guests out of your property when they don't want to leave. So having a strong vetting procedure is the way to do this. You stop those bad bookings before they even get a chance to get in. And how do you do that? Well, you can click the link below and you can get my foolproof vetting procedure that I use across our portfolio of 75 properties. Now, another way to protect your property, again, it's a wee bit last minute because these guests are already in house, but if you need some proof to get rid of some people, or if you just want peace of mind that the guests that are in your property are nice and not having a party, check this out. This piece of tech sits on your roof, looks just like a smoke alarm, but look what it does. Noise and occupancy monitoring, so it knows if the noise in the property gets too high or if more people are in there than there should be. It detects whether people are smoking in the property. It's mad, and it's all connected up to your phone, and you're going to get notifications as well. So if you're needing to get people out, this is the best way to do that. But again, that's the last resort. First thing you want to do is make sure these bad people don't get in the first place. Okay, so now we've covered some things that are going to save you a load of time, and again, that's the most important thing. extra money is nice as well. So let's dive into this. Here's some ways where you're gonna use your Airbnb business to generate more money. Now we saw how ChatGPT can create a guidebook for you, and that's brilliant, and it really is, and you should do it. If you want to know another way where you can use a guidebook from another company to actually earn money from, well then check this out. So Hostfully is not only a channel manager, but it also provides digital guidebooks. Now these are different to the printed out one, obviously, because you can send the link and people can see it before they even arrive, which is another nice touch. It also means it can be updated instantly and be just live across everyone else who's either already coming or is yet to arrive in your property. Everything's up to date. But the bit that I love most about the Hostfully guidebooks is this. You can click the link below to see everything that the guidebooks do, but check this out. You can get referral revenue. So basically, if you link up all the different tours and things that are in your area, and if a guest is using your guidebook and ends up booking the tour from there via Viator, you can earn 8% of all bookings that come through there. So if a guest is coming to stay in your place, they're gonna be booking these tours anyway. Why not you earn a few quid from them? And it's proper passive income because you literally don't have to do anything once you set it up and link this on your guidebook, and it goes out to every single guest. They're going to find these things themselves. And the next way to earn a few extra quid is from upsells of guests that are either already in your property or who are coming to stay. Now you'll see Hostfully offer this as well in their guidebook for upsell services for things like upgrades, additional services, early check-ins, mid-stay cleaning, airport pickups, in-home chef, and more. Now this is great, and if you want to use Hostfully, you can do it all there, but you don't need to be using Hostfully to be getting these upsells. Guests are always going to ask for more than what you offer, and it makes sense that if you're going out of your way to do something, that you should be reimbursed for that time. The easiest one that you can upsell is late checkouts. So if your normal checkout time is 10 or 12, whatever it is, and a guest, which they often do, ask to stay later, it costs you absolutely nothing, but you can say, yeah, if you want to stay a bit longer, it's going to be £10 an hour or £40 for the entire day. And it's just a way to get a few more pounds, a few more dollars out of each guest that comes, and it's pure profit because none of it goes to Airbnb. And sticking with the referral aspect of things, think about how many guests you have coming through your doors on a monthly or a yearly basis. How many is it? 50, 100, in our case 15,000. Think about the power that you have for those guests. A recommendation from you goes a long way to a guest who's never been to your area but wants to get a recommendation from a local. You could tell them to go anywhere and they probably will, and that is valuable. So how about reaching out to bars, restaurants, tours, whatever is happening in your area? Go to the best ones, the ones that you think you will be happy to send guests to, and negotiate a deal. You tell them, I've got 100 guests a week or 100 guests a month coming. I'm gonna send every single one of them to you. How much are you gonna pay me for that? Now imagine you set up that deal with the 5 best tours, the 5 best restaurants, the 5 best coffee shops. How much is that going to add up to every month for you? Now, these are cool and all, but the biggest thing that's going to have the biggest impact on your bottom line, well, top line and bottom line, is number one, having the right property in the right location that's going to be able to generate you the highest rates. So how do we find that out? Use a site like Airbnb before you get started or before you start on your next property to see what exactly are you likely to earn from that property in that location. Airbnb gives you things like a competitive market research score of how good the area is in terms of like a town or a city. It gives you projected revenue of what it thinks a property like yours will make, and you have to tell it whether it's a 1-bed, 2-bed, 3-bed, a house, apartment, whatever, all that stuff. It is accurate, and it's just so thorough, so detailed. Like if you're thinking about getting a new property, you would be mad not to use this system. And the second biggest thing that's going to have the biggest impact on your top and bottom line is your rate pricing software. So if you don't have one, you absolutely have to get one. Yes, you can manage these things yourself. Yes, there is a cost for these, but it's an investment. The return on that investment is astronomical. I ran my business for years and years without any rate pricing software. I don't count Airbnb's dynamic pricing as one because that's a complete scam, and they just make your prices the lowest they can get it across all the different sites so that guests find them and book on Airbnb. So that's a scam, never use that. But things like Wheelhouse, Price Labs, and Beyond Pricing, they are legit. They exist to make you more money. And think about it, if it didn't make you more money, no one would pay for their services. So they absolutely work. We plugged ours in during COVID, and the increase in our rates was phenomenal. And one of the key things to think about is this. Us as hosts are very good at spotting gaps in our calendar, and we know when we need to reduce the prices down. But what we often overlook is when there's a period of really super high demand that we haven't seen. A booking will come in and we might not even notice until the day before those guests arrive that, oh my God, Taylor Swift was playing, or some massive event was happening and we've sold it for like our average rock bottom price. There's nothing more frustrating than that. The beauty of these systems is that it scrapes the data from all the different sites and updates your rates based on demand and supply. Now, no human could do that. Okay, now we've got more time and we've got more money. Let's get some better reviews. Now again, should be doing everything you can to offer great customer service anyway. And if you're not, you can watch this video about the 5 best ways to guarantee a 5-star review. However, if you're doing everything right, and you just need more reviews or some better ones, check this out. So if you're focused on 5-star reviews and or TripAdvisor or any other different booking site and the guests just aren't leaving them quickly enough or leaving those 5-star reviews, try this. In your checkout email, say to the guests, thank you very much for staying. I hope you've had a great stay. I'd like to enter you into our competition. If you leave us a 5-star review and send us a screenshot of that, we're going to enter you into a draw to win a £100 Amazon gift card or something, 100 quid for something. Now, if there's any guests who aren't thinking about leaving a review, that is a rocket up the ass that's going to make them get straight on there, 5-star review, send you the screenshot. Who doesn't want 100 quid? Now, next up, and one of the things that guests get frustrated at and tend to leave negative reviews for is when things get a little complicated. And again, if you want to watch a video about things that guests absolutely hate, watch this video. But one of the things that's going to save time, should have put this in the other one, but also get happier guests because things are going to be just more straightforward, less friction, less frustration, is using video to show how things work. Now you can link these into your guidebook, to your check-in emails, to your confirmation emails, all over the place. You can just have a little link that says how to check in, and when someone clicks it, it's going to be a video showing where the lockbox is, how to open the lockbox, where to park, what way the key turns, all this sort of stuff that guests, if they don't speak English and they can't read your email, or you don't want to speak to them on the phone when they arrive, you can show them a video and everyone's going to figure out what it is and how they do it. Now, if you've used ChatGPT, or if you don't want to use Hostfully, but you do want that guidebook to be just looking, ooh, well, use Canva. This website, it just does everything better than you can. I remember back in the day, we used to use Microsoft Paint. Oh, how times have changed. So let's log into Canva here, and we want to make an Airbnb welcome guide. Look at it. Almost 55,000 templates of how to do this. There is definitely something in there that's going to suit your style, your property, that you're going to be able to just tweak and make it your own. And you're going to be able to have it digitally or print it out. It's going to look beautiful. Guests are going to know how to use everything. Everything's going to be brilliant, and you're going to get far more 5-star reviews. Now, the last one to get better reviews is, picture this. We've all, as hosts, walked into a property after guests have left, and we've smelt something really bad. Either someone's been smoking in the property, or there's real strong smells of certain foods, and you just can't get the smell out. No matter how many doors and windows you open, that smell is lingering. And you're panicking because your next set of guests are on the way, and you just know they're going to walk in and the first impression is not going to be great. But there is an answer, and it's this. This little box will absolutely eliminate any smell whatsoever in your property. Yes, it's expensive, but that is money well spent. If you don't believe me, just go on, click the link, read the reviews. You're gonna end up getting one of these for your own property if you don't get one for your own house. Okay, now we've got more time, more money, better reviews. How do we get more direct bookings? So first of all, I would just want to pay tribute to the absolute king of direct bookings, Mark Simpson at Boostly. He is the guy. So if you want to get a million ways to get these direct bookings, click the link and get his book, and it is totally worth it. But I just want to share one that I learned from him whenever I heard him talk in London, and I just thought it was genius. So when a guest books and you send a confirmation email, you have it in your confirmation email where it says check-in time. Instead of just saying 2 p.m. or 3 p.m, you say, if you have booked through an OTA like Booking.com, Airbnb, whatever else, your check-in time is 3. However, if you're a direct booking, you can check in from 12. If you'd like to know more about this or discuss this, send us an email. Now, any guest who gets that is going to read that and say,
why is it different for a direct booking to not? I want to check in at that time.
You say, well, you know, if you actually book direct, not only can you check in earlier, but you're going to get a discount as well. Sold. And that's a genius way of getting guests to come to you to say, I want to convert from Booking.com to you direct. Another way to get more direct bookings is to create social media profiles for your property. Not you, the host, your property. The business name is on the name. Use those profiles to join local business pages, local community pages, tourism pages, and just browse them through them every day. I guarantee on a daily basis, there will be at least a couple of posts from people asking, got someone coming to stay in this place? Does anyone know any accommodation? Or I need help. Where's the best places to go in this area? And you can just reply with your business name. People are going to see that it's overnight accommodation, or if people are asking for somewhere to stay, you can just say, here's a link to our website. Go and book direct. We're the cheapest in town. We're the best in town. We have got so many direct bookings using that method because not only does the person who's asked the question then see your profile and you're going to get more followers and more direct bookings, but everyone else who's in that little Facebook page or community page are also going to see your response and they're going to be interested as well, and your brand is just going to grow. And soon you're going to have people who are recommending you even if you haven't seen the post. And lastly, this is a little trick, a little hack that I've done with other businesses in Belfast. Approach a restaurant or a tour company or an attraction of something that has a large following in a complementary tourism niche to you and offer them a deal. Say, listen, I'm willing to give you one night free in my accommodation that you can offer out to your followers as a competition prize, and in return I want the same value back that I can offer to my guests for your restaurant, tour, attraction. So this is how it plays out. You then go to your mailing list, to your followers on social media and say, hi, I'm giving away £100 worth of spend in this restaurant or at this attraction. Enter the competition, like and share it with all your friends, and your brand reach grows. The other business is then able to say, they run a competition to their mailing list, to all their followers, to say, enter this competition to win a free night stay at your lovely accommodation. Everyone's going to be liking and sharing that, and your brand reach is just going to grow even more. Now, you haven't lost any money, the other business hasn't lost any money, but you've generated so much extra followers, extra buzz around your business and theirs. In the hospitality industry, we're all in this together. We're brothers and sisters. We need to be working together to lift up our area and benefit us all. Co-hosting or managing other people's Airbnbs is the easiest way to scale a portfolio. It's how I've been able to scale my business so rapidly, and it is such an amazing business model. Genuinely, everyone wins. If you want to try it, then check out this next video. So first off, let's just get clear on exactly what an Airbnb management company is. It's where you, the host, manage a property on behalf of a property owner client.
Lord Eddard Stark, I would name you the Hand of the King.
I'm not worthy of the honor.
They own the property, you do all the work. You run the business as if it's your own, even though it's not, and at the end of the month you take a percentage of the revenue and you pay the rest to the client. Now, there are benefits to this structure over buying a property yourself or doing Airbnb arbitrage or rent to SA in the UK. When you're buying a property, you've got to save up all that money to get the deposit to buy the thing. Then you've got to spend all the money to get it set up and ready for Airbnb. It's pretty expensive and it can take a long time. And with rent to SA or Airbnb arbitrage, you've got to pay that guaranteed rent to that owner no matter what. So when times are good, you got to pay. When times are bad, you've got to pay. And also when you finally secured that first property on Airbnb arbitrage, it's going to need some work done. So you're still going to have to spend quite a lot of money up front to get the property ready for Airbnb standard. But when you're managing a property on behalf of an owner, they are the ones who have to buy it, obviously. They are the ones who are going to spend the money to kit it out, to get it up to standard. You have a very lean model, a very small barrier to get entry into this industry. And as we're going to learn, it is a very lean business model where you have very few costs because most of them are passed back to the property owner client. So how the hell do you get started? Well, step one is research and plan. In other words, you're going to have to learn how to do Airbnb. It's a harsh reality, but why would anyone trust you with their property if you didn't have the faintest idea what you were doing? Property owner clients are going to have questions for you if they're going to trust you with their property, so you need to have the answers. Read this book, watch this channel, but the most important video is to watch this one. It's a 30-minute free training on how to run an Airbnb business. I'll link to it at the end, so just stay here for now. Now, if you already have experience in Airbnb, then happy days. Things are going to be a lot easier for you, but you still need to stick around to watch the rest of these steps. Now, you don't just need to learn how to actually run an Airbnb business, you need to determine the demand for Airbnbs in your area. I've got a video here on how you can do this for free, or you can use a paid service like AirDNA, which is going to go much deeper, much more thorough, but it is paid for. But this is an investment, not just the time, but the money you're going to spend. And this is really going to help you when you're talking to clients about potentially managing their properties. Now, one of the biggest mistakes you can make in this business is targeting the wrong kind of properties. Now, we're going to talk about more about that at the end, but it is so important that you don't take the wrong property. In your market research, you need to be identifying your competitors, what are their strengths and what are their weaknesses, and also determine who your target guests are, who are coming to stay in these Airbnbs. Is it tourists? Is it corporate? Is it contractors? Depending on who is coming to stay, that's going to impact the way you run the business. And the last thing you need to do in step one is come up with a business plan. It's comprehensive. think about what you're going to do, how you're going to charge, how much you're going to charge, who you're going to work with. All of these things are going to help you navigate a way forward to know exactly what you should be getting, what to expect, what to target, and what to avoid. And then decide whether you're going for an LLC in America or a limited company in the UK, or you're just going to do this as sole trader. It's probably better to have a different legal entity, but speak to an accountant on this. And that's it for step 1. The ball has begun to roll. You are making moves. Step 2 is the financial setup of everything. Now, it's really important that you have 2 separate bank accounts for this Airbnb management business. One is your current account, and the second is your client account, where the client money is going to go into. You have to keep these separate. Next, you can set up an accounting software to manage your finance, something like Xero or QuickBooks. It's going to help you keep track of all the transactions that are coming in and out of those accounts, because things are going to get very messy and very confusing very quickly. And lastly, it's really important again that you speak to an accountant and understand your tax implications. Traditionally, if you're managing the property for someone else, the total revenue and income from that property is not yours or your company's, it is the property owner's. And that can be quite good, because if you have a property that's generating tons of money, well, you don't have to pay the tax on all that money. You pay the tax on your return. But again, speak to an accountant. This is not financial advice. Step 3 is develop your offer. Figure out exactly what in the hell you're going to actually offer these clients. There's so many hats, so many roles to have in this Airbnb business, and you need to decide whether you're offering for all of them or just some of them. You could do listing creation, guest communication, cleaning, maintenance, all of the above. In my opinion, you should be doing everything. You should be offering a completely hassle-free service to your client, so they know they just give you the keys and they're only going to hear from you when you're paying the money every month. And in my experience, when you're offering a sort of blended model, things can get messy. If a client has let in a guest that you know has been trouble, that you have to deal with the cleaning aspect and the awkward conversations through the communication, that can create friction. So in my experience, it's easier to just say it's all or nothing. But maybe it'll be different for you. I don't know. You also need to decide on how much you're going to charge these clients. Is it going to be a percentage of booking fees? Is it going to be a flat fee? It's completely up to you. Generally, a commission of a percentage of top line revenue is the standard. And in terms of amounts, it could be anything from 15% to 25%. Now, again, this is another big mistake that I see people make when they're getting started, and we're going to talk about that at the end, so stick around. Next up in step 3 is to create the systems that you're going to actually need to run the Airbnb once you've actually got it, because don't forget, this is coming for you and this is hard work. It's going to be hard if you're literally starting from scratch with no experience in Airbnb, but just think, you're going to need to develop systems around cleaning, maintenance, check-in times, check-out times, what policies you're going to set for guests, how you're going to take deposits, how you're going to vet guests. There's a lot of stuff to think about. You can watch this video on how to systemize everything, but try not to be too hard on yourself. Just keep these things front and center. Once you get a property, things are going to go crazy. Your systems that you think are working aren't going to work. You're going to need other systems that you've completely not even thought about. But just have something down on paper. Try and work this stuff through in your head. And then lastly, decide how and when you're going to pay out to your clients. So I mentioned having the client account at the start. I think that's really important, so that the income comes into your account, so that you're never having to chase the clients to get paid for your services. Best practices: income comes into the client account, any deductions are made in terms of like cleaning, maintenance, your fee, and then you pay out to the client once a month or once a week, whatever you decide. Step 4, and you're ready to go. You just need some properties, come on. So you're gonna need to start building your network. Outreach to property owners, to investors, to just people. Just start talking about what you're gonna do. Spread the word. Go to networking events, join local property groups, and start pitching your service to property owners. And look, the benefit to them is increased revenue, because if they have tenants, you're definitely gonna be able to pay out far more to them than their tenants will by running it as an Airbnb. You're going to be telling them that, look, you're going to be maintaining this property because you need it to be shit hot. Any maintenance issues are going to be dealt with straight away. It's going to be professionally cleaned 2 or 3 times a week. There's so many benefits to the property owner by just giving it to you to run as an Airbnb on their behalf. But you're going to have to be open and honest about your lack of experience. You're going to need to build genuine relationships built on trust. Don't be going in bullshitting people that you've got loads of experience already when you don't, because the wheels are going to come off and you're going to get caught out very quickly and your whole reputation is going to be in the toilet. But if you keep talking to people, keep mentioning what you want to do, you're going to find someone who's going to be willing to take a punt on you. At this stage, you're going to need to start building relationships with cleaners, with maintenance providers, people who are going to paint, people who are going to fix your plumbing when it breaks down. All these things you need to have ready for when you have a property. Step 5 is a continuation of building your network. It's getting online and building an online presence. Now, this is important, but I do not want this to hold you back thinking about you have to get the best logo and the best website before you can get started. Have this running in the background while you're still having these conversations and they're pitching to these landlords. This is nice, but it's not crucial to have at the start. It's probably more important to have social media profiles where you can actually reach out to people directly online as well. If you're not able to find them at a networking event or get their number or their email address. Just start talking about what you're doing, talking about the return that you're going to offer, talk about the research that you've done and how you know there's demand in an area and you're ready to go, and then the day will happen. Someone will say, let's do it. It could be a few days or a few weeks or a few months of networking, cultivating relationships with property owners, but sooner or later, it's going to happen where someone gives you their property. Now, the first time someone offers you the property, it's going to feel like, hallelujah, everything you've worked towards is now happening. But it's important to be careful. Not all clients and not all properties are created equal, and that's one of the big mistakes that people make. Again, I'm going to touch on this at the end, but just be so careful. But once you're happy with the property and the client, let's go. It's time to get them onboarded. Try and make it as seamless and as smooth as possible for bringing on a new client. Now, this is going to be difficult the first time you've done it, but once you've got one or two through the door, you're going to know the things to do to just make it more seamless. And it's going to change depending on your circumstances. All going to have questions. Believe it or not, many of the questions are going to be the same, and it's up to you to have the right answers to put people at ease and to just get that property ready for guests. And that's when all your research that you've done in step one is really going to pay off, because people are going to be asking,
what about occupancy rate? How much can I make? Who's going to be staying in the place? What are you going to do if there's a party? How are you going to stop it?
All these questions that you've done the research on in step one are going to bear fruit now. Now, before you start operating, it's important that you get a contract drawn up or written out that agrees everything that you've discussed. When you're going to pay, how much you're going to charge, all the ins and outs, who's responsible for what. Get that signed by everyone so that everyone moves forward from day one on the same page. And with regards to your fees, you're probably in your first property going to have to offer some sort of reduced fee, because honestly, it's a big risk for a property owner. If you've told them and been honest but genuine that you don't have really any experience, it's a bit of a punt for them. It's a gamble. So you might have to offer them a reduced rate, at least for like 3 months or 6 months. Step 7 is make yourself and your client a shitload of money. Now, this is when the good stuff happens, but also when the hard work starts. This is now you running an Airbnb business. And to be honest, you probably haven't thought too much about this, even though I've told you to in the other steps, because you've just been so focused on getting that first property. Well, let me tell you, things are about to get crazy.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
You need to set up and optimize your property listings across all the different booking sites. You got to get professional photos taken, compelling descriptions that are actually going to get bookings. You've got to deal with all your guests before they arrive, during their stay, and after they've left. You've got to arrange cleaning, maintenance. You've got to vet those guests. There's a lot of stuff you've got to do. But guess what? You're going to be making money all the way through. You're going to learn very quickly, and you're going to have to. Get this book, get my Airbnb starter kit, watch my videos, and just make sure you absolutely smash it. Step 8, once you've got a property and you're smashing it, the next step is don't fuck it up. This is not a time to take your foot off the gas. You've got to be so careful to make sure that you keep getting those 5-star reviews. Regularly inspect the properties to make sure they're still in good condition. Keep communicating with those guests to get those 5-star reviews. Keep tweaking the systems that you thought you were going to have perfect at the start, but once you get started, you realize they're not fit for purpose. Keep improving, keep doing everything you can to ensure that your client and you are making a shitload of money. Your clients are going to be your biggest cheerleaders. So many of ours, once they give us one property and we just pay them so much money, they just bring us more properties, more properties, more properties. They tell everyone, like, it's such a big ball of positivity. Which leads me on to step 9. Scale. Once you've got one property on your books, every time you speak to another potential client, you're going to be able to use the numbers from that first property to demonstrate what you can do. The questions they have for you, the answers are just going to roll off the tongue because you're getting experience, real world experience. It's going to be easier and easier to bring more properties in, but just be careful to do it gradually. You don't want to like burst everything at the seams. Now is the time where you can look to start to automate and delegate using tech like property management systems, where you can hire staff or outsource on websites like Upwork or Fiverr to just help you manage the growth effectively so you're not completely swamped and overwhelmed. Now, before we come on to the 5 big mistakes to avoid, the last step is just basically keep not f***ing it up. It's important to consider, and honestly you need to be careful of this, that new problems come with scale. The problems you're going to have with 1 or 2 properties are completely different than the problems you're going to have between 3 to 10, and even more different from the ones you're going to have when you go over 10 properties. Systems break, things go wrong, people let you down, and you're going to need more leverage and more tech, more automation to ensure that you're not just completely burnt out and overwhelmed. So in practical terms, monitor your performance, make sure all the properties are delivering in terms of incomes, and that you're getting the bookings in that you need, and that those bookings and those guests are happy and leaving 5-star reviews. Maintain strong relationships with your clients, make sure they're happy, make sure you're delivering for them, and address any of their concerns promptly. And it's very simple. The more money you pay them, the happier they're going to be. And the happier they are, the more referrals you're going to get. Okay, now we're on to the 5 biggest mistakes that you need to avoid when you're starting an Airbnb management business. Number 1 is don't get desperate. Don't take any old shit property that someone's stupid enough to offer you. When you were doing your research in step 1, you will have seen which properties work and which don't, which areas work and which don't. Stay true to that. That is real data that you've researched and that you know to be true. If someone offers you a property that you think is not right or not in the right location, don't get desperate. Don't just take it because it's the first property that someone's offered you. It will come back to bite you and that client in the ass. In 6 months' time, you'll be having a very difficult conversation when that client said,
"Where's my money? Why haven't you made me any money?"
And you're gonna have to say,
"Yeah, I sort of thought this wasn't the right property, but I just thought I would take it because you were the first person to offer me one."
That's not a situation you want to be in. Mistake number 2 is that you now have 2 customers. Your guests who are coming to stay in the property and give you all the reviews and pay all the money, and the clients who actually own the properties that you're using to get those guests. You've got to look after both of them. You can't focus too much on one or the other, because if you disappoint either, it's game over. Number 3 is be careful who you work with in terms of clients. To put it bluntly, some clients can just be total dicks. The best type of client is someone who gives you the keys, backs off, and you just pay them once a month. Often they don't even reply to say thank you, but that's what you want. You just want to be left alone to run the property, pay them what they want, and then we'll just run the property ourselves. What you don't want is someone micromanaging you as if you work for them, which technically you do, but you don't want to have to answer to them. And there are going to be lots of clients out there, even though you're running the business and you know what you're doing, you're learning quickly on the job, they don't have a clue what they're talking about, but they're going to be chirping in with ideas and things.
"Why don't you try this, and you should do this instead?"
Difficult conversations. If you see any of those red flags, just don't work with that client. Next mistake I see people making is getting caught up in the top line booking revenue. That is not your money. That is your client's money. Your margin is 20%, 25%, 15% of that. So we're doing £4 million in bookings, but that's not £4 million of our money. So you got to think really carefully and protect that margin. Yes, you're going to need to start systemizing and employing people or tech, but you have to protect that and invest that money very wisely. And mistake number 5 I see people making is competing on price. You want to make sure that you're the best at what you do, you can deliver the best service to those guests and pay out the highest rates to those clients, and that comes at a cost. Do not be going in on trying to undercut everyone, especially once you've been established. Be the best and charge the highest rates. Those are the easiest conversations to have when a client says,
"How much do you charge?"
And you say,
25%.
They say,
"God, that's a bit expensive."
And you say,
"Yeah, it is. Wait to hear what you get for that."
The clients who want to batter you down on price are the worst clients, so just say, "Goodbye, no thank you." Of the 100+ properties I've managed over the years that I've been in this business, one property has stood out head and shoulders above all the others in terms of income generation. This property that family members, father-in-law, told me was a terrible idea has turned out to be a complete game changer for me, and I think it could be for you too. Check it out. I manage over 75 different short-term rentals here in Belfast, all shapes and sizes, from 1-bedroom apartments all the way up to 5-bedroom penthouses. But how is it that one of these properties, with an average nightly rate of 75 quid, generated over £173,000 last year? In this video, I'm going to break down all the numbers, show you how I did it, so you can do it too.
No secrets.
And if you're wanting to start or grow an Airbnb business, then I've got a ton of amazing resources in the link below, including my Amazon #1 best-selling book. So how the hell did we get to 173k from 75 quid a night? Well, you see, the interesting thing about this property is that I don't sell the entire place to just one group. I rent out each of the 7 rooms individually. So let's say this Cheerio is £75 for one night. This is what one room earns in 1 week. Now imagine we have 7 rooms earning £75 a night. And over the course of a year, of course, we're not at 100% occupancy, it's 88, and that gets us to the 173k. Well, that was fun to clean up. Now, you might have already seen this property because honestly, I've been talking about it for years and years and about how it just keeps on getting better and better. Now, the last video I did on this channel about this property, it's actually 8 months ago. 8 months, time flies when you're having fun. But in that video, the total it had done in a year was 160k. So how the hell have I squeezed another 13k out of this bad boy? Well, to be honest, it's two things. The first one, and I did touch on it in that last video, was the renovation. Now, when I first brought the property to market, it looked like this. I personally thought it was amazing looking, beautiful, and it did do very well. However, the rock stars on my team weren't so keen, decided to take things to the next level, and boy did they. I mean, the design, features and elements and quirkiness in this property now is just way beyond anything that I could have dreamt up in my stupid Neanderthal man brain. It just looks amazing. There's nothing like it in Belfast. Is there anything like it where you are? It's like a boutique hotel now. It's just so desirable when people click on it. The rooms all look different, and even the really super small rooms have real character in there, and you know, people book it. They're not disappointed whenever they know they're coming to stay in a small room because it's got that atmospheric look about it and feel about it. So when people are seeing it in search results, they're getting the feel that they're getting this boutique hotel vibe with rock bottom prices to come and stay. So it's in super high demand. The second thing we did was probably one of the best decisions I've ever made in business. Did it back in January 2024, and that was, you're not going to be surprised, but it's signing up to Price Labs. We were using a rate pricing software before. I'm not going to name them because I'm not here to throw shit on anyone. It was good. I thought it was good, but when we turned on Price Labs, dear God, things changed. The functionality on Price Labs far outweighs anyone else that we could find on the market. And the algorithm just seems to know everything. It's like AI Skynet all rolled into one. It just knows what to do.
I'm all seeing, all knowing.
And honestly, that is what's catapulted our revenue sky high in the last year. Look at this. Our best month, 2024, was August. We had 92% occupancy and a room revenue of over £20,000. 20k from 1 month. An average nightly rate of over 100 quid, average length of stay of 3.8 nights. And already, like I remember talking in previous videos about how my best month, which also was in August, a couple of years ago, was like 11 grand. The numbers were staggering. I remember in August 2019, the property did 11 grand in bookings in that 1 month. Now, that just blew me away. That was a million times more than any of our other properties had done. So it's almost doubled our best month. Now, I just want to break down the room revenue because we have 3 different room categories in this property. The first are what we call the budget rooms. So they are tight, they are small. You can fit 2 people in there, they are double beds. It is a bit of a squeeze, but we sell it for 2. And over the year, it was 91% occupancy, average nightly rate of 70 quid. That is not much, but this is not much of a room. And those 2 rooms over the year did over £47,000 of that 173k total. The next room type up, slightly bigger, what we call a standard room. We used to only class 2 of these, but we knocked down one of the ones from the next highest thing back down into this one. We now have 3 of these. And again, 91% occupancy across last year. Average price per night of £76, and they brought in a total revenue of £76,000 over the year. And you can even see our average length of stay in this room type was 4.6 nights. These are not people who are just coming for a weekend or a 1-night stay. These are people, I'm going to go deep into it later about why people are coming here, but they're not here just for travel, for leisure. And then our 2 rooms, which we call superior, these are at the front of the house, so they get the full width of the house. They are much more spacious. They're personally my favorite ones. 81% occupancy in here and an average nightly rate of £80 per night. So these 2 rooms did almost 50k between them across last year. And again, look at that average length of stay, 6.5 nights over the year. The people coming to stay here were staying for much longer than just your standard leisure visitor coming for the weekend. And just to throw a few more figures at you, here is the breakdown of the booking source, where these bookings came from. So we worked really hard last year to try and increase our direct bookings and wrestle back control from those OTAs. You can see here the vast majority has still come from booking.com, 72%, over 130k of that straight from booking.com, so 15% of it, goodbye, back to the booking.com gods. But we've got just over 30k of direct bookings, so that's clean, fresh money in our account, no booking commission being paid to anyone else. And I think this property type lends itself much better to the more professional OTAs like booking.com and Expedia, who also showcase B&Bs, guest houses and hotels where people can select a room instead of expecting that they're going to get a whole property like on Airbnb. Now, what else contributed to this property's success? Well, I cannot talk about it without discussing one of the biggest fundamental important things in my opinion for the success of this property, and that's every single room in this house has an ensuite. No one has to share a bathroom, everyone's got their own private ensuite they can use. It makes it so much more desirable. Next up is the location of this property. It's really conveniently located. It's near hospitals and it's near a university, so we get a lot of people traveling for work. They're either working in the hospital or working in the university. We get some people who are actually like visiting family for extended periods of time in the hospital, so the location here is key. It's also really close to the city centre. You can hop on a bus and be in town in 5 minutes. Another big thing that we did to increase the revenue here, I'm gonna be honest, is we increased the review score. Back in the day, a couple of years ago, the review score had dipped in here on booking.com, which is the only really one that I look at. It was sitting at 7.9. Now 7.9 is not great. It's embarrassing for me when I'm showcasing about how to get 5-star reviews and 10 out of 10s all the time to be showing you I've got a 7.9. But here, there's no secrets here.
Super honesty time.
And I'll tell you why it was low, for a couple of reasons, but the main one was this property went live in 2019. And up until 2023, we hadn't really done much to it to sort of maintain it, improve it. And the reason being, it's so damn hard to get into this place. It's so busy that it's really difficult to like block off a room, get it repainted, because there's so many bookings in there and it's really hard to move things around. So we just things kept getting put off and put off. We were trying to do patch jobs. It wasn't working. And in 2023, we just said, right, close it off. I don't care about losing out in bookings. We're gonna seriously like reduce the amount of income we're taking here, but we're investing that time back to make this place kick ass and killer. That's how we did the renovation to get it up to the standard it's in now. Now the review score is at 8.2, and I think the biggest reason of how that's had a good impact on us is because when people are using booking.com and they're searching, they're trying to filter out thousands of results, they use those filters at the side, and one of the most popular ones is a review score of 8+. So if they ticked that before, when we were at 7.9, we just disappear. Now we're at 8.2, we're showing up. We're getting more bookings because of that. Now it goes without saying that better reviews leads to better revenue. It's one of my catchphrases. But another way to look at it is that it's actually worth sacrificing some revenue in the short term by closing off availability to get in, get the stuff done, improve the property so that you're going to get more revenue in the future. Now there are some drawbacks with a property like this. It is not plain sailing, it is not perfect, and it's certainly not easy money. First up, what you might expect is noise. If you have 7 rooms in one house, there is going to be noise. Noise travels from one floor to the other. Noise travels from people walking past other people's doors. There's a shared kitchen here, so there's noise whenever people are going in and out of the kitchen with the door closing. Speaking of the shared kitchen as well, it can be a bit awkward if you're trying to cook something and then other people come in and they're trying to cook. We have set this place up properly. It was an old HMO, so there's 2 ovens, there's 2 washing machines, everything's there. There's enough stuff for multiple people to be using it at the same time. But still, it's odd. And if someone comes down and they're cooking something unique with some unique smells, that can permeate throughout the entire house. So there's considerations to be made there. People know, I hope, when they're booking that this is a shared kitchen. We do say it in the listings, it's clear everywhere, but it's just one thing to bear in mind. You do need to sort of manage that a bit. And also, it's a hell of a lot more work. If we were renting this place out as a one place with 7 bedrooms to one group, it would be one booking in, one person to communicate with, one set of guests to deal with. But when you rent it out to 7 people and across 7 rooms, that's 7 times the amount of work. And when you're doing all that work for 75 quid a night, you can think, this is really not that worth it. But remember this, whenever it all piles up, it is worth it in the end. If you're thinking, I wouldn't mind a piece of that, who would this property work for? Well, clearly if you're an HMO investor and you have some HMOs, which this thing was in the past, then you could have a couple of these sitting ready to go. Remember how important the location is. It has to be close to places where people are going to come and stay for a prolonged period of time, near a university or a hospital, or if you can, close to both. And certainly being in a city centre location is going to massively increase that demand as well. Now 170k from one property certainly was nice, but across the whole portfolio, it's actually over £4 million per year. You've made it to the final section, but before you go clicking off, you don't know everything yet, please stick around and watch these final videos, because they're going to give you the inspiration and the long-term perspective that you're going to need moving forward. You know by now that this is not a get-rich-quick scheme, and it is also not as easy as other people might say, but it can be an incredible and highly profitable business when you follow the steps laid out in this course. I've been around the block a few times, and I want to pass on some final words of wisdom that will help you on your journey, starting here. Most Airbnb hosts think that guests care most about luxury decor and the fancy extras, but they're wrong.
Capital W.
After hosting over 100,000 guests, I've learned that what makes a stay truly special is often not what the hosts focus on. Oops. And when you miss these things, it leads to frustrated guests, bad reviews, and all your cash monies going to your competitors. So in this video, I'm going to reveal the 21 things that guests actually care about, and some of them may surprise you. The biggest mistakes that hosts make that damage the guest experience, and how small, and I mean small, inexpensive changes can lead to happier guests and better reviews. I've seen firsthand what guests love, what makes a difference to their stay, and what they complain about. So this isn't just theory, this is based on real experience from my real reviews, both good and the bad. bad ones also. And if you want to get access to my Airbnb Success Blueprint, which is full of templates, guides, and cheat sheets, as well as my book, you can click the link below. But let's get into it. And the first thing that guests notice before they've even settled in is how clean your place is. Guests care more about cleanliness than any fancy decor or added extra that you're offering to them. It doesn't matter if they're renting a mansion from you or a tiny little attic room. There is no excuse for poor cleanliness. And sometimes people think that if they're offering a budget option that they can scrimp on that, and that's simply not the case. There's so many reviews that you will see from budget places where they'll say no bells and whistles, but everything was spotless. That is the minimum requirement. And yeah, if you are offering a big place, then your cleaning bill is going to be very high because it does need hoovered, mopped, dusted in every nook and cranny that you can get. One thing I always used to say whenever I was checking my cleaner's work is if I can pick up on this and within 5 minutes of entering the place, a guest is going to see it if they're there for 5 days. Lesson 2, you absolutely have to have a comfortable bed. A beautiful property with an amazing experience means absolutely nothing if at the end of the night when the guest goes to sleep they actually don't get any sleep because the bed's so uncomfortable. When you're starting your Airbnb journey, invest in a quality mattress, something that's comfortable. Don't go for something too hard or too soft, go for something in the middle. How do you know when it needs replaced? Your guests are going to start telling you. In terms of pillows, it can be easy to be seduced into thinking I'll get the finest duck, goose, feather pillows, but often you get requests from guests to say they're allergic to these things and could you get different ones. So just invest in high quality synthetic ones, keep everyone happy. Lesson number 3, and this next thing I think needs to be added to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Those most basic needs of food, safety, shelter, and Wi-Fi.
I need internet.
Many hosts underestimate this, but it's not just about the speed of the Wi-Fi, which is very critical because you're going to have potentially 6 or 7 adults all with their phones, all wanting to do stuff at the end of the night, Facebook, Netflix, whatever. But it's also crucial that you get Wi-Fi that is reliable, that's not going to drop off. There is nothing more frustrating for a guest than checking into a property and the Wi-Fi either doesn't work or it's not reliable, especially if you're trying to target those corporates or remote workers who are going to use your place and need to work. A lot of places face this problem whenever they're just opening up because the Wi-Fi can actually be the last thing that you sort of remember if you're buying a place. You're so focused on everything else, the beds, the kitchen equipment, everything else, getting it ready, and then you're really close to getting live and you realize, oh, and then get the Wi-Fi. And often you might think, well, I can't put people in there until the Wi-Fi's sorted, and that might take 2-3 weeks. Or the other way is you just put people in anyway and say there is no Wi-Fi. It's a terrible mistake because those first couple of reviews, which are so crucial, are going to be 1 star because there's no Wi-Fi. But you can get portable Wi-Fi devices which you can load up with data and leave it in there as a temporary measure for your guests. But you will be surprised at how fast they can get through gigabytes and gigabytes of data. But you got to do it. Probably the biggest problem that's going to lead you negative reviews. Lesson number 4, do not do this to your guests.
Okay, the key to the place is in a lockbox that's virtually impossible to reach. Are you ready for the instructions?
Okay.
When you approach the building, there'll be a hedge to your right.
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to climb over the hedge and then scale the wall.
Scale the wall?
Guests do not want to wait around for you to drop off the key, and they also do not want to go on a quest looking for your key through Narnia and Mordor and all this other stuff. Have it simple, straightforward. Best practice is to have a smart lock or a keyless entry so guests can just arrive at the door, either punch in a code or whatever, and just get in. If you have to have a key safe, and if it is going to be somewhere not right at the door, do a video where it clearly shows where the door is, where the guests will be standing as they watch the video. Show them where the key safe is. Lesson number 5.
This is Mambo number 5.
Catfishing your guests by over-egging your property and your listing is not okay. Overselling it before they book is only going to lead to disappointment once they have booked and they arrive. I honestly don't know why people do this. I've heard people do this on dating sites as well. Guys say they're like 6'2",
6'5", blue eyes.
but they're actually like 5'6". If your place is smaller or has any quirks like a third nipple or missing a finger, be honest about it. Be upfront about it. Yes, appreciate honesty. As I say, like, what is the end goal here? You're trying to trick them into booking, but when they come and arrive, they're gonna see that the place is small anyway, so just be open and upfront. Lesson number 6, and leading on from this, don't try and trick people with your photos. Nothing kills trust faster than arriving at a place that looks nothing like the photos on the listing. And this can be the case of deliberate deception, like using a fisheye lens to make a tiny, teeny little room appear 6'2", I mean bigger, but it can also mean the photos were taken 10 years ago when everything was brand new and nothing has been replaced and now everything looks like If that is the case, either get new photos taken or just improve the property so that it actually looks like the photos. Keep it accurate. Guests just want to know, this is what I booked. When they arrive, they want to just see, this is what I booked. Lesson number 7. Everyone likes to feel welcome. Everyone likes that little personalized touch. And guests are no different. When they arrive, it would be lovely for them to have a little personal handwritten note with their name on it saying, welcome to the property. I hope you have a great stay. We're here if you need us. A little welcome snack, a little bottle of wine. That's about it. Back the fuck off after that. Do not be overbearing. We're going to come to that later. Lesson number 8. When we're traveling to a new place, we all love to get tips and recommendations from locals of the best places to go. If you're anything like me, even at home, when we're trying to decide where to go out, we're going through a million different places. It would be so much easier if we didn't actually know any of them. We didn't have to look at Google. Someone just said, honestly, if you want to go out for food, go to this place. Just make sure it is actually very good. And you get bonus points if you can strike a deal with those places to either give your guests a discount or to give you a little slice of the action commission-wise for sending your hundreds or your thousands of guests to them.
Some companies still know how business is done.
But that's for another video. Really, you gotta be thinking about the guests. If you have kids, go here. If you love coffee, go here. If you want a steak, go here. If you're a vegan, get in the sea. Lesson number 9. When guests are arriving in your place, they need to be able to use everything that's in the place from day one, from the minute they walk in. That means you gotta leave them toilet roll. That means you gotta leave them shampoo. That means you gotta leave them tea bags. That means you gotta leave them dishwasher tablets, washing machine powder, anything that they need that's needed for your place. If I'm arriving in your place and my kids shit itself, if I need to wash some clothes in a hurry whenever I arrive, I don't want to have to go out to the shop and spend 10 or 15 quid on washing powder. Please just leave enough that the guests can use whatever they have in your place. And you get extra points for over-delivering. Yes, we know that all the guests are going to steal all your toilet roll that you leave out. Yes, we know if you leave extra towels, they're going to use every single one of them. But you do get bonus points for that. And it works the other way. If you don't leave enough toilet roll and they ask you for some and you say, that's all we give you, that's going to come back at you in a review. Lesson number 10. After the Wi-Fi, this is probably one of the ones that's going to get mentioned the most in reviews. And I'm talking the bad reviews. Guests need to be able to control the temperature in your property. A place that's too hot or too cold is just miserable. They want easy to use temperature controls that if they're too cold, they can turn it up, and if they're too hot, they can turn it down. Yes, you are going to get lots of guests who, in hot countries, if I'm there, I'm turning it right down, and yeah, I might go out for the day because I want it to be nice and cool when I come back. And you're also going to get other guests who come from hot countries, come to Belfast, think, my God, it's freezing here, turn the temperature up, full whack, out to go. When they come back, they think, oh, it's a sauna in here, we'll just open the windows instead of turning the heating off. It can be frustrating. It is going to run into your energy bills. There are things you can do to sort of reset it back down once it hits a certain temperature, but guests need to be able to control that themselves. Lesson number 11. You can never have enough plug sockets or charging stations with USB capabilities. The amount of tech and stuff that people bring with them on holidays these days is insane. Laptops, tablets, phones, all sorts of stuff. Bonus points for having them beside the bed because we all like to charge our phone, but even more bonus points, super duper bonus points for having the USB things. Look, if I go to Europe or America, I might remember to bring an adapter, but even then it's like one adapter and I've got about 5 different extension leads all coming out of there that everything's plugged into. But if a property has the USB things, no problem, no problemo. Lesson number 12. Guests care more about comfort than picture perfect decor. I don't care how expensive your sofa is, if it's uncomfortable to sit on, it's getting marked down. I don't care what the feng shui of your place is. If you're sleeping 6 people, you've got to have comfy seats for 6 people. That also goes for dining table or places for people to eat. And while we're on this, think about your lighting as well. I don't know if it's just a Northern Ireland thing about putting the big light on, but have some lamps about the place, create a vibe. You know, we're not coming in here wanting like 1,000 watts of sunlight on us at like 10 o'clock at night. In a nutshell, think about the guest experience when they're staying there, just on a normal evening or afternoon. Lesson number 13. Do not be one of those hosts that when guests arrive, or even before they arrive, they get the scroll of house rules. No shoes in the house. Do not open this door. Do not use this plate. Do not make a sound after 11 p.m. Do not turn the TV up above this level. Do not flush the toilet more than 5 times a day. You get the idea. Overly strict rules just for straight guests. We all expect reasonable rules. It's things like no parties, no drugs, no smoking inside, maybe no pets, no kids. But don't be a dick. People will mention these in reviews. Even taking the rubbish out. Like, we ask our guests to do that. And in a house that might be fine, the bin's right outside. But in an apartment building, if the big chute with the rubbish goes down is broken or blocked, they've got to go the whole way down to the car park. And we do get negative reviews reviews, people saying that. Lesson 14. It is mucho frustrating that when you wake up in the morning, first day in your short-term rental, you go to get in the shower, you turn it on, and a little trickle of water comes out of the shower. Or good pressure, but it's like scalding hot lava. You turn the temperature dial 1 degree, and it's now like icy water from Alaska. I don't know where these showers come from. I've had them, stayed in plenty of hotels where they are there as well. I don't know what the story is with them, but get it fixed. It needs to be a good shower, good pressure, hot water, but not health and safety scalding hot water. And it needs to be able to last. You need to be able to, if you're sleeping 6 people, you need 6 people to be able to have a good long shower. Lesson 15. It doesn't matter how good the coffee is that comes out of your coffee machine if you have to take a 2-day seminar to even work out how to use the damn thing. Fancy smart home setups are only cool if guests know how to use them intuitively. If turning on your TV takes any more effort than pushing the on button on one remote, it's too complicated. Even a microwave, get the dumbest, stupidest microwave you can get. It just turns on. Guests don't want to spend 10 minutes trying to figure out how to turn on the lights. Lesson 16. Guests don't expect a chef's kitchen when they arrive, but they do expect a kitchen to be well stocked enough for them to be able to cook some decent dinners. I've seen reviews on other people's listings. I think actually it was a video I did about the best and worst Airbnbs in London, maybe? And there were multiple reviews of a place that slept 6 people, but the host only left them like 2 forks, 1 plate. Like ridiculous stuff. If you sleep 6 people, you need at least 6 bowls, 6 knives, 6 forks, 6 cups. At least. Probably you should have 2 of each. And that's just as a minimum. But you are going to need other stuff. Pots, pans, sharp knives, chopping boards to cut them on. Just enough for guests to be able to cook a meal. And a good way to try this, if you're bringing a new property to market, is to just stay in it yourself for like a day. So you're forced to cook. And then you'll know, do you have enough stuff to cook meals in? Yes, it's always amazing whenever you walk in and you realize guests haven't cooked in the place. But you do need to be able to give them the opportunity to if they want to. Lesson 17. Make sure your place is quiet. Guests can have a peaceful night's sleep. Noise complaints are common in reviews. If you have a trains past your house, or you're underneath an airport flight path, things like that are going to get noticed. Especially if you're in a city and you're having people coming from rural areas where they're not used to any sort of noise. So you could think about soundproofing, triple glazing windows, or just be honest with guests. Let them know, give them clear expectations about what sort of noise there can be. So for example, if you're in the city centre and you're near bars, I would say don't be near a bar, just in terms of the actual noise is going to be there every night. But like if you're having drunk people walk past at night, it's not your fault, but people are going to respond in reviews to say that. Lesson 18. Be super responsive when guests message you, and then that's it. Guests don't need a new best friend, a new pen pal, but they do need quick responses whenever they're asking you about whatever it could be. Like, how do you work your fancy coffee machine? The quicker you respond to them, the quicker they can get on with their stay, on with their day, so can you, and it's going to get mentioned in reviews. And I actually think it actually helps you with your search result rankings or your property score with your responsiveness time. So just do it. Be on your phone all the time, be ready. You can also use things like AI, chatbots to respond to people. You can feed in all your manuals and whatever else so that it can actually respond to the guests on your behalf. Whatever you're doing, just make sure you do it quick. Lesson 19. Leave your fucking guests alone. I touched on it already. They don't need a new best friend. They're here to enjoy their stay with their family, doing the things they want. I think it's right to send them one message that's after they've checked in to say, how is everything? Do you need any help? They might not respond at all. They might respond with something and you fix it. But once that's done, leave them alone. Most guests prefer minimal interaction with the host. They want to feel welcomed, not watched. Lesson 20. When they're checking out, make it as simple as possible. Don't give them a big list of chores that they need to do, especially if you've already charged them a cleaning fee. If you charge me $100 cleaning fee and then you ask me to do any of the cleaning, you're getting told to do one. Imagine that happened in a hotel. You spent big money on a hotel, and as you're leaving, the hotel says, by the way, can you strip the beds and can you also like give a quick wipe round of everything? I'd be like, get the fuck. Like, there's some things we ask our guests to do. The main one is to put the dishes in the dishwasher and turn it on. Only because the dishwasher cycle can take like an hour and a half. And if we have a super tight turnaround and our cleaners have to put that on, they could be out of there in an hour. They're sitting waiting around for the dishwasher to finish. Putting dishes in the dishwasher and pushing a button to turn it on, one button remember, should not be seen as a chore. Stripping beds, I actually would say is a chore. And like, why even ask that? Like, it takes about 30 seconds to strip a bed. How much time is that actually saving your cleaner? And also, if you are asking guests to strip your beds, you better be damn sure that your mattress is clean. Lesson 21. At the end of the day, guests don't just want the place to sleep. They want to feel that when they've booked somewhere and stayed, that when they're leaving, it felt worth it. And again, that's the same of whether they booked a mansion or a tiny tiny little room in a guest house. They want to feel like they got good value for the price they paid. And everything that we've just talked about is going to pour in all of that stuff to give you those 5-star reviews. It's important to remember that travel trends change over time, and if you don't keep up, you'll be left behind. This next video is my ideas of where I think the Airbnb industry is headed. And if you're just getting started, you have the ability to capitalize on these from day one. So first up, we're talking about the changing nature of travel itself. Long-term stays of 28 days plus remain one of the fastest growing length of stays on the Airbnb platform. And more specifically, stays of 7 nights or longer are outpacing shorter stays. And because of that, there's increased demand for more fully equipped long-term accommodations. In a nutshell, people are coming to stay for longer periods of time, and they don't want to stay in a bare, empty property. It needs to be somewhere where they can move into and feel like they live there. And my prediction is the extended stay sector is not just a trend, it's a fundamental part of Airbnb's business model and just travel in general that you as a host need to stay on top of. And so how do we do that? Well, I'm going to give you recommendations for all of these predictions that I'm coming up with. For this one, first of all, we have to actually incentivize people to come and stay longer in our properties. And we do that by having effective rate pricing strategies that's going to discount for longer stays. So that means having competitive weekly stay rates and also monthly stays. But we really want to be using dynamic pricing, so something like Price Labs, because while we want to discount for longer stays, we want to still keep our nightly rate for shorter stays high. And if you follow this channel, you'll know that I love these longer stays. They're far more profitable even at a lower nightly rate. The types of guests that you're going to get come and stay in your place are much nicer. They're here for work. They're out of the property the whole time. They don't even really cook in the place that much. They're no bother. So some more recommendations to attract these longer stays. You are potentially going to have to adapt your property. And that means a full kitchen setup with quality appliances. If someone's staying here for a month or more, the chances are they're going to cook in your place multiple times. So they need to have everything there that they can properly just like live in it as if it's their home. You 100% are going to need laundry facilities because you want it to be convenient for people that don't want them to have to go out to a laundrette or whatever. Have a washing machine and a dryer in the property. Storage as well is a big thing. If someone's coming for a month, they're going to have a lot of stuff with them. They are 100% going to be unpacking that suitcase like a lot of leisure guests don't do. They 100% are going to be needing storage space for clothes, for other stuff that they're going to bring with them. And one of the main reasons why people are coming and staying for longer is for work. Now we're going to come to that later, but just in terms of adapting your space, you are going to need to have some sort of comfortable, pleasant, well set up work area for them. It's also a good idea to update your marketing copy to show that you're welcoming these longer stays, to tell them what you're doing to make a longer stay more comfortable for them. So highlight all the stuff that you've put in, highlight that you're set up for someone to stay here for like a month or more, literally showcase the storage space that you've created, and just show the home from home comforts that someone who's trying to choose somewhere where they're going to be for a long period of time can see that you've put the effort in to cater specifically for them. So while the change in travel patterns are reshaping how we set up and use our properties, they're not the only trend that are shaping the market. So I want to talk now about how increased competition is forcing hosts like you and I to up their game. So in 2025, the size of the market and the competition out there is going to have a huge impact on all of our businesses. There are now over 7.5 million listings globally. To add to that, there's just a general increasing professionalism of the industry, which is a good thing. The competition is really hotting up, particularly in cities and towns and areas with high demand. Everyone's fighting for those guests. And so my prediction for 2025 is these markets are going to become increasingly professional, and the amateur cowboy hosts are going to really struggle and just leave the market. And that's because the chasm that's forming between amateur hosts who really don't give a shit, who are in here just to make money, and those hosts that watch this channel, read this book, who are trying to do things right for their guests to run a professional hospitality business, that gap is widening and widening. And the guests who look on the platform can literally, as clear as day, see the gap. They can see, this place looks I'm not going to book it. This place looks amazing. I'm going to book it. And so my recommendations here for you to not be left behind. I'm sure if you're watching this video, this channel, you're not a fly-by-night cowboy host. You're an amazing professional, run a slick operation. You've subscribed, you've commented on my videos. You get what I'm saying. But if you just need reminded, first thing I would recommend is develop a strong brand, a unique appearance of not only your property, but your business. Try and stand out from all the other competitors that are in your area so that you can stop the scroll, you get the click, and then you get the booking. On top of that, keep track of your competitors. See what they're all doing. Look for the best ones. Don't bother with the crap ones. Only look at the good ones. How do you know the good ones? You'll know. As soon as you go on search results, you will see which of the good properties you need to look at and keep track of, and which of the ones you can just discount because you know they're not going to get any bookings and they'll be gone in 6 months. But the good ones that you do find, look and see what they're doing. Do they all have a hot tub? If so, you need to get a hot tub. Do they all offer workspace? If so, you need to offer it too. Do they all offer electric vehicle charging? If so, you need to as well, or you're going to get left behind. The benchmark just keeps rising and rising, and if you don't keep up, you're going to get left behind. Goes without saying, it really goes without saying if you've watched the channel before, but I'm going to say it again, invest in professional photography for your places. If I ever stumble upon any of your listings and I see that you've taken photos on your phone, I'm coming for you. It's by far the best investment, and it's so cheap when you look at the return on what that investment is, what the cost per click is for professional photos. Like, it's insane. Just make sure you have those professional photos. To take things to the next level, you can now do virtual tours of your property so the guests, instead of clicking through photos and thinking, how did you get to that room from this room, you can do a virtual tour, which is an amazing way to showcase your property in a different way where guests are really going to get a sense of what it looks like. Also, on top of that, add in floor plans into your listing so the guests can get a bird's eye view and see, okay, this is what the property is like. And this also leads me into something that I haven't really touched on before, but I want to talk about more going forward, especially in 2025, where there's more competition than ever and everyone seems to be doing the same thing. If you can set yourself apart, I'm not just talking about decoration and what the place looks like, but in the type and style of the property, you can really capitalize. I'm talking about niching down specifically for the type of guests. So you could do like pet-friendly properties. So many properties don't accept pets. The ones that do can charge a premium. And when someone clicks that little filter button, all of a sudden your competitors go from thousands down to potentially dozens. Family focused, now I'm sure all of us as hosts would say we welcome families, but are you family focused? Like, are you actually catering specifically for families? Like, do you have a kid's playroom? Do you have toys? Do you have like climbing frame out the back?
That's classy.
Things like that can really sell it to a family with kids like me. If I'm traveling and I saw that, that really might sway me to book one property over another. Business ready, we've touched on, and we're going to go deeper into in a minute about really leaning right into this remote work style property. But one that I think, I've spoke to some clients about this recently, and the one that I think offers the best return but is also the scariest is having a place that's catered specifically for parties.
Excuse me, what?
I'm talking about like a stag or a hen house. Now, I talk about in my book, the 5th P is protection, to keep away from stag and hens, to keep away from parties. Any trainer or any course that you go to is going to warn you about parties. We're all hardwired as Airbnb hosts to fear the party, to like push it away. Absolutely not, we do not accept that. But what about if you did accept it? Like with the pet friendly properties, but on a much more expensive and a much slightly riskier scale, if you cater specifically for parties, specifically for hen do's or stag do's, you are in an amazing position. Now, what would you need for that property? Well, probably for it to have no neighbors, because there is going to be noise here. You're probably going to need it to have lots of bedrooms, because parties like this cater for large groups. You're probably going to need your furniture screwed down, not screwed down, but not like antique or super expensive, because the chances are you may need to replace it, but the potential reward of this is huge. If you're catering for a family, it's that one household that's paying for that nightly rate. If you cater for a party and you host 10 people, that's 10 individuals all contributing to that nightly rate. So the rates that you can charge are absolutely astronomical. And you know what? The people are going to be thrilled to pay it, because they're going to be so glad that they actually found somewhere that wants them, that is actively encouraging them to stay. They're going to be in their little WhatsApp group of their stag do or their hen do, and the best man or whoever is going to be like,
guys, I finally found a property that's going to accept us.
It's 50 quid each. Is that all right? And everyone's going to say, absolutely, get it booked. So let me know in the comments, is any of your properties tailored for these specific niches? And if so, how's it going? Now, next up, I want to talk about another major shift that I believe, if you lean into, can give you the edge in 2025. And that's the growing importance in the world and in guests' minds about sustainability. Airbnb as a company has committed to becoming net zero by 2030. They've partnered up with all these other different institutions around the world to become more sustainable. In the EU, there's now requirements for energy performance certificates, and the usage of the eco or sustainable filter on Airbnb is growing all the time. So my prediction going into 2025 is that sustainability and what we offer as a host is going to become more and more important in search result rankings and booking decisions. So how can we lean into this? What recommendations have I got for you? The first thing that's pretty easy to do, and it's actually going to save you a few quid as well, is to install smart energy devices. So I'm talking like a thermostat where it sets to 0, and if guests want to turn it up, it does, but then it comes back down after a while. This is going to save you energy, it's going to save you money as well. Another really easy one, which I'm sure most people have already done, but if not, lean into it again, is switching all your light bulbs to LEDs. But also maybe looking at different appliances that are more energy efficient. If you can add an EV charger on your property, that's going to definitely be a draw for guests. There's some discussion about how you're going to be able to potentially charge for that. I hear about guests just plugging their car into a house and like it draining the host's electricity. That's not really the way it should work. We don't know how that's going to play out, but it definitely is something that you could be offering. And then having a distinct sustainability section in your listing and clearly documenting and talking about all the things you've done to make your place sustainable. Now, sustainability isn't the only way that guests' preference are changing. Biggest transformation in the way people use Airbnb is the revolutionary way in which people are working these days. There's been a huge increase in these workations, the expansion of the Live and Work Anywhere program, as well as the huge increase in digital nomads who just travel around the world with an amazing life, obviously no kids, staying in these beautiful places and working and making money. And they could be staying in you or I's properties. The laptop friendly amenity on Airbnb is by far one of the biggest clicked filters on the platform. My prediction for 2025 is that the line between vacation and work accommodation is going to completely blur. So what can we do to capitalize on that? Well, the biggest thing is to have a dedicated office space in your property. I'm not talking about sitting at a kitchen table or a tiny wee desk underneath a mirror in a bedroom. I'm talking about a proper office setup, ideally with a standing desk, potentially with like ergonomic furniture. If someone's coming for 30 days to stay in your place and work, they are going to be looking specifically for, what has this place got that I'm going to be sitting at for potentially 6 or 7 hours a day for more than 30 days. It's so important. Add to that, you're going to need to upgrade to like the best grade Wi-Fi and internet that you can get. Have sockets where people can just plug in. Maybe you want to even add a monitor or docking station for people to just plug their laptop straight in. You could even provide a printer for them to use when they're here. And if you want to go the whole hog, install soundproofing for like video calls or even people that do their own podcasts. This is next level stuff, and this isn't going to be for everyone, but if you're in an area where you know there's a lot of remote work or digital nomads coming, these are the things that are going to set your property ahead of the competition. And you could almost argue that you could sacrifice a bedroom, if you have multiple bedrooms, to make this office as perfect as it can be, because these people aren't coming in groups of 4 or 5. They're potentially coming themselves or with a partner. Now, while adapting to these changes is important, there's one force that could impact your business even more dramatically, and that's the changing regulatory landscape, the roller coaster of Airbnb. Now, there's no doubt regulations have been popping up in every city all around the world, it seems, over the last few years. New York's is super strict. Although I actually read today that potentially the city in New York is going to relax those regulations slightly because they've seen all Airbnbs basically disappeared, but rental prices and the housing market did not rebound as much as they thought. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
Almost like Airbnb wasn't a bloody problem in the first place. Add to that, hotels in New York are just charging whatever the hell they want and are at 90% occupancy. All that tourism money flows out to other places. Cities are going to have to reevaluate the regulations they bring in. New York was one of the first places to bring it in, so I think a lot of the world can look to that city and what it does, because it might be the first to sort of roll these back. But in the meantime, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge in all of these other cities where the regulations are either still striking hard or just about to come in. My prediction here is that the regulations is going to force out a lot of the amateur, scared hosts, and is going to favor more professional outfits and operations. And so my recommendation here is start building relationships with local authorities. Try, if there's no regulation there, try to get a seat at the table, put your voice forward, be heard, and help shape those regulations. That means professional hosts aren't going to be penalized. Document how you run your business, show people how you run things professionally to like minimize noise, to minimize disruption to local communities. You could join local host associations where you can join and meet with other people in the industry, have a louder voice, share best practices, and move forward together. And consider working with professional property management companies who are going to have been in the game for a lot longer and are going to have a much bigger footprint and a much bigger voice than you might have if it's just you and your one property. Next, I want to drop a few truth bombs on you about the realities of Airbnb hosting, just so you're fully prepared about what to expect. With great money comes great responsibility. All right, strap in, boys and girls, because I'm about to drop some truth bombs that might sting a bit. I see so many people setting up in this industry that are at best naive and at worst deluded about the storm that they're walking into. But it's not their fault because there are so many gurus out there filling their heads with complete nonsense. So while these truths might burn a little, I'm sharing them for your own good and you need to hear this. Now, before you go and start crying in the corner, calm down. We're still friends here and I'm going to give you a silver lining that you can action on all of them. And you're hopefully going to come away more optimistic than bruised. I hope so. So harsh truth number 1. If your property is no one is going to book it. Now this is harsh, but this is not me telling you that your property is shit. This is the market itself. Let me explain it another way. Here's my product. I've just created this product. What do you think of it? I'm going to put this on Etsy and I would like you to buy it. It's going to cost £50. How many of these do you think I will sell? I'm going to craft a beautiful title, hand-drawn image of Irish man. This is a local artisan artwork. I'm going to craft the perfect title, the perfect description, but guess what? No one's going to buy it. Now I could start blaming the Etsy algorithm. We're spending ages trying to optimize my Etsy profile, or just saying Etsy doesn't work anymore and it's flooded. But in reality, that drawing is crap, so no one is going to want to buy it. And it's the same with your property, potentially. This is a reality check that this business is not free money. This is not a job where you can go in and go slow and you're still going to get paid. This is business, and business is ruthless. Bookings are real people, real guests who have expectations and desires for their stay in your place or your area. And if they don't think your property is going to meet them, then they're not going to book it. Now, before you say, oh, we're cheap and cheerful, we're not going for the luxury market, we're here for the budget people. Don't even think about that. There will always be someone cheaper than you. And guess what? They won't be making any money either. Now here's the silver lining. Well, if you haven't got started, first of all, the goal is to be the best, and when you're the best, you're the most expensive. You can research an area before you even buy a property in that place. You can look at the competition, look at how nice their places are. You can look and see exactly what their guests are saying in reviews. So you can hack the system of other people who are already operating, so you can start in a better position than they are. And if you've already got started, well look, you can improve the property. Remember, any cost that you're going to be putting in to make this place better is going to be an investment that's going to pay you back in bookings and guests through the door. You can get better furniture, you can get better photos, you can just upgrade everything that's in there, and that, I'm telling you, is going to increase your bookings. So it's not necessarily the end of the business. But trust me, if your property's empty in a place where there is proven demand, it's because your place is not good enough. Harsh truth number 2, Airbnb arbitrage is not as easy or as sexy as you've been told. I get so many DMs on a weekly basis from people, mostly young men, who have been sold the dream of Airbnb arbitrage or rent to SA, and they see it as a quick and easy way to make money. And the reality is the only people making money from this are the people who are training you how to do it. It is extremely hard to get a good deal on a good property through Airbnb arbitrage. You will not make that much money. Look at this calculation. So these are figures that I'm going off based on a standard 2-bed apartment in Belfast. So I'm going for an annual income of 35,000, which will put down to a monthly average when you've just divided it by 12, 2,916. Now that's going to be higher in summer months, lower in winter months, but you get the idea. The rent, I'm going for £1,200. Now you're not going to find a property that's worth putting on Airbnb for rental any less than that. If it's going to be cheaper than that, it's going to be a shit property. OTA commission is directly comparable to your income, so I've done 15% of the 2,900, 194. Your cleaning, I'm giving £50 here per changeover. That's going to include the cleaning and potentially the linen. In some areas, that's going to be much more. In some, if you're going to try and do it yourself, it's going to be less. But an average of £450 per month. Cleaning supplies, toiletries, any bits and pieces that you leave for the guests, they're going to cost about £50 per month as well. If you're doing Airbnb arbitrage, remember you have to pay for all the utilities. So that's the gas, the electricity, the broadband. I've gone cheap here at £200. Now, I don't even know if that's possible. Then you got your platform fees, your channel manager, your rate pricing software, everything you have to just sort of run the business. I'm going for £100 a month here. And any maintenance, now I'm not talking full-on painting, you will have to spend at least a couple of grand if you get this property in the first place, because it's not going to be up to standard for Airbnb. I'm not even including that in this calculation. This is talking about batteries in the TV remote, plates getting broken and needing replaced, cups, stuff like that of just maintenance, wear and tear on a monthly basis. I've gone for 50 quid, which I think is actually quite on the low side. So the total costs are 2,244. Now when you take that off the average monthly income, that leaves you with 672 quid. And again, that's on an average basis. In the summer, yes, you're going to get a bit more, but in the winter, you could be in the red here. But what's crucial about this calculation, if that isn't clear enough that that is not enough money for running this property, whenever you divide that up to get your hourly rate, the numbers are just crazy. Now, if you're working 15 hours a week on this business, which is reasonable, because remember you have to liaise with the cleaners, all the communication with guests, dealing with your rates, dealing with everything else to do with the business. I've put it down to 15 hours per week. Now, if you do that and you calculate your hourly rate over the month, £11.20, you would literally be better working in McDonald's or Tesco's. On top of that, property owners can be notoriously difficult to get on board to give you their property. Now, while you'll be pitching to them the benefits of guaranteed income, the property's going to be improved, the property's going to be maintained, people just don't like giving their property to someone else who's going to make a ton more money than they will. You see so many people trying to source properties for other people where the monthly rent that is being offered for this arbitrage is actually higher than the market rent. Like, it doesn't make any sense. If anything, the property owner should be giving us a discount because it's guaranteed and we're taking it for a 5-year lease and all the good things that I've just mentioned that we're going to do with it. And what happens then is that people get desperate. They get no after no after no. None of the training, none of the pitches, none of the scripts that they've been given by these gurus work, and they get desperate, and then they take any old crap property that they know is not right in the back of their head, but it's the only one that someone's willing to give them. So they take it, and then they end up with figures worse than what I just showed you. And they're losing money, and they're tied in on a 5-year deal. It is not the right thing to do. But there is a silver lining. There is another way. I talk about it. It's how I built my business, and it's the management model where you manage a property on behalf of that client, that property owner. So they are no longer jealous and resistant to give you their property because they think you're going to make a ton more money. They know that you've got skin in the game and that you win and lose together. So you only make money when they make money. And on top of that, it's a much lower risk avenue for us as the operator. We have no fixed liability for rent. We don't have to pay all the utilities. We don't even have to pay the running costs of the cleaning and the maintenance. That all gets charged back to the client. This is a better way to get started in Airbnb or serviced accommodation. This is how you learn how to do it and save up enough money to start buying your own places. I've got plenty of videos you can watch on this on my channel about showing you exactly how to set up a management company. Harsh truth number 3 is that there are some absolutely horrible guests out there that you're going to have to deal with. It can make the business seem just horrible. Not all guests will be easy to manage. Some will break your house rules. Some will cause damage. Some will have parties. Some will be overly demanding, and it just causes a big ball of stress that is horrible to deal with. It's a hospitality business, so you do have to be very mindful about your reviews. And of course, if things go wrong, guests are entitled to compensation or money back. But there are just people who come out and don't give a shit about us or our property. They're just there for themselves. And if you've already got started and you haven't encountered any of these, well, they're coming for you. They're coming very soon. Could be this weekend. Let me give you an example of one we have had in my business just this week. So we had 2 guests come and stay in one of our properties, 10 nights. They paid us 1,400 quid, and when they arrived, things had been missed. Cleaners had let us down, things were wrong, we held our hands up, they reported it to us, they complained about all the things that had been missed. But what happens when one thing is missed is that guests go on like hyper vigilance, hyper alert to look for absolutely anything else. They were pulling furniture out, they were like pulling out the fridge and looking underneath the fridge, all this stuff going to absolute town. Now of course we immediately sent down our cleaning supervisor, we noted all the problems, we got them fixed there and then. There was a maintenance issue with the oven, we got that fixed the next day. We were quick. We acted very reasonably. We acted to the best of our ability. We were let down by the cleaning. Shit happens. Always talk about this in videos, but it's how you respond to it. That's how you deliver the customer service. We had everything fixed. We offered the guests, look, if you're not happy, you can leave. We'll give you a full refund. If you want to go stay somewhere else, you just don't seem like you're happy in this property. They said, no, we're gonna stay. Everything's fixed now. We're gonna stay. It's fine. We offered them a 20% refund just for all the trouble, the poor first impressions. Like 20% is a fair whack of 1,400 quid. We did everything reasonable to hopefully deal with those guests. We multiple times offered, do you want to stay somewhere else? Do you want to leave? No, everything was fine. Yesterday, I got this email. The compensation we are claiming is broken down into 2 categories. Number 1, refund of the total cost of the apartment, 1,400 quid. For the daily stress occurred, we are claiming a sum of £1,000 as compensation in addition to the refund of the stay. This figure is based on the sum of £50 per person per day. That would bring our total claim to be £2,432. Now the key here is, should I not be fully satisfied with your response, I will not hesitate in taking this matter further. This will include, but not limited to, Northern Ireland Trading Standard Service. I will also be sharing our experiences on any relevant review sites and social media outlets. This is the weapon that guests who demand a refund always use. We're going to tell everyone about what happened here. We know what we did was right. We know there was a mistake. We know we rectified it in a reasonable way, and we know that this guest is not entitled to 50 quid per day per person on top of a full refund when they stayed the entire stay. We fixed everything within a day and they decided to stay on for the entire time. But this is what you're up against. So let them write their reviews online. We can respond in a professional manner, detailing everything I've just explained, so future guests can see how we respond to problems. But those guests are out there. And actually, this is a harsh truth for myself as well, because we've just gone through it. But the good thing is, with the right systems in place, these difficult guests can be weeded out, stopped at source before they even get into your property. Protecting your property is so important that I made it one of my 5 fundamentals that you can get in my book. It's really important that you have a strict vetting procedure so that you're super on top of who are coming into your property, what are the red flags you need to look out for, and how to get them stopped before they even arrive. Harsh truth number 4, and it's tied to that one, it's that negative reviews can hurt. Now, not just hurt your business, which we'll come to in a second, but it can feel like a real punch in the stomach when you've done everything you can for a guest, you've spoken to them during their stay and after, and they've said, everything's been great, I'd love to come back, can't wait, everything's just been amazing, and then they give you like a 3 out of 5 or a 6 out of 10. And then when you do get this review blackmail from bad guests who actually have threatened to leave this review, that can hurt as well, to read things that you know they've exaggerated or are just plain untrue in that review to try and blackmail you into giving them a refund. Now, while one bad review hurts personally, and it will do some damage to your reputation in terms of your overall score, consistent bad reviews are going to absolutely floor your business. This is a review-driven industry. People make their decisions on buying your property based on the reviews of other people. So one bad one is not going to make too much difference, but consistent bad ones where people are saying the same thing, guests are just going to be like, no way, it's not worth the risk. But here's the silver lining. That horrible feeling you feel in your stomach, it just shows how much you care. You care about those guests, you care about their experience, you care about your business as well. So it's good in a way that you feel that personally whenever those reviews come in. And as I said before, we can respond publicly to that review, detailing our experience of what happened for that guest during their stay. We can show professionalism that is gonna hopefully endear us to future guests who read that negative review. They're gonna see both sides of the story. But genuine negative reviews give us valuable feedback on what we actually need to improve in our business. Now, we should be asking guests when they're in-house, how is everything? Is there anything you need? Is there anything wrong? But that doesn't always happen. And even if we do, they don't always respond. And unfortunately, often reviews are the time when we first hear about things. But if they've said the toilet isn't flushing, or the heating system isn't working, or the Wi-Fi is bad, this is valuable feedback that we know we have to action for those next guests, because they are genuine problems. Harsh truth number 5 is that Airbnb income is not steady. It is fluctuating, it is chunky, it goes up and down depending on demand, seasons, weekends, all sorts of stuff. And this can make it hard to rely on as a steady income stream. We talked before about the arbitrage, and if you're paying out massive costs in January in the low season, but your income is minuscule, you could actually be losing money in those months, and you're just waiting through till you get the spring and summer when that income bumps up, and you're effectively making all your profit, this much, in 3 or 4 months of the year. But all your costs, you still got to feed your kids in the winter, you still got Christmas, you still got your mortgage to pay, so it can be difficult to rely on Airbnb income if that's your sole income. And this is even more pronounced as an effect for those properties that I mentioned before that are a bit crap. Because think about it like this. In the summer, when there's high demand, whatever supply is in your area is all going to get booked. So even the crap places get booked by people who didn't book until the very last minute, and this crap place was the only place left, so they book it. But in the low demand periods, that supply remains the same. So those few amount of guests that are coming to your area have the pick of the entire portfolio of places that are there. And which ones are they going to pick? The best ones, even if they're the most expensive, because it's all relative. All of our rates go up and down. My rates drop in the winter just as much as the shit ones do, but mine still remain much higher than the bad ones. Now, for the silver lining here, there are tools that will be able to help you gauge the demand in the winter and the summer, all through the year in any area. Use a tool like AirDNA, where you can delve right in when you're doing your research about whether you want to open your Airbnb up in this area. You're just going to have much more information. You're going to be able to research those properties yourself, see how busy they are, see what their nightly rates are. That's how you go in with your eyes open, because the last thing you want to do is get started in summer and think, happy days, I've made 5 grand in August, multiply 5 by 12, and that's what my income's going to be for the year. You're in for a rude awakening and a long winter. On top of AirDNA, once you've actually got running, you can use and invest in a tool like Price Labs that's going to manage your rates up and down whenever it's needed. In periods of high demand, it's going up to get the best rate you can. In periods of low demand, it's going down to keep you as competitive as possible, to get bookings in and keep the lights on. Next up, and this is one that everyone who's already got started in Airbnb will know, this is a full-time job. And when I say full-time, you might not be working 40 hours a week, but you will be working evenings, weekends, in the middle of the night, first thing in the morning, dinner time, putting your kids to bedtime. You don't get to decide when guests contact you. So you're managing the bookings, you're managing the cleaners. Please tell me you have cleaners and you're not cleaning it yourself. You're communicating with the guests, all those questions back and forth. You're handling complaints and you're maintaining the property. You're fiddling with your rates, you're on your listing. There are so many jobs, so many hats you have to wear in this role. It's a small hotel and you have every job in it. It's time consuming and it is far from passive income that the gurus are telling these Airbnb arbitrage young men. Your phone is dinging constantly. You're gonna start thinking you feel it in your pocket even when you're not. You're gonna have your weekends, your holidays, your date nights ruined or interrupted. And it's a tough job. Your other half is gonna be rolling their eyes on a consistent basis thinking, why are we even doing this? But the silver lining here is it can and it better be systemized. All of those tasks that I mentioned at the start can be leveraged out for other people to do. There's tech and systems and platforms that can take all of that off your plate. Yes, these are not free, but they're investments to get your time back so that you have a business that runs without you, not a job where you're only making money when you're working. So I talked before about how protection was one of my 5 fundamentals to protect your property from bad guests. Systemizing and processes is the 4th fundamental in my book as well. It can be done. It has to be done. This does not have to take over your life. This can be an enjoyable business. It's making you money while you're asleep or on a beach. The next harsh truth is that Airbnb don't care about you, and even if they did, it's such a flooded platform that it's almost impossible to get traction on it. The Airbnb platform itself is changing to prioritize crazy mad properties that people have on like a bucket list. You can stay in a castle or a UFO or a treehouse or a submarine. There's no tab for a boring old 2-bed apartment in Belfast. Add to that, it seems like the entire world is on that platform offering the properties. It's so difficult to stand out, get noticed and get bookings, especially if you're coming with a poor property with rubbish photos like we talked about in the first harsh truth. But the silver lining is you don't need to just rely on Airbnb. There are plenty of other OTAs out there that want your property on their platform so they can get commission from you. Top of the pile in my opinion is booking.com. They're a beast. We get like 90% of our bookings from there, and it's actually only a couple of percent from Airbnb. If you go on booking.com, I guarantee that there will be far less competition in your area compared to Airbnb. There are just millions of people around the world who wouldn't even consider using Airbnb. They would only go to a more sort of traditional booking platform like Booking.com or Expedia. And if you're showing up there, well then even better. Not only is there fewer competition, but there's more people using it and more chance of you getting booked. You're going to be showing up beside hotels, guest houses. Everything is going to be in your favor to be seen more and to get booked. Now the next one is the big fat elephant in the room of local regulations and restrictions coming in. This seems to be happening all around the world. I mean, leave me a comment. Is there regulations where you are, or is there ones coming in? I know what's happening in cities across the world. And for me and for all hosts, it's incredibly frustrating. My personal opinion is that us hosts are an easy target for councils or governments who want to just point the finger, have an easy target to push all the blame to, instead of their responsibilities of building more houses. The power of tourism to transform areas is unfathomable. The amount of money that comes sloshing into areas when tourists come to those areas is huge. It transforms everything. It provides jobs. It levels up areas. Now, yes, that can go too far, and I do believe there needs to be some sort of regulation, but no lawmaker or decision maker is going to speak to us hosts because we aren't the ones that vote for them. It's all the local people who can't afford rent, can't afford houses because of all the Airbnbs in the area. That's who they listen to because that's who votes them in. Now, the silver lining here, it's more of a grey lining really, because I don't know what way this is going to turn out. But I believe, just like so many things in this world, it is cyclical. Decisions will be made to severely restrict or ban Airbnbs. Tourism in those areas will plummet, will rock bottom. Jobs will be lost, taxes will be lost, and people will start to, in maybe 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, be like,
oh, that Airbnb money was quite nice. Maybe we should try and relax things a bit more to bring it back.
There will always be a need for apartments and Airbnbs. I have a young family. I can't stay in a hotel room with my 2 kids. They're trying to sleep in the bed. Me and my wife are sitting in the bath trying to watch something on our phone. No, we need an apartment with 2 bedrooms, at least one that we can close the door on whenever they're sleeping. The demand will not go away. But what I hope regulation does do is weed out the bad operators who give all of us good ones a bad name. Now, if you've made it this far, please give yourself a huge pat on the back. And actually let me know that you've made it this far by telling me how long have you been following this channel. Now obviously this course has been like 84 years long.
It's been 84 years.
So if you've been following me for 6 months, say 84 years and 6 months. And this course was put together as a celebration of me, because I'm quite proud of myself that I posted one video a week for an entire year. And that was my goal whenever I started posting here and taking this platform seriously. I honestly appreciate every single one of you who has subscribed, watched, liked, or commented to tell me how much these videos are helping them. So I wanted to do something special and put it all together in a logical framework that's going to help you just get started. So thank you. And this final video is my honest advice to someone who wants to start an Airbnb business. I've made every mistake there is to make in this business. I've listed properties that made no money. I've had crazy guests throw parties and wreck the place. I've had 1-star reviews, more than my fair share. But I've also hosted over 100,000 guests, managed over 100 properties, generated over £10 million in bookings, won awards, wrote a book, and in this video, I'm going to give you the honest, unfiltered truth about starting an Airbnb business. Now, I want to make this video as if I'm talking to one of my best mates who's asked me for advice, should I start an Airbnb? And I have to be honest, this journey is not for everyone. And so I want to address some common misconceptions straight off the bat. Airbnb is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It is not even a get-rich-easy scheme. You can make a lot of money from this business, but it is hard work, especially at the start. There are so many gurus, content creators out there who talk about passive income and that it's just money just rolls in. It's really not the case. There is so much work involved.
This is intense. Like, people think it's easy.
And by the end of this video, you'll have seen what it really takes to succeed, and hopefully you'll be able to make a decision if this business is right for you or not. So in terms of the reality check that I think a lot of people who want to get into Airbnb need to hear, first up, it is really hard to get started. So if you're going to buy a property, properties are expensive, especially the good ones that are going to do well as an Airbnb. They're not cheap. If you're a property investor already and you own a couple of properties, you might naively think you just switch from tenants to tourists, but it's not always that straightforward. A property that works really well for tenants and gives you a good return might be a terrible opportunity or investment for Airbnb guests. I get contacted by people on a daily or weekly basis who have gone through courses talking about Airbnb arbitrage or rent to SA, and they see that as the golden ticket because they don't have the finance or the income to buy a place, so they've been sold the dream of you just go and rent someone else's place, pay them the rent, make all the money. And again, this is such a difficult method to make work.
It's hard.
You're going to struggle with property owners actually letting you do it because they're thinking, well, why would I let you make loads of money off my property? You're going to come up against deal sourcers who bring you terrible properties with these fake or imagined numbers and sell you this. You actually pay them money and then you get a property that actually makes no money, and they prey on these new aspiring Airbnb hosts. And then the thing I think a lot of people forget about when they're getting started in Airbnb and they finally got the property is the actual amount of money it takes to furnish it, to kit it out, to get it ready. This is not just about putting a few beds in. You need to fully stock this place with everything that guests will need when they're there. That's like appliances, knives and forks, pillows, everything. I mean, everything that you have in your own house, you're gonna need to put in this property, and it's expensive. Next up, I want to touch a little bit more on the time commitments that are involved. Now, it all does depend on what level of input that you're prepared to have here. So you have to ask yourself, are you going to be cleaning the property? If so, you have to account for that time, and that's going to be time that you don't really get to choose when it is, because bookings are going to come in, and when they leave, it needs cleaned. So it doesn't matter if you have plans, it doesn't matter if you want to go on holiday. If you're going to clean the property, the bookings decide when it needs done. There's also a lot of guest communication back and forth. This is a hospitality business. People often are planning their stays in the evening or at weekends. Your phone will be going with the Airbnb app with questions that guests have, inquiries to book, and you've got to be ready for that. It's a 24/7 hospitality business. If you want the bookings, you're going to need to reply to the messages. Next, I want to talk about profit margins and the revenue that you can actually expect given what people portray on social media. Now, yeah, you might be able to get £250 or £300 for a night on a Saturday night, and you might think, that is amazing. And you're sitting in your head, you're thinking 250 for one night, multiply that by 30 nights. No. That's not how it works. The revenue that you get for your nightly rate has so many deductions to come off that. You've got the platform fees like Airbnb or Booking.com. You've got cleaning, you've got linen, you've got tax, you've got maintenance to set aside, you've got potential rent to come out of that. There's a lot of cost involved in this business. So look, I'm not trying to put you off this. This is my honest experience. There's a reason why I'm in this business, and there is a reason why lots of other people are in it too. When it's set up and run correctly, you can make a lot of money here. So if you're still here, I'm glad I haven't scared you off. Let's get into it. First up, let's talk about the foundations. And I do go really deep into this into my book, Short-Term Rental Revolution, which you can get via the link below in my Airbnb Success Blueprint. But I hope it goes without saying that the property that you put on Airbnb is the absolute most important fundamental that you can think of. This is your product. This is what people are paying for. This is your business, is this property. So it's so important that you get it right first time. And in my opinion, the number one thing that determines whether a property will succeed or not is the location.
What's the location that promotes the best mental health for you?
If you're in a town or city, it needs to be in a location that's going to be highly desirable for guests. Then you got to think about what type of property are you going to get. Is it going to be a 1-bedroom flat? Is it going to be a 4-bedroom house? Each of these has their own pros and cons. A 1-bedroom flat is going to be cheaper to buy than a 4-bedroom house, but a 4-bedroom house is going to sleep much larger groups, which is going to enable you to charge higher nightly rates. 1-bedroom flats might be more geared towards business travelers who may stay for longer periods of time at more affordable nightly rates, whereas your 4-bedroom house might be more attractive to stag and hen do's, and they come with their own massive problems. Next up, if you're getting started, it's really important that you look into the regulations and any sort of laws in your area about short-term rentals, because the last thing you want to do is spend a load of money buying a place and then even more money doing it up, and then you get a letter within the first week telling you to shut it all down. This whole regulation and bans on Airbnb across the world is something that is happening more frequently in more cities. My personal opinion is that it's cyclical, and we'll start to see those cities and areas where it's already been banned start to realize, oh, we've lost tons of money from tourism, and start to relax those laws. Next up, you need to honestly think about all the financial aspects of this business. This isn't real estate that you're letting out where all you have to do is pay the mortgage and a letting fee. This is a proper business where you have all sorts of costs coming in. So you have to pay for the utilities, you have to pay and set up the broadband, you have to buy the dishwasher tablets and the soap that the guests are going to use. Like, there's so much stuff involved in this. So one, you need to make sure that the property is going to make enough money, and you can do that by using a tool called Airbnb, which you can click the link below to use. It's going to show you, based on the type of property and the location, what you can expect to achieve in terms of revenue. Then you need to work out exactly what are all the costs. When you know those two numbers, you're going to know what your break-even point is, what you need to achieve per night or per stay to break even, because there will be a cost below which you're actually starting to lose money, and it would be better for you to have your property empty. Now, when you're setting up a property, don't just try and be the cheapest. Don't get mix and match furniture from all over the place. Think about what you're putting in here. The property is the product. It's going to be online in the shop window, surrounded by dozens of other products that people are hot buyers, they want to buy, and you have to make yours super desirable. So it has to be nice, it has to be well furnished, it has to have nice amenities. There's nowhere to hide here. If you try and cheat, if you go too cheap, people just aren't going to book it. You really want to think about putting your property out here as like an elite product that you're releasing into the market, because when it's that good and people have that good a stay and an experience in it, they leave amazing reviews, and that means you can charge the highest nightly rates. All right, now let's talk about some of the practical systems that you're going to need to be aware of and be ready for if you're going to get started in this business. The first is about guest communication. As I already said, this is a hospitality business. These guests are speaking to you as if they were speaking to the front of house at a hotel. You are front of house. You're also the cleaner, security, revenue manager, all those things, maintenance, but you're the person. Every message that comes in, every inquiry is going to come to your phone, and you need to be ready to respond professionally in a kind way, because these are your customers. You want the booking, you need the booking. And the hospitality doesn't stop once the booking is made, because before the guests even arrive, they're going to have a ton of questions too.
Where do you park? What's the Wi-Fi password? Can I check out late? Can I bring my dog?
And then even when they arrive, it's going to be,
how do you work the oven? Where's the best vegan restaurant to go to? We need more toilet roll.
Now, when you're just starting out and you've got your first property live, this can be fine at the start, but it can wear thin after a while. You'll start to see common trends coming up. You'll start to see some annoying guests, some things that you're frustrated that you have to answer these questions. You'll see people message you, and then if you don't reply within 5 minutes, they'll send you like loads of question marks, like answer me now. It can be frustrating. When you've just got one property, it is quite manageable, but just remember, it's not the one booking that's just come in. You're gonna have like dozens of bookings way in the future who are all potentially gonna be sending you messages about their stay.
Several people are typing.
Next up, we're talking about the changeovers or turnovers or cleaning of the property. It obviously goes without saying that it needs professionally cleaned after every stay and before the next guests arrive. Now, that can be you that does it. That's how I started. I was literally the cleaner in my mum and dad's properties. And honestly, you will do the best job possible. It doesn't matter who you pay, how much you pay, no one will clean your property as well as you do, because no one's going to care as much. It's not their business. They're just there to do a job. And if you're starting out, you might want to clean it yourself, but it is going to tie you geographically to that property. Your weekends are going to be decided by, what are we doing this weekend? Oh, well, actually, we can't do anything on Sunday because we've got a changeover. If you're okay with that, then okay. If you're prepared to outsource your cleaning, good job. that is the best way to do things. It's going to free you up, but just be prepared that things can and will go wrong, because this isn't just a quick once over of everything, a quick wipe down. No, you need to be cleaning under sofas, in between cushions, under beds, behind doors, ovens, everything. Everything has to be spotless so that when the next set of guests arrive, they almost feel like they're the first set of guests to ever stay in this place. Now, if you're anything like me and any small maintenance issues in your own home go ignored and put off for weeks and weeks, this cannot happen in the Airbnb world. If a guest reports something isn't working or is damaged, it needs replaced or repaired before they even leave. And that can be very difficult logistically to make work. It's easy if it's something like the batteries in the TV remote need replaced or a light bulb's not working, but if it's something like a washing machine or a dishwasher or the boiler or the Wi-Fi, these are big problems and these need fixed immediately, because if you don't, that all gets wrote down in a review once those guests leave, and every other set of potential guests reads that and informs their decision about whether to book your place or not. Now, there are a lot of things that are going to take up time here. It is doable, I think, in around 10 hours per week if you've got one property that's doing particularly well, but you do need to think about time management strategies to protect your time and just not have it all swallowed up in the business. When I got married, I was sitting on my honeymoon messaging guests about the most mundane things ever. I've had so many date nights, birthdays, all these things. I've been like, hang on, I can't talk to you right now. There's a guest emergency here. This is not a business that stops at 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. In fact, your most busiest times are probably the weekend. So if you're up for that, if your family's forgiven, it's all good. All right, so we've talked about the foundations. We've talked about the systems that are needed. Let's talk about tweaking and fine-tuning everything to get it firing on all cylinders. The first thing we need to talk about is optimizing the rates that you're charging. Your rates in your Airbnb really should be dynamic, and that means they change based on the level of demand. So in the quieter periods or in empty days, they go down to try and attract the booking, and in periods of really high demand, they go up. Way up. Remember, your rates are your revenue. They are the lifeblood of this business. So if you don't adjust them right to keep them maximized and optimized, you could be leaving thousands on the table. And it could be the difference between your property succeeding and failing. I have other videos on this channel about setting up your rate pricing strategies, but the best thing you can do is set up a rate pricing software like Price Labs. There's a link below, which is gonna do it automatically every day, forever, without you having to even think about it.
I don't want to do things. I want to not do things, just like you taught me.
When we switched to Price Labs, it increased our revenue by 30%. Like, that is hundreds of thousands of pounds. If you want to make the most of this business, you need to not rely so heavily on Airbnb. There are lots of other booking sites out there, in my opinion, better ones than Airbnb, and you need to get your property on them. Again, there's much more detail on all of these in my book, but the biggest one, in my opinion, that you need to get on is booking.com. But just be ready, because each of these booking sites has different functionality. Airbnb is super user-friendly, and because of that, everyone's on it. It's flooded. It's done. All the others are more professional, but they take a bit more headspace. There are tools and things you can use to help you get access to all of these and manage them seamlessly without taking up all your time. We call them PMS, Property Management System, or Channel Managers. The one I always recommend is Guesty, and you can get a link below. But if you want to be a professional host, run this like a business, you need to get one of these. Next, I want to talk about reviews. So the thing to remember here in this hospitality business is revenue follows reviews. If you do a good job, offer a good property, good customer service, communicate well with your guests, they're going to leave you 5-star reviews. When you get 5-star reviews, you can charge the highest nightly rates. It works the other way around. If you're lazy, if you've offered a cheap, nasty property, guests are going to leave you 2s, 3s, and who's going to want to book that? So you have to put your prices down, and then you go on to your break-even point, and it's a disaster. So always opt for the best property you can get, finish it to the best standard you can, deliver the best customer service, ensure the guests have the best stay to get the best reviews and therefore the best nightly rates. Now, if you're starting with one property, this is very, very easy because it doesn't take much to reply to every guest as if they're the most important person in the world right now. Once you start to scale, everything that we've talked about becomes infinitely more difficult. So trust me, if you start with one Airbnb, you follow everything that's in my Airbnb success blueprint, you will get very good very quickly. If you have the right mindset and the right attitude, you will make money, you will have happy guests, things will be running well, and you'll think to yourself, just like I did, and like many other hosts do, I'll get another one, or maybe another 2, or maybe I'll start a whole business and get loads.
My purpose is to improve the business.
And that's fine, you can do that, but there's lots of things that you need to think about. If these properties are in different areas, I think once you get to like 3 or maybe 4, you cross into what I'm going to start calling the desert. And the desert exists from 3 or 4 properties all the way up to like 10 or 11. In between that period, you're making money, but you have no time whatsoever. You're dropping the ball, plates are not spinning anymore, things are crazy. Systems that you had that were working are now cracking at the seams. You need help, but you don't know whether you've got enough income to pay for someone to help you all the time.
It's almost too much for me to handle right now.
It's difficult, but it can be done. You can push through that barren period, that desert, and get to the promised land on the other side. And the way to do that is by leveraging tech, people, systems. You do got to pay for this stuff. So the way I like to think about it is every time you make more money by getting more properties, you pile it back into the business to free yourself up, to get you out of it a little bit more each time. Next, I want to talk about some of the common pitfalls, the common things that can and will go wrong in Airbnb. First up, it's just some horrible guests. I know they pay our bills. I know they put food on our table. But if you ask anyone in any hospitality job and you ask them what's the worst part of your job, they will say the customers. The vast majority are so nice, like probably 99% of them are lovely or fine, but it's the 1% that you will remember forever. You need to have a thick skin. You need to be able to smile and just let things wash over the top of you and stay professional and friendly, because at the end of the day, these are paying guests. They are our customers. The customer is always right most of the time, but they do get to leave reviews at the end of their stay. Now that's the case for just sort of like difficult guests who like book a tiny little room but expect 5-star standards, or get like offended because it rains in Belfast. But there are other guests who book Airbnbs who are just absolute dicks. You do get people who are coming to party and they just want a place because they'll never get away with it in a hotel, so they book your 4-bedroom house for them and all their mates to come. You need to be very careful with these people. You need to be streetwise. You need to vet and screen guests before you accept them. And again, there's a vetting procedure and the house rules template in that blueprint. There are lots of costly mistakes you can make as well when you're getting started. So you can be thinking you want to make the best, most amazing Airbnb ever. So you put in this beautiful furniture, handcrafted in Italy or whatever, like sheepskin rugs and all the rest. And then like 2 weeks later, someone who's had a few too many glasses of red wine just spills it, or someone's kids jump on the bed and break it. Like, these are expensive mistakes to make, but it's important to remember whatever wear and tear you're expecting, times it by 10. When people are on their holidays, they're not as careful with property and stuff as they are at home. So don't put the most expensive furniture in your property. Put in durable stuff that you can easily clean or replace. Another costly mistake, make sure you've done your research about whether to open up a property in this exact location or not. It would be awful for you to open up a property, spend tons of money getting it ready, only to realize that no one wants to go there. You can't, unless you're making like a treehouse or some glamping site, you can't manufacture demand to just drag people away and to your place. It has to be in an area where the demand is already there. And that's why tools like AirDNA are so useful, because you can clearly see, based on the performance of every other property in the area, what is possible. And another costly mistake is again around your rates. If you don't drop your rates quick enough or buy enough in periods of low demand, the bookings will just evaporate. The market forces are at play here, supply and demand. If demand dries up and there's lots of supply, you got to do something to get that booking in. Likewise, in periods of high demand, there's restricted supply, so you have to get those nightly rates up. Otherwise, you're just costing yourself potentially thousands over the year. These are the big mistakes that you can make when you're starting an Airbnb business. There are lots of smaller, less costly mistakes that you will make, and this is why this channel exists, but there are some big ones that are going to put your lights out if you're not careful. Next, I want to talk about burnout and making sure that this does not happen to you. As I said before, I had so many nights, evenings, weekends ruined because of this bloody app. And this business, guests just expect, and rightly so, that you're going to be there 24/7, but that does take its toll on your family. I do think it's very manageable and fine if you have 1 or even 2 properties, but when you get into that desert of multiple messages just constantly coming through, it does stress you out. You start to feel like you can feel your phone buzzing in your pocket, even when it's not. Genuine business emergencies do happen on a regular basis if you have multiple properties. Wi-Fi stops working, gas boilers stop working, keys get lost. These are proper urgent emergencies, but when you've got multiple properties, it just feels like it's a constant stream of them. So just be prepared. If you are planning to scale, put measures in place to protect your own mental health, your own time, your family time. This is what we get into this business for in the first place. Yeah, the money's nice, but it's all really about building financial freedom so that you can spend time doing what you want, not being tied to your phone or this Airbnb app. Next up, I want to talk about some of the success principles, the things that you can think about that are going to guarantee or at least heavily favor success for you. And there are some rules here that I try and live by or built my business on that I think will hopefully help you. First, never try to be the cheapest, always try to be the best. There are loads of people, loads of properties trying to be the cheapest, and all that results in is a race to the bottom because only one person can be the cheapest. When you try to be the best, you might not get to be the best, but even second best charges much higher nightly rates than the cheapest.
Don't settle for less.
The guests who want the cheapest often expect the most and are the worst type of guests, whereas the ones that will pay extra to have a killer property are generally nicer guests. Next up is to prioritize the guests, to realize and remember that this is a hospitality business. These are your customers, these are the ones that are paying your mortgage. You have to keep them happy because you're always looking for that next booking. Once one leaves and leaves a review, you need that review to get you the next guest. Another rule of mine, touched on it already, is about getting the property in as many different places as possible. The internet is a big place, there's a lot of noise out there that you need to cut through. Do not just rely on Airbnb. And as well as leveraging those booking sites to get you bookings, you need to leverage other people, systems and technology that's going to take work off your plate to give you time back. So if you're starting with one property, that could just be a cleaner, that could be the rate pricing software. But certainly if you're planning to grow, if you get to 3 and you don't have any of these systems in place, you are in trouble. Not only trouble in terms of burnout and your own mental health, but you're going to be leaving serious money on the table. You're going to start dropping the ball, mistakes made and bad reviews. Now in terms of mindset shifts that I think are useful in this business, I've got a couple. The first is the switch in mindset from tenants to tourists. So if you've come from a property investing background where you've dealt with tenants, you know the slow pace that things move in. I've already touched on the immediate fast pace that things need to move on whenever it's tourists or Airbnb guests. Next up is that this is a business. It's not a property strategy. It's effectively a one-room hotel. Think of yourself as a hotelier and you're gonna be able to deliver for those guests better. Next up, forget about occupancy. Do not go showing off your occupancy to all your friends. It means basically nothing. What you really want to be focusing on is your profit. We know the nightly rates, we know our costs, we know how many changeovers we have in a month. What is the profit? And when you think about it that way, then you start to realize, oh, 7 one-night stays actually aren't that good, even at that really high nightly rate, and 1 7-night stay is much better. So look, should you start an Airbnb business? Well, I think if you're planning on just starting 1 or 2 properties for a bit of a side hustle, bit of extra income, you're willing to put some systems in place like rate pricing software, cleaners, it's a really good business. If you're planning on doing everything yourself, I think you're gonna burn out because whilst you might not be paying out for cleaners, you're not accounting for your own time, what the value of that is, what you're sacrificing to be able to have to go and clean an apartment or a house every weekend forever. If you get those systems in place, it kind of is a business like the Holy Grail that you can run from a beach or while you're asleep. It will make you money. Bookings are going to come in without you having to really do anything. The hard work starts then when the bookings arrive. If your goal is to grow a big scaled business of Airbnb properties, then be prepared for that desert in the middle where things are going to turn to shit, nothing's going to work, and you're going to have to just keep pushing through to even get your head above water, never mind make money. And then we're done.